fuck that nigga.
Come on, there you go again. No hard ERs, brother. Please. We're in mixed company. Anyway, where was I? Yeah, some of us are bamboozled by big booties and a smile.
By the way, I'm the one that dropped you that time, bitch.
So, come on, Chairman. Let's de-escalate. Some of us are bamboozled by big booties and a smile, preferably licensed women. Thank you. And some of us are bamboozled by old, wrinkly, orange tanned white men. It happens. Let's not ascribe it to self. Let's just say niggas didn't know better. Sorry. I thought she was gonna love me forever. Thank you.
To the question about the rates, I will just say that Trump literally bragged and said that he would not have positioned old boy to be put in that to replace Powell if he were not amenable to lowering rates. Like, he's talked about this quite a bit, so I would not be surprised if it happened. That's one person I don't follow on social media, actually, the new heir apparent. So, yeah, I think it's more of a likelihood than anything that this is exactly what is going to happen whenever Powell steps down. So, that's all.
For the chat, it's not that his point is far off, right? Statistically, it's actually accurate, right? But it's the audience and it's the delivery, right? You don't have to come in here calling people racial slurs when they're not even in here. You need to go to a MAGA dominant room and hit them up. Spew those points all over the fucking stage, and you will have a lot more validity and you will have a lot more credibility in what you're submitting. It might be one or two. We have Omari, Manfinity. We have an Anthony who's not even here. Actually, Manfinity and Anthony are here. We have a Matt Cool, but predominantly that's not the makeup of the stage or the group. It's just not.
Do you mind giving him another chance, brother?
You know what? For you, Brother Concrete.
Before you do that.
Before you, Brother Concrete, I'll do that. I'll do
Thank you, Brother Gemini.
Before you give him the second chance, Gemini, can you give, or at least provide me, at least some tips on how to deal with Black MAGA?
I'm just still trying to figure it out because it's hard when you think. Go ahead, sir. Go ahead.
You see, y'all some bitch ass niggas.
No way. Calm down. They were talking. They're going to give you your turn, but just stay calm.
No, we ain't giving them shit. Fuck that bitch ass nigga and fuck everything.
Fuck your mama, nigga.
Yeah, thank you, Gemini. If I am neither white nor black, can you please provide tips on how to deal with, quote, Black MAGA?
You gotta pick one, brother. There's one or the other, brother. I suggest you employ compassion, empathy, kind-heartedness, long-suffering. That's the best way to deal with Black MAGA, in my personal opinion. An open ear, an open shoulder to cry on. Yeah, that's how you deal. It's not intended purely to be funny, and I think it was funny, but it is also a de-escalation of tensions amongst ourselves, because hopefully we can convince these gentlemen to come back within the fold after, they've realized the mistake that they've made, right? And we can hear them out, we can modify.
Do you ever trust them? Because that's going to be an automatic back door built in no matter what. It just takes someone else to convince them to revert to their fucking coonish ways, which they already have a coonish baseline. We've seen their coonish baseline. They won't deviate from that much. If you're able to sway them from their coonish baseline, They're going to resume it at some point. It's just a matter of when and who will be in the crosshairs when it happens.
I hear you, brother, and that is a concern, a valid concern. And all we can do is keep an eye on them. It's going to be, a tenuous position.
I don't want to keep an eye on them from inside the house. I would like to keep an eye on them as they stand with their white brethren across the way. I would prefer it that way. So that way they cannot give intel counterparts when they decide to revert.
Brother, if this great nation, after a really damaging civil war, can mend its disagreements, I think similarly we can mend our disagreements with the Negro MAGAs. Look at Omari. Omari's a good, clean Negro MAGA. He's still, in his conversations. I think it's going well. We can do it. Now, no way, Jose. That's another nigga entirely. But you got to give him patience too. Thank you, everybody.
Concrete just looked at the Fed cut, Fed watch probability of cut, and it has been pushed to next cut has been pushed to September.
How reliable is that? I've never looked at.
I mean, more or less. Like it's a snapshot of expectations of today. It does not mean stuff cannot change.
Of course.
Stuff can change. Yeah, but given the higher U.S. inflation over from this, right? And the thinking is that the new Fed chair, whatever, cannot start cutting immediately. It would be hard to make a case for cuts to the FOMC.
I'm looking at it from CME Group. So I guess these are going to be like interest rate options, maybe, that they're using to.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, makes sense.
I hope that Concrete and Gemini have the same energy that you have for Black MAGA men. You have for Black men who don't vote at all. Thank you.
Yeah, see,
Or at least to take it a step further, the ones that vote for relevant ass people, like I wrote in Louis Farrakhan. That stupid ass shit. I wrote in fucking Kanye. They retarded as fuck too.
Listen, our political system is so corrupted that while we can, lambast the Negroes that voluntarily voted, it doesn't mean that the votes actually matter, because I do think that we have a broken system where they are rigging elections. So there's that. Two things are true at the same time. Voluntarily voting and supporting a real piece of shit, and your votes don't matter. Thank you, everybody.
That's not true. Right? If you're not voting for something, like, it's kind of like if you've seen a woman being assaulted and you're like, well, I didn't, I just didn't get involved. I didn't want to get. Then you're a piece of shit too. You're complicit.
Well,
if you didn't stand for something, then you stood for the other side indirectly. You supported the other side with your silence.
Well, the thing is, there's the actual efficacy and then the social cushion and dynamics.
What are y'all talking about?
Voting. Whether or not voting still works in America in 2026.
Lisa said that we should have the same energy that we have for Black MAGA for the Black men that did not vote at all. And I was saying I agree with that 100%.
Can I ask a question? Is Omar Black?
You guys are talking about it. That's why I'm asking a question, because that's really interesting.
I'm Black MAGA.
Is Omar Black?
He said no, but I think that's irrelevant.
Oh no! I just found it weird that someone who's not Black is asking us how to handle other Black people.
He's looking for cultural intel on interacting with Black MAGA. The same thing he would want to cultural intel on.
He's not.
Literally announced, I'm not black, I'm not white. How do I deal with these niggas?
No. I didn't say how to handle it.
That's not what he's doing.
Here we go. All right, go ahead, angry Nigerian. Tell us what he's doing.
I'm not an angry Nigerian. I'm just interrupted because I'm sick of you guys arguing about a problem that's largely fabricated. You're making shit up because you have nothing to talk about.
Dig into the
Something either is or is not fabricated.
Omar, if you were paying attention, you would know that most black people, regardless of gender, voted for Kamala. A small portion of male black voters supported someone other than Kamala. So this problem, let me finish.
please.
This problem that you guys have created and are pretending to want to solve or address today is not a real one. And let me finish. One more thing. You want to talk to black people, but you don't know how to interact with them. I'm still speaking. Shut up. If you knew black people well enough and had a good relationship with them, you wouldn't have to come to this room to ask black people how to talk to black people in real life. So save me the virtue signaling.
My guy, he was joking for the most part, bro. What are you doing?
Hurricane, I'm not joking.
Okay,
I
this
apologize.
is enough. This is enough.
Dang,
Cut it out.
He's not joking.
So we got a video that we're gonna play real quick. Tio, could you play the video real quick? The video is about so we can get on topics about why the U.S. produces so much oil. Obviously, yeah, we got lost somewhere. Maybe this is behind. I don't have no idea.
This small number of black MAGA voters are going to
Okay, stay on mute. Somebody drop it. Next person. I said stop it. We're trying to play a
Black
video.
people so much, bitch. Not
Go ahead, yeah.
Omar.
Okay. Give me 1 second to get it queued up.
This chart. Check out this map. These red dots show the oil tanker traffic in the Strait of Hormuz before the U.S. hit Iran. And now look here. This is just 4 days later. And that's because of this. Iran responded by attacking oil tankers in the strait, leverage in a war with a military superpower. Around 20% of the world's oil and natural liquefied gas moves through this passageway. So what does this mean? We already know that gas prices are going to go up. Oil and natural gas prices are surging.
This is an ongoing situation.
Gas prices could increase 10 to 30 cents. Check out this chart. Right now, the U.S. is producing more oil than any other country ever has in history. So why are Americans already feeling this at the gas pump? More than 80% of the oil that passes through the Strait of Hormuz will go to Asia, where the impact will be felt more sharply. Just 4% goes to the Americas. To understand what this means for the U.S., I'm going to talk to one of the top experts on energy and the economy. He was an advisor to President Bush during his first term.
The reality of the global oil market is that a supply disruption anywhere leads to a price shock at the pump everywhere, including the United States, because oil is globally priced and we all ride the same price roller coaster, if you will.
Global crude oil prices are based off of benchmark oil pricing. The use of benchmarks helps buyers and sellers around the world decide the price for different types of crude oil. Each benchmark, for instance, Brent, West Texas, Dubai, is priced separately and represents oil from a different region with specific characteristics like density and sulfur content. The U.S. pumps sweet light oil that's good for gasoline, and that's about it. Producers in the Middle East mostly pump heavy sour oil, good for asphalt, jet fuel, and diesel.
U.S. refiners like to use the type of oil that's produced in the Middle East, also Venezuela and Mexico.
The U.S. mostly gets this kind of oil from Canada and Mexico. Venezuela's infrastructure is degraded, and the U.S. banned imports from Russia. The other source is the Middle East.
The key thing to remember, though, is I want to make this very clear. The key issue is price of crude grades overall is set in a global oil market. And even when the Middle Eastern oils are disrupted, prices of all go up.
A lot of Americans are wondering, how bad could this get? And it kind of depends. This isn't the first time there have been disruptions in the Strait. In the 1980s, during the tanker war, Iran and Iraq struck ships in the Strait, but the flow of oil didn't stop because their attacks were limited, and the U.S. military escorted tankers through the Strait. But in 1979, during the Iranian Revolution and Iran-Iraq War a year later, oil infrastructure was bombed, impacting production and causing a drop in the global oil supply. During this time period, gas prices in the U.S. more than doubled.
That supply loss caused a huge oil price spike that we remember today. Jimmy Carter with the sweaters and the gas lines and so forth.
One of the main differences today is that the U.S. is producing far more oil, which could help absorb the shock felt in the 1970s and 80s. Do you think the economic crisis that we could be facing could be on par with what happened in the late 70s, early 80s with the Iranian Revolution and the Iran-Iraq conflict?
Yes, we could see similar price impacts and economic impacts if there is a prolonged disruption in Strait of Hormuz energy flows.
How could people be personally impacted by this disruption to the energy supply?
So consumers are impacted because it's like a huge sudden tax increase. And when you see a sudden increase in gasoline prices, and they're rising now by a dime a day as we speak, this impacts not only the pocketbook, but the psychology of the American consumer. They just don't like to see it. And it also raises the price of everything we buy at the store and all the goods and services we consume, because oil is embedded in the supply chain of producing and then transporting the stuff that we buy. And finally, there's the financial market impact.
Trump knows he needs to keep the Strait open. He even offered an American-backed risk insurance to all shipping lines to keep the, quote, free flow of energy. With the midterms approaching, rising gas prices and higher inflation would not be the best look for Trump.
In my view, President Trump is acting on principle here. Because if this was just a political calculation, he would not want to start a war with Iran in an election year when his concern partly was getting oil prices down. I conclude he actually means it when he says that he does not want to see Iran develop a nuclear weapons capability and the ability to strike with those weapons far afield of Iran.
You were a top advisor to President Bush. What would your guidance be to President Trump?
Well, my guidance was, and my advice has been, if you wish to shorten the oil price spike that will occur, you have got to, from the very earliest parts of the military operation, degrade those Iranian military capabilities that can make Hormuz unsafe for weeks.
The longer this conflict goes on, the more consumers could feel this in their everyday life, unless the U.S. and Israel find a way to keep the Strait of Hormuz open.
Okay, that was the end of the clip. I'm sorry, I accidentally hit the button. Did anybody have any comments about the clip?
Thanks, Tia, for playing something because it was out of control. Well, anyway, we need to get back to what we were talking about. What were y'all talking about? I don't hear shit about no goddamn blue voted for who. That shit is over with. Let me see if I can find some articles, any updates. I know there was an interview with Admiral Mullen a couple days ago. I think Rubio had one too earlier today. Let me see if this is up. Okay, it's Rubio's press conference. This is it said it was 5 hours ago. Let me see what he's talking about. Nothing. Let me see. Okay, they're talking about the ongoing military operations against Iran, the administration's efforts to return Americans held abroad, and anyway, doesn't have much on what he was talking about other than that. Let me go ahead and play this real quick.
Thank you. I want to welcome everyone here to the State Department. I wish it was on a happier occasion, although we do have things to celebrate in terms of Americans that have been returned, but also we remember those who have not returned. I want to open, first of all, just by stating the obvious. The United States is currently engaged in an operation targeting one of the world's leading hostage taker, the world's leading sponsor of terrorism, the regime in Iran. And first, I think we would all take a moment both to offer our thoughts, our prayers, and our condolences, and to honor the families of those who have fallen, the 7 Americans who have lost their lives in the initial hours of this operation. Incredibly brave Americans, and you saw 6 of them dignified return over the weekend, and we all are in awe of their service, of their bravery, of their courage, and our hearts and our support extend out to their families in this very difficult moment, and the families of these incredible heroes. And heroic things are happening all the time, some of which will never make it to the headlines, but American men and women in uniform are conducting an extraordinary mission with extraordinary efficacy and efficiency and impact. The goals of this mission are clear, and it's important to continue to remind the American people of why it is that the greatest military in the history of the world is engaged in this operation. It is to destroy the ability of this regime to launch missiles, both by destroying the missiles and the launchers, destroy the factories that make these missiles, and destroy their navy. I think we are all seeing right now the threat that this hierarchical regime poses to the region and to the world. They are trying to hold the world. They are attacking their neighbors. They are attacking neighboring countries, their energy infrastructure, their civilian population. They're attacking embassies. This is a terrorist government, a terroristic regime. And we are seeing them conduct terrorism using nation-state elements, using weapons like missiles and one-way attack drones. And the objective of this mission is to destroy their ability to continue to do that. And we are well on our way to achieving that extraordinary operation. There are not a lot of cameras down there covering what they're doing, as opposed to some of the other images that you may see from some of the cities and capitals nearby. But I want everyone to know your military is getting the job done. And every single day, this regime in Iran has less missiles, has less launchers, their factories work less, and their navy is being eviscerated. And the world is going to be a safer and a better place when this mission is accomplished. Now, we are here today, obviously, on something that touches right on Iran, but I think, unfortunately, it's not just limited to Iran. And we're here on the 3rd U.S. hostage and wrongful detainee day, and it's a day that exists because families and loved ones refuse to let their loved ones be forgotten. We have this day to celebrate those who return, to honor those who perished in captivity, and commit to returning those who are still in detention and holding also the perpetrators of this accountable. Last year marked 10 years of what they call SPIHA, the Hostage Recovery Fusion Cell. These were entities that were created with a specific mission of bringing Americans who were justly detained, bringing them home. And because of this mission, because the heart of this mission really can be captured in one word, and that one word is homecoming, reuniting people to their loved ones. 4 years ago, 50-plus families in the Bring Our Families Home campaign created the flag that flies here today. It's a symbol of solidarity. It's a symbol of resolve. It's flown in honor of Americans brought home over the past 3 years, and the Americans yet to be brought home to their families. And many of the families and the returnees and the advocates who made those moments, who made those moments possible, are with us here today. And we want to thank you for your advocacy, for never allowing us or anyone to forget of those Americans that are unjustly detained. And we're especially grateful to those who themselves were detained. You know, it would be perfectly understandable if you decided, I'm back home, I'm going to go on with the rest of my life. Your willingness to step forward, to tell your stories, and to ensure that other Americans who are similarly situated to the way where you once were are not forgotten. We're truly grateful. Your persistence, your courage, and your love for your family members continues to drive this effort in days like today. As was already plotted, March 9th marks the day Robert Levinson went missing in Iran, and actually a case that I was also very involved in as a United States Senator, dating back to my very first day in the Senate. In fact, one of the first meetings I had, and to this I credit my former colleague, Senator Bill Nelson of Florida, introduced me to this case as soon as I got elected. And because of Shulman's ties to Florida, and we remained on that case throughout my career in the United States Senate, and it's one we will not forget. It's indicative of two things: the fact that Americans are taken all over the world, but it is particularly a reminder of the nature of the regime that we're dealing with in Tehran. We're honored to have his son, Doug, with us. Thank you for being here. We appreciate it. So today, in recognition of their extraordinary dedication, really everyone's here, but in particular, we've dedicated the flag flown here today to the Levinson family. And I think it's also important to give President Donald Trump a tremendous amount of credit. He has made the very first day in office to return to justly a priority of his administration. And since his inauguration, a little over a year ago, over 100 Americans have been brought home. And by the way, here at the State Department, Adam and his team have been long working with our partners in the FBI and really across the interagency, have done a phenomenal job in facilitating that, and they deserve a lot of credit as well. But the president isn't just focused on homecomings. He's also focused on ending the cycle of exploitation, of saying enough is enough, of ending the cycle in which Americans are somehow viewed as a valuable commodity that you can grab an American, you can unjustly hold them, and then try to trade them later on for some diplomatic concession or some political concession. We have to end that cycle. We have to make sure that Americans are no longer viewed as targets of opportunity around the world, and nation states and terroristic regimes like the one in Iran know that there are consequences for doing that. And that's why we established the state-sponsored wrongful detention designation. In essence, designating governments and entities that specifically use this as a tool of leverage to their benefit and to our detriment. They view Americans as a commodity that they can grab onto and then trade in the future. That cycle has to stop, and that's why this designation now exists. And that's why, we're the first, I believe, country we designated right under this authority on February 27th was this clerical terroristic regime in Iran. Because when it comes to hostage taking, there has been no worse offender in the world than the clerical regime in Tehran. They are the worst offenders in the world of terrorism, and they are the worst offenders in the world of hostage taking from the very early days. And so they were our first designation. They were founded, unfortunately, on an assault on the brave men and women of our foreign and civil service that were located there in Tehran. And the message is going to be very clear. The United States will not tolerate hostage diplomacy. They're not going to tolerate, we're going to continue to hold that regime accountable, and all other regimes that engage in this accountable for these practices. So, in closing, let me just say today we honor those who are still waiting. It celebrates those who returned, and it remembers those whose homecoming came sadly and tragically in a different way. But our mission, even as we remember and honor those from the past, our mission is forward-looking. We believe in homecomings, we work for homecomings, and under the President's leadership, we will not stop until every single unjustly detained American is brought home. Thank you.
Any comments, Jeff? How do you be talking about them?
Thank you for playing that.
it's just the audacity of them trying to paint them as the bad guy. Like, you started this, so were they just supposed to bend over and take it without any kind of retaliation at all? Like, do they even understand how they sound or what they do? It's just like when people constantly pick, and then when something happens to them, then they're like, oh no, why did you do that? You're so mean. Like, bro, you started it. It's just crazy. They sound stupid. And the other takeaway was, this is the best that the Republicans have. This was the chosen one to be the spokesperson. Please.
There's an interview with H.R. McMaster earlier this week, and he talked about ground troops. And he was like, if we're not sending ours in, the Iranian people need to get up and do something. That's ground troops. So I don't even know where we're going with this war. Trump already said that he's not sending in ground troops. Just kind of, what kind of war is this? There's not going to be a regime change unless somebody's on the ground doing something. The IRGC has too many people that are commanders that are in line to take the position. So I don't know.
So when do we say that this is a lost cause? At what point is that?
I don't know. I don't know. We're already saying that. I don't know.
And as what is a joint effort? Like, what is Israel saying? You know, we try to report on what President Trump says, and that apparently, triggers some people, but, God bless their hearts. What is Israel saying about this? Like, are they giving communication updates? Like, because isn't this supposed to be a joint effort? Like, what is Netanyahu talking about?
They see updates on Israel on the
Iran is saying there's no time for diplomacy.
Also,
I don't blame them.
Reform also.
I'm just saying that's what they say.
Also, Reform, if you got YouTube, right? The IDF, Israeli Defense Forces, they generally every couple of days they update the state of affairs for the defense on YouTube. They're very transparent on what their defense forces are doing. Check it out, it's on YouTube, IDF. They announce about every couple of days or so.
I'll follow them on X, but I refuse to do YouTube. It's my Gen X sensibilities.
Yeah, I feel, but they do like a 5-minute video. Yeah.
Every major outlet organization is just like part of the resume. But thank you. Can you send it to me in the back channel? Because links are triggering for some. It's a little sensitivity in here. It's okay. We always want to be respectful here and politically correct.
What they're saying right now, I'll give you what they're saying currently. They're saying they're going to push deeper into South Lebanon. Pause. They said the troops have advanced further into southern Lebanon overnight. They say their goal is to create a forward defense buffer to protect northern Israeli towns from Hezbollah attacks. They said they're going to do larger airstrikes on Hezbollah targets. They said they struck more than 100 Hezbollah targets across Lebanon, including sites in Beirut. They said they're going to continue rocket and anti-tank missile attacks on Israel. They're confirming deaths in the clashes in southern Lebanon on their side. That's pretty much what they...
The Israelis are actually calling it Operation Roaring Lion.
Lord. Like the Lion of Judah?
It might have something to do with that, maybe.
Yeah, right. What an insult to Paul. I was reading something about Azerbaijan. This was an opinion
Will you say that name again?
Azerbaijan. I know I'm fucking that up. Look at here, crackhead. How do you say it? Even though I'm gonna completely mispronounce it.
You're not gonna give me that try.
Is it Azerbaijan? Azerbaijan. It was basically likening if they killed the ruler, that it would start a world war similar to when Archduke Ferdinand was assassinated. Thank you, Confusion. I can't tell when I look up. That's why I go to like the verified sources. But there's just so much information out there. It's kind of like, hard to distinguish between what's official, what's officially leaked, what's high. It's just awful. But yeah, another oil state. Mm-hmm.
Yes, I think it was out there to live around, you know that, right?
Wow, you had a lot of reverb, brother.
Recording.
So this is the largest oil disruption in history, huh?
I think so far it's on par. Let me look at the markets and see. I think didn't the markets calm down a little bit today?
That's how CNN is reporting.
Yeah, it ended up today. But we're still down the past month, but still up the past 6 months. So I still wouldn't say much ado about nothing. Because there's no end in sight, and the market is not supposed to respond well to uncertainty.
Yes, sir, it will be disfavorable to say the very least. I said maybe the largest disruption in oil in history, but we've had a maniacal B-movie actor. I point him out. I have never changed my position on this leadership, this administration, because I've analyzed it so long and I'm true to the game, not new to the game, but from Truman Eisenhower to this hour, I have analyzed these political networks, the actual administrators, the presidents, the Congress, the Senate, their helpers, their pages, and their notebooks, and watched the impeachment of Nixon. Saw the ways that Reagan did exactly the same thing. He went after Muammar Gaddafi. Who's many factors of evil? I can't remember right or wrong, true or false. So I analyze these things. I have not seen a more stumbling idiot, but have the grips of the people. I mean, we ain't even got on the 34 felonies this dude got because he would have drank all the Kool-Aid and I've tried everything. Every room on this goddamn clubhouse to tell you, don't drink the Kool-Aid, don't drink the Kool-Aid. And they forced to drink. I'm telling you, I got to name them. Just like I remember the president. I went in, Nelson had $1 million marathon. He'd run it every day, and they had an asphyxiation with Trump. You couldn't get him off the testicles, the knob, the feet, the leg, the head. They were trumped out. In the humanitarian room, undercover Trump people, and all down there. In the 40, I got 40 acres of mules on my chest, and half of them was on the Trump Kool-Aid. Right here, the politically correct, the politically incorrect, the fumble, the stumble, the waiting room, the non-waiting room, his name room, and Lou Fax had. He keep more people in his room than anybody. I got an automatic green body than Lou Fax anytime I want to go in there. And about 33 to 30% of them is on the Trump Kool-Aid. And I'm telling you, man, this guy doesn't know politics. I said, I'm not the best journalist in the nation, but I'm standing here telling you, this guy is a non-politician. He has poor management skills, and then nobody took it into consideration. And when he get in trouble, you're going to do just like Clinton and the rest of them, you're going to bomb something. Because he's in trouble. He ain't bombing because it's an absolute necessity to bomb. He's bombing because all his buddies are defense contractors. And they just made all those bombs last year.
and didn't get to explode them on anybody. So they said, hey, you can get rid of a third of those bombs, just go over there and drop them in the bucket, drop them in Iraq, Iran, and Afghanistan, and we'll all be rich. I've stood at the Pentagon and watched a defense contractor that had a subcontract under Kellogg, Brown, Root, and others. And he was a guy to do rebuilding, rehabilitation, restoration to earlier people. He's arguing with a commander that had almost as much decoration as Coca-Cola Powell on his chest. And he's arguing with a civilian. And he said, look, man, I'm telling you now, for the last time, let me explain one thing to you. The place that you're arguing with me to get an itinerary for, that place never got bombed, stupid. This is what he told him. He called it got stupid. That's why you're not going anywhere. That's the only way you could get rid of him, because he had an inside tracking, and they told him this place gonna get bombed, and you're gonna be the one to rebuild it. But the bomb missed the place that he had contracted to rebuild. So I'm saying to you, I watch a lot of funless, stumbling idiots do a lot of funless stumbling, but this dude is the master of idiots that will bomb, disturb this much chaos because we don't agree with your vision. So I'm gonna be the bully on the playground. Hey, well, I tell you what, man, I'm gonna go there and shoot up the playground. How stupid would that be? We shook around because I didn't win the game. I didn't get my way. Bullies, it's time out for bullies. And it's time in for just common sense. Oh, I hope somebody heard that today. It's common sense. You must come to what is meat, M-E-T-E. And that is a diacritical E, by the way. But what is practical and what is logical for your circles. And that's where I land my plane. But I don't know, Poindexter knows it. I have no choice but to blame it on the boss. And, oh man, peace be unto you. Assalamu alaikum. And power to the people.
Ambassador, before you go, brother, do you think the Negro community is gonna? One second, brother. Sorry, I got interrupted by an angry Nigerian. I'm gonna ask you.
No problem.
Do you think the Negro community is gonna survive this?
Sir, I'm gonna tell you. I'm gonna keep it short and sweet. Niggas is just a fact of life, man. And that's it. We are a fact of life. And then you standing on your land. I'm telling you, every single day I come to there, I have 10,000 years of history on the soil of the Commonwealth they call Virginia. 10,000. My ancestors have 8, 2, 3, 4, 5,000 years of graveyards before Columbus even thought about coming around here. And I have my receipts and I land my plane. Just saying, my. We all got this history. Just be strong on it. You don't take no other element home. If you never heard Ambassador over once in your life, take that home as a fact. And say, my.
10,000 is crazy, man.
10,000 years on this history, sir. Yes, sir. Just you go ahead and Google. You start Googling now. Go to the Library of Congress and we'll sit down. And I can show you page by page, leaflet by leaflet. If you're too busy to go to the Library of Congress, go to Dr. King's library. Did you know that William Jefferson Clinton, they call him Slick Willie sometimes, they call him President Clinton. But he was a Rhodes Scholar. He's a Rhodes Scholar. Slick Willie is a Rhodes Scholar. Officially a Rhodes Scholar. The library, I'm going to give you this. This is the last paper for the day. This is the last hors d'oeuvre I'm going to serve you right here. Let me give you the hors d'oeuvre. The library that Bill Clinton studied in. You could put it inside of Dr. King's library. Is on 9th and G, Northwest Washington, D.C., 467 blocks away from the White House. I'm telling you, you can fit Bill Clinton's library inside of Dr. King's library, but you haven't even realized what Dr. King, the G you haven't even tapped into. I can tell by listening to you. You haven't even tapped into the genius of King. You can leave King alone, never study Dr. King. Study his brother, Daniel Alfred King. Same genius in both brothers, and most Black Americans don't even know that. That's a real talk, man. Daniel Alfred King was the main recruiter for Dr. King at the SCLC. He was essential. He was right beside him. Majority of the photos of King, his brother's right beside him, arm in arm. And you never knew. Now, how are you going to assassinate your brother now? And nobody's got an interview on you. Nobody asks you, what do you think of what they just did to your brother? Nobody asked him to put the cross-examination question because I'm telling you, you got to realize how this stuff is put together. I'll give you more on the next mic, but that's just straight up. You got to get your family value system together, your social and your politics. You ain't got to worry about what Trump and Biden and them doing. Just know your stuff and say, my.
Hey, Ambassador, yo. Hey, how can I email you, bro? Because I got some voiceover work. This is a real anchor. I tried to message you like a month ago, but how can I contact you? Is he there? He's on the phone. He got a phone thing on his PC. Yeah, I want him to do some voiceover work, man. I think I got a bag for him. You said you want Normal to do voiceover work for you? Some voiceover work for like a project that I work on. I emailed him like a month ago. You said that was Normal? Not a normal ambassador, bro. Ambassador niggas. Yo, I don't fuck with that Normal. Like,
That's it, my.
I would hire El Normal.
But El Normal actually have music credits too.
Now, I will say, I know said some shit in the Lose Room the other night that I can't believe he said. He actually admitted that his community, they use victimhood to build up, they as a project, as a part of a project. I didn't think he would ever confess it.
Well, I tell the truth. I didn't say we use victimhood, by the way. I said we had a premium after the Holocaust, which we used to build institutions. That's what I said.
What's the difference?
And key word, he said he built institutions. Y'all hear that?
That's correct.
Because some of y'all are allergic to institutions. Some of y'all.
No, brother, not right now. Time is not the shucking job.
And I said, my.
Y'all need
We
to
got
learn to get
10,000 years.
We need to take notes and do the same thing.
No, we got institutions, but some of y'all don't even realize we got them, but that's y'all business.
I am over this shit.
Yeah, we have institutions that's over 200 years old in America. Come on, bro. What's going on? That's why I said some of y'all don't even realize it.
Listen. I'm in the audience along with my fellow audience.
Man, you should have stayed in. You should have stayed in the
I'm
audience.
trying to. I really am trying to, but you motherfuckers up here are really irking my nerves.
You hit the leave quietly button. Brooklyn, hit the leave quietly button.
I can't do nothing.
Come on, it's like 1,000 rules, Uncle.
Fuck up. You can just mute up. That's what you can do. I just sat and listened to a bunch of stuff that had nothing to do with y'all. What is the topic? What are y'all talking about?
What's up, bro?
The fuck?
Is Brooklyn in the house?
Taking this shit. What the fuck?
You know who brought this to that Neil room? Right there?
Yeah, there's been weird news in the past 1 hour or so. President Trump is considering taking over Strait of Hormuz. This is just a minute ago, right? Before that, let me find the exact wording. Also in the conversation with CBS, President Trump says, I think the war is complete pretty much. Now, market moved on those news. And there is a press conference in 2 hours, 30 minutes, something like that, if I remember correctly, 17:30 Eastern time. So I think the expectation is that he's going to declare victory.
He has an economic fallback. He's getting pressure from his naval. I mean,
Yeah,
Trump
proposed
ends.
Oil price has reacted to this. It's now back at 86 WTI. Brent crude is at 90. But just now to the CBS, he said he's considering taking over Strait of Hormuz. I have no idea what's going on. It's contradictory.
Putin proposed some proposals to end the war, apparently.
I think they said approximately 5:30 Eastern Standard Time, neoliberal.
It is 5:30.
Yeah, which is the same as 17:30. Just sorry.
It's okay. I know what you meant.
Thank you, Leo. I didn't hear the 17. I thought you said 7. Thank you. It's 5:30.
TNN.
Over under of Trump declaring Victor and then Kitover?
I don't know. I thought the over/under on this new Ayatollah. I wonder if he'll live longer than a fruit.
And now that's the real over/under right there.
Wait a second. Did I just hear? Are y'all serious right now? Y'all talking about people's lives like that?
Hey, they got a betting market on it, concrete.
You have no perspective, sir.
Hey man, we live in a death culture. We live in a death culture, bro. I don't know what you're doing.
Every day I hear people like you lose the moral test. Like, bro,
Hey, niggas die every day, B.
You gotta joke about it. The fuck?
Hey, you got folks want to hear the Jesse Jackson Jr. speech, just when you get a chance.
The what?
Jesse Jackson Jr. speech. Maya put a link in the chat.
Oh yeah, I did hear him say something. I don't know if y'all want to talk
People
about
want to
it.
hear the
I'm
link. Why can't they
curious.
just listen to the link? I don't get it.
That's not what we're talking
Isn't it like a 2-minute? Isn't it like, I don't get it. Why can't? I mean, we talked about it yesterday for a while. If they want to hear the speech, why can't people just click on the link and listen to the speech? I don't get it. Why would they talk about Jesse Jackson Jr.'s comments about the 3 people that spoke? I don't even get it.
Is he going to rescue some hostages?
Yeah, I'm confused. I'm seriously. Is it a new speech?
I think the one yesterday, but I think some people weren't here, so they just wanted to replay it. And of course, it's up at the discretion of the people on the top with the green bonnets, as we heard today.
Hey, but I didn't know they had beef. I didn't know Jesse Jackson Jr. had beef with the presidents, though. I didn't know that.
It was his response to his father's funeral. Let him rest in peace.
So Trump starts another war so that he can say that he solved it, which will put his number up to 9.
But do we have
He's trying to get out of it because he's getting pushed back from his commanders. That's why he's getting pushed back from his commanders. It's wrecking our Navy right now. You got one ship that's in the fucking Mediterranean that went from the Mediterranean to the fucking Caribbean and now right back in the fight. And these are the same seamen and the same people. They've been redeployed. So it's straining our Navy. It's an economic fallback. There's a lot of issues right now with this war. So I think he's trying to pull out the way he can, the best he can.
Yeah, earlier, about 6 hours ago, Rubio said that the goal of the war is to destroy their missiles and their navy. So if that's all it is, you can declare victory.
Right, and I think he did that on purpose because I just played it. I was like, he ain't saying shit. He didn't talk about anything. He just said enough. Like it's gonna be now. It's gonna be a vacuum. Yeah, I'll see. It's not gonna be good.
This was never meant to be a long deployment.
There's no change on normal.
Okay, what does that mean?
All we did was kill some kids and.
Well, no, it's an awful thing, but it's obviously a minor part of it.
What the fuck did we get out of fucking taking the Ayatollah out? His son's in
I'm glad you asked. He was one of the most maligned characters.
I got it, but his son is in now. So what's next? What's
And
next?
he's upset, obviously.
Yeah, it's mostly about destabilizing. I mean, Israel has their win-win for that, but destabilizing China's oil access. That's why Venezuela had to be done too. I mean,
that is for sure. That's 100% right.
Destabilizing China's access
To oil.
by potentially plunging us
Russia already
into a
guaranteed
global
them to fulfill the.
economic crisis.
See,
So basically, kill yourself to thwart the advancement of China. That's
we're
very,
killing our
very, very
allies
smart.
of our enemies.
Well, our enemy was Russia, and guess what happened? Russia's
Russia and
making a
China.
hell of a lot of fucking money now.
Russia's going broke right now.
Yeah,
Russia's
there's
economy is destroyed.
Okay.
Yeah, Russia's a welfare state to China now.
Yeah.
That's correct.
No, it's not.
Yeah.
Even if it is, China can afford it.
What are you guys saying?
We're saying that Russia's destroyed its economy with the Ukraine war. That's what
It hasn't.
How is it related to the current
I guess
events?
we disagree on that one.
The
But we
current
can just look and
events.
see.
Huh?
We can look and see. There will be data for that.
Definitely.
So what data do you have that you made?
I'm looking at it now. Their G has fallen, but by how much? Hold on. Sorry. Oh, apparently the recovery is their economy is recovering though. So
How much did the GDP fall?
Don't put much stock in reading GDP numbers from an international, like, come on.
Don't put much stock in economics when we're discussing the
Not being
economy.
reported by somebody else, especially when our own government doesn't report accurately, especially when you don't expect China to report accurately. Like, come on.
If you look at Russian GDP, it's quite high because of military Canadian spending. Basically, the wartime economy is producing quite well. Its GDP growths are around 4%. That's not a good metric for the point maybe that Norm likes to make. Like we can go to inflation perhaps, which would make his point actually better. But the GDP growth is high.
Real quick, oil futures are plummeting. So right now, the shorts are winning. Oil futures are down pretty substantially. All markets are going to finish up in the green. NASDAQ looks like it's going to finish up 300 points, as well as the Dow is going to be up about 200 points, which is only 0.5%, I think, in my mind. It's not substantial.
Yeah, the market
But all
expects the war to be over.
Yeah, the market is basically saying, not that the war is over, but they are not expecting a significant disruption going into the second quarter. So they believe that this is a minor blip, and there are some ships that have gotten through the strait. It's not a lot. Not enough, but there are some ships that have moved through the strait, and so the market is saying that they think that this will be under control, relatively soon. It's how soon that happens. That's the question.
Our market's being manipulated.
Obviously.
Trent, so if this guy again.
I had a call.
I'm saying if Trump doesn't announce the end to the war, do you think tomorrow, if Trump doesn't announce the end of the war in 1730 press conference, do you think oil is going to go back up to 90 plus?
No.
No? Okay, you heard it.
So,
It's sad.
he also said he was going to take over the Strait of Hormuz. So what he did for the last 30, 35, 45 minutes of trading was to use the bully pulpit and the rhetorical power of the presidency. Because I was following it. And as soon as this stuff from CBS came out, he did the speech tonight or press conference, that's when it flipped the other way. Just like earlier this morning when it flipped the other way with the G7. I don't know maybe they're going to announce that. I don't know what's going on with that. So.
Yeah, you heard it from Trent. If Trump doesn't announce
So it's 1730.
to the war.
Yeah, 1730. Not 1730.
Yes.
I think it's at 17.
Yes, it is.
So real quick, so just so we understand, so Trent, are you saying that it will not go back up to $90 or what? What are you saying?
I said 90 plus.
90 plus.
And it's basically at 96. And I'll come back. I got people texting me right now saying Trump is getting ready to pull out of the war. They may know something I don't know.
Just make sure you come back and change your.
TV that they had a reporter that he spoke to. Called CBS News. That's what they know.
Yeah,
There's reports where he would he's pulling out of the war.
No, so he was talking to a reporter earlier today, and pretty much said,
he thinks the war is over.
yeah, the war is over. He thinks the war is over.
Yeah,
He's just waiting on Turkey. Is it Turkey? Hold on, let me look it up. It's two other countries. I think it was Turkey and hold on.
I heard that quote from Trump, and what he said is, in his view, which, and I actually kind of agree with him on I do agree with this, that militarily, the war is over. That the United States has taken out their Navy, has taken out basically all of their Air Force, and outside of a few missiles and drones, they don't really pose any threat. They also hit the command center, one of the command centers for the drones. I guess it was this morning, last night, depending on how you.
There were ballistic missile attacks today.
Yeah, there were. I'm not saying again. I don't think he was saying that they were. He acknowledged that they weren't all gone, but he's saying that their threat to the region is diminished. Let me see what this dude wants. He's texting me like fucking crazy. I'll be back later.
I mean, let's let them take the whole front, I guess.
Well, the main thing is Israel's not listening to, right?
Well, there was another
striking today.
There was another piece of news in Washington Post, which again, like taking with a grain of salt, and saying that sources within the Israeli government that are close to the planning are basically looking for all fronts.
You're talking about that Saturday, too. We just got into the war.
Yeah, this is missile attacks at 95%. This is the best case scenario. But did Israel agree to this? Is Iran, they just killed the guy 9 days ago.
Can y'all restate the terms again? Sorry. What's the offer that's on the table?
There's no offer.
There's no offer. Just Donald Trump speaking.
Good point. I mean, didn't he? First, he said he was going to insure the cargo, right? He said he was going to be Lloyd's of London, and now he's saying he's going to take over the Strait of Hormuz. Like, how is that going to happen? Just curious.
I think it's just workshopping as it does with the reporters.
People made some money at the end of the day, and he probably talked to them before they made money. I mean, that's at this point. I haven't seen well, that's not true. There was a slight indication of Israel. Maybe they weren't interested or whatever. Or maybe they were looking for off-ramps. But I haven't heard from Netanyahu, at least in our media, in like 5 days.
Yeah, I was saying that earlier. They've been, at least on our end, surprisingly quiet. There is a lot of pushback against the determination that it was the United States that bombed the school. I've been seeing that a lot. I haven't seen anything else.
I don't know. It'll be interesting to see what they have an hour and a half.
I got the full
Notorious.
Trump. Donald Trump said that the war against Iran was, quote unquote, very complete, pretty much, as he declared that there was, quote, nothing left in military sense in the country. They have no navy, no communications, they've got no air force, their missiles are down to a scatter, their drones are being blown up all over the place, including their manufacturing of drones. If you look, they have nothing left, he said in an interview with CBS on Monday. Trump's comments came 9 days after the war began and followed the surge in oil prices that threatened to damage the global economy and raise inflation. In the interview, Trump warned Iran, they've shot everything they have to shoot, and they better not try anything cute, or it's going to be the end of that country. Oil prices dropped sharply following Trump's comments.
To be fair, it was quite similar when Obama was in office. Not that Obama was going around and starting wars. Does anybody remember, probably have to be Gen X, when there was that rumor that Obama was killed and the market kind of like dipped a little bit, and everybody freaked out, and then they were like, "It's fake news. It's fake news." So basically, nothing. Just more taco market manipulation bullshit.
And about 2,000 people dead in Iran, including.
Oh my God, no.
Somebody in the chat said, "We love Mr. Trump from Iran. Please don't stop war until change regime." Do you want to come up and tell us about that, K1?
That's a bot.
He's got followers.
That's not the Iranians. Okay.
Oh,
Might be shopping today. You want cake?
just because I looked it up, something like 35% of Russia's exports are going to China.
Oh my God, you will think that?
No, I didn't. I mean, I looked it up a minute ago, but I didn't want to interrupt the flow or whatever. But so when I said like Russia's becoming like a welfare state to China, it was kind of a tongue-in-cheek joke to say that because of the sanctions, they don't really have too many trading partners. They're utilizing BRICS as much as they can, which is a Chinese initiative primarily. And without China, they could not stand up right now. But that's just true. If China stopped supporting them, they'd fall down. If that makes sense.
The context of this war and the previous week is that the sanctions are already lifted for India to buy Russian energy, and Europe is actively considering doing the same.
Was that the deal that was lifted in exchange for them policing the Iranian tankers? Because remember we talked about that there were, I think India had captured a few, and then they were doing like the registration change and all of that. I think we talked about that in here. Was that a couple of months ago? And then they were looking at like the history.
I don't know. Maybe doesn't seem connected, although it's impossible to tell. It happened after.
Yeah, I thought I read something
like 2 days ago.
No, I thought I read something that that we'd struck a deal with India that they were going to target the Iranian oil tankers, and we were going to lower tariffs. But I might be a little confused about that. There's been tariffs are still in play, and so sometimes I'm reading stuff and I'm like, I don't know what it's in relation to. Just like random tariffs or like war tariffs.
Well, so I just read what NeoLib was talking about. I didn't know about this. So apparently this month, they granted a 30-day waiver. So it's just a 30-day waiver for India to buy oil. They bought 6 million barrels. And it's directly to offset the tension on the market from what's happening in Iran. So that's interesting.
That's funny.
About unsanctioning them completely. It was all over the news last week.
But didn't India say something about we don't tell them about oil from?
Huh?
That oil was already on ships on its way there.
I mean, they were probably buying it. Anyway. Well, it's at 5:30. It's a speech or a press conference?
Must be a press conference.
Okay. I'm not seeing any reporting, because this would have gone through if you go. I mean, the Wall Street Journal just reported earlier today, that Trump's open to having the Khamenei's son, the new supreme leader, killed. I don't know how this is the end of work. And I'll also say, well, I'll leave it there. I don't want to speak to it.
Yeah, the news about the conference was hours ago, and there was no context given to why. I think the market and generally the interpretation caught on in the past hour or two that that press conference must be about the end of the war.
Shit, I'm not going to do this too many more times, but I will do this one. I missed this. ABC News is reporting that the U.S. believes it intercepted encrypted communications. Did you guys do this? I don't think you.
No.
No.
I don't think I've been here, but I did read about that.
That it intercepted encrypted communications from U.S. from Iran that may act as the operational trigger for sleeper assets outside of Iran. The federal government set out an alert to law enforcement agencies, warning of heightened terrorism threat presented by the potential activation of Iranian sleeper cells in the U.S. This alert, according to the U.S., noted that a preliminary signals analysis of transmission, likely of Iranian origin, was believed to have been sent to several countries in the aftermath of the killing of Khamenei. And then it goes on and on. I just saw this. This came out about 20 minutes ago.
Well, remember when they were asking Trump?
Sean, you know this? I didn't see it. Did you see that before? Did people already see that? Did you guys do that? If so, I apologize. Did somebody break that news in here?
No, I didn't.
It wasn't
so
discussed
nobody broke
here, but
So it wasn't discussed. So when did it come out? I seen it here from ABC News 20 minutes ago. When did you guys see it?
Yeah, it's pretty fresh off the press, man. You right on point.
So what the fuck is Sean talking about? When did it come out? When did you guys see it? This morning?
Nah. Maybe a half an hour ago, 40 minutes. Maybe. Yeah, it's kind of fresh.
I mean, if people see stuff like that, instead of like calling El Normo names and stuff, like put news like that in the chat. If you saw it an hour ago, 2 hours ago, say it if nobody had seen it. That seems like really important news instead of like arguing with El Normo back and forth. Like say that kind of stuff. You know, let me be quiet. Yep.
So I think it was originally announced 3 hours ago.
So we're in a newsroom. Any of us could get blown up in a mall or whatever, at a school or whatever. And 3 hours ago, y'all listened to El Normo and Adrian and Brooklyn and whoever else go back and forth, and y'all didn't want to do that. I got it. Cool. That's cool. Where was it reported 3 hours ago, LF?
ABC News.
Because I want to update my
ABC News.
Alert. Okay. Thank you.
All right, sure.
Did y'all talk about Carolyn Levitt and what she said about the draft?
Yeah, when she said it 2 days ago. Yeah.
Oil is trading like a meme coin today. Jesus Christ, what a wild ride.
It didn't shoot back up, did it?
No. It's 87 currently. WTI. S&P up 3.4%. If Trump doesn't announce end of the war,
But Mark, let me ask you this: even he is saying the war is over. Why do you think that Iran will stop? They said they don't want to negotiate.
I mean, if it's a unilateral withdrawal, right? It seems in the previous week when they're trying to do kind of coordinated de-escalation with Pezeshkian apologizing, maybe they can do something like that.
Yeah, let's see.
Ben, I'm revealed of my duties today. You're back.
I mean, it's a good question. It's all up in the air. Let's see what happens.
Yeah.
Narratively, at least, both can claim victory if they want to, of course.
No, I mean, how America can say it's victorious, I don't understand.
Well, it's going to say it's destroyed the Navy, destroyed a lot of ballistic missiles, obliterated the country, like whatever, told devil lesson. That's it.
And did y'all hear about IEDs were thrown at the marathon? New York City Marathon.
Yeah, ISIS linked, investigated the terrorist.
I believe they have 2 people in custody already.
Wait, why would ISIS attack Montana?
No, it was a counter demonstration against people who were pro-Israel. The guys came up from the Philadelphia area. They're like native Philadelphia Aryans.
Right? Wasn't it Jake Lang? They brought the pigs. It was like an anti.
It was not a pig. It was a goat. It was a goat.
Yeah, I think it was. What was that? Bucks County or something like that.
That's correct.
Yeah.
Wait, hold on, Omar. Is Elmore your big homie? Because you keep referring to him.
Yo, fat boy, fat boy, relax.
That's what I know, bro.
Fat
Why you
boy,
getting all emotional?
Fat boy, relax.
Listen. If Elmore is your big homie, there's nothing you should be ashamed of. Well, actually, there is something you should be ashamed of. But you shouldn't be so emotional.
We're not
He's your big homie. That's all I think.
I'm saying news. Can we get back to the news, please? Aren't they
Country's got this thing with other men, man. I don't know. I think you have like issues.
Yo, whose man's is this? Oh, Omar, I forgot. My bad.
Okay.
All right, fat boy.
Aren't they charged with providing material support to ISIS?
He actually said, so one of the guys waived his Miranda rights and said he was inspired by ISIS.
Yeah.
Crazy.
So what were you saying, Elmore? I didn't understand.
I was saying where they were from. Did you not hear it?
Pennsylvania, yes.
Yes, that's correct.
So you agree that they are charged with material support?
I didn't see the charges.
Oh,
I try to only talk about stuff I know.
Yeah, they are charged with attempting to provide material support to ISIS as a
Federal charge?
Weapon of mass destruction related offenses.
Ooh, that's not
Sealed federal complaint.
Oh, yeah, that's not good.
Good for us.
18 and 19-year-old.
I do think it's good for us, and I do think it's important to take a really firm stand against this kind of stuff.
What was Trump's words that the war was near an end or near complete?
Trump is going to throw out lots of curveballs to keep the enemy guessing. So I would caution against trying to take it literally because it will just drive you crazy.
He said, I think the war is very complete, pretty much. They have no Navy, no communications. They've got no Air Force. Their missiles are down to a scatter. Their drones are being blown up all over the place, including their manufacturing of drones. If you look, they have nothing left. There's nothing left in the military sense.
Problem is, Trump still thinks he can, because he says he still doesn't approve of the new Ayatollah. And there was like reports that he's getting ready to kill him as well. But
sure.
If that happens, are we just gonna play the cat and mouse game, or like what's the point?
We're trying to discourage him. I've already gotten a report that he's been injured in a strike, but it's unconfirmed.
From where?
From the Gulf.
No, like what's the media group that you get from?
I can't talk about all my sources. It just comes from the Gulf nation.
Hey, El Norm, I heard that too, though. I heard that source too. I heard that too. Yeah.
But I mean, I get flooded with data, and most of it is accurate. It's only rarely that I see something that's inaccurate.
Hey, El Norm, you know what I do with my sources? I check them, then I double check them. Put them through AI and everything. Man, I make sure before I say something. Yeah. Some of y'all need to do that, because y'all don't. Y'all just want to talk.
I call it triangulation. If I'm getting the same thing from three sources,
Stop this, please.
from three sources,
Neoliberal. So, as of 20 minutes ago, Trump said the Iran war is very complete and ahead of schedule. He said that it's very far ahead of schedule. He said that it was an estimated 4 to 5 weeks estimate. And he said he has someone in mind to replace, and he says, kind of me, but did not elaborate. So I guess he'll elaborate in an hour or so of who he has in mind. And then also, yeah, he has in mind.
Is his first name
I know
Donald?
I'm reading the same story. Can I just go, hell is some punching, just really. So then, okay, so I have to say this. If the war was over, then what happened this morning when we were researching about all the missiles and stuff that were being launched over? What's going up? Everything was taken out. We were ahead of. I can't go back that far and pull up those stories, but if I have to, you guys were in here all day. You saw that. Where is it? Now, 2 hours ago, British jets intercept drones. Heading towards Jordan and Bahrain. Is that how you say that, Bahrain?
Bahrain.
I'm sorry, Bahrain.
Yeah.
RAF fighter jets have carried out military action to defend the nations of Jordan and Bahrain. The UK Minister of Defense said earlier. Took out an uncrewed aerial system in defiance of Jordan, intercepted a drone heading directly to Bahrain. The UK is also started conducting defensive flights in support of the UAE. The ministry also added. Yeah, so how is it over again? Explain to me.
Lisa, the only problem I had with that last submission is that you apologized to El Normal. Can you please never ever do that ever again? Please and thank you.
You're making yourself look bad, Concrete. You ought to take a breath and think before you open your mouth.
Trent, we can barely hear you.
I guess one continuation of what Lisa said is that Trump is saying he's thinking about taking over the Strait of Hormuz. Do you hear me now?
Why is that story so complicated? Because earlier this morning, you guys said that the United States didn't want to put its ships in such a confined area. The day before that, or this weekend, it was reported that he was going to escort any of the tankers that got insurance to go through, that are willing to go through, that they were going to escort them through. Now you're saying that that he said that he's going to take over. So, which is it?
31% of the oil comes from there. our goals.
I got it. I thought it was 20%.
Yeah. Well, it's probably 20% from Straits of Hormuz, right? I was thinking about it as well. So that's that's significant, right? This is why they went in there in the first place for that war.
I'm sorry, but it's
10% of the world's oil is
from 31.
What are we saying?
I don't know where we went with that.
Let me go look it up again because I read 20%, but I'll go back.
It is 20%. It is 20%. 20%.
I'll go back and put a link in the
When I
chat.
said the 31, I was including Venezuela. That's right.
Venezuela is not 31.
11%
It's
of the
not.
world low.
Yeah, it's not a lot.
I just set this one down on that.
Hey, Amar, can you mind mute that real quick so I can say something?
I'm not off of you.
No, not Amar. Omar, not you, Omar.
Oh, thanks.
I'm muted.
All right, real quick. All right, so I just got this is one of my boys who's a CEO for a major auto group. His boy is an oil trader, big time, and he says that it's over. That the reason oil is trading down is because the expectation that Trump is going to announce mission complete, packing up the ships, and let Israel take over from here. So that is, I personally disagree, but this gentleman who I do trust, he does know some folks, is in agreement with y'all.
That scenario would be worse.
This was always the plan.
That scenario would be worse than what we have now, because you wouldn't. What does that mean? The United States is not going to be in offensive or defensive capacities anymore. That would actually be worse, because Israel cannot do things that the United States is doing, including Europe. If that's the case, the oil crisis will be a worse crisis. They'd be hitting all kinds of things. They'd be hitting all kinds of things they're not hitting now.
Well, let me just take the point was to take out the Israel thing. The real point was that we are like you were saying that the oil crisis was too much politically for Trump to bear, and that he will be calling it quits. And that's
I guess I get the Johnny Walker this time.
You
So
get Johnny Walker.
Is the regime changed then? If it's over, let's say, is the regime changed?
The regime's not changed. That's saying their regime.
Okay. Did they have popular uprising in the streets, being armed by Mossad and the Kurds? Okay. Yeah.
I will say this, sir. If this is accurate, if this is true, the bottle owe me. I would owe you back.
I owe you a bottle.
You said that you was now okay. Here's the bottle. All right, but you would be right. I would be completely wrong in my assessment of what is happening. I still believe that my personal opinion is I believe that they got the Iranians on their heels. I believe that you can get through this for another 2 weeks or so without oil going completely nuts. But I have to say that politically, when you look at the polling on this, which I'm sure they showed Trump, politically they didn't make the argument well to go in for it, and it's gotten worse, hasn't gotten better politically. And so, from a political standpoint, I don't know if this is something that he's willing to bear. My assessment is we stay in for at least another 2 weeks, but a lot of people are saying that I am wrong.
Well, I'm closer to you. I'm assuming that the markets are responding to that assumption, and people made some money at the end. But I think you are correct. I think it'll be more than 2 weeks. There's just no world where the United States pulls out and Israel goes after alone. But are the hostility in northern Israel with Hezbollah and southern Lebanon going to end? No.
That's kind of the second
Iran already knows what it can do. The way the oil shot. Why would they stop based on what they saw last night? It was $115 last night. Why would they stop? You got the man in there now. I don't want to talk too much.
119.
Okay, so from the U.S. Energy Information Administration, they say
The Strait of Hormuz, located between Oman and Iran, this is where I got that information from, because I did read, connects the Persian Gulf with the Gulf of Oman and the Arabian Sea. The strait, I don't want to go past that. Large volumes of oil flow through the strait. Very few alternative options exist. I didn't go to that. Oil flow through the strait averages 2 million barrels per day, or the equivalent of 20% of global petroleum liquid consumption. Thank you. And that is from the U.S. Energy Information Administration. It was published June 16th, 2025.
So Trent, thank you for that, Lisa. Trent, so would you, in theory, lose your bet, even if the war is over, but was there any other details to that bet?
Hey, that boy marches up to that mic and says mission complete. The door put on the aircraft carrier does a salute, thank you very much, and walks off the stage. I have lost $100. I can't take that back. However, I'm holding out hope. This next 60 minutes of Mark is going to be interesting because I got multiple people texting me this now. What I think that they will announce is because is the G7 call scheduled for today, or was it early today or tomorrow? Neil, you would know.
G7 call happened.
The G7 call already happened.
Yeah.
I think what they will announce is a release of oil to the market, and he will give an update on what the accomplishments and reassuring the American people the accomplishments of the U.S. military. That's what I believe is going to happen to calm the markets down. I don't think that we're getting ready to have a pullout. I personally don't see it right.
And it shoots right back up. And you're still correct. And you can stand. It shoots right back up. And I actually think that's more likely to happen. I hope it's the first one. But if it's the first one, that means we lost. None of the stated aims were we didn't get the. Look, if it's over, everybody knows South of Phaedra Parks. They have it's gas. They have the uranium, right? We didn't get it. We're just talking about now. People talking about what do you guys call them? Special forces and I don't know, all the stuff. Delta Force, Omega, Lambda, Pi, whatever forces they are. I don't know all the things like you guys do. The names. If that's the case, and they still have the uranium, if that's the case, and it's now the man's son after you kill his daddy and the mother of his children, and maybe a child too. I can't remember if they killed the child.
Yes.
Or killed his wife and wounded his children, of his child too. And he's now in control. It's a total loss. Agrees with that. That's a total loss for the United States. Again, you lost a 9-day war with Iran. While it's raining oil in a city of some 12 million people. Imagine, how can you make the people of Iran who did not like the regime begin to like the regime? Have oil raining on them, blowing up the desalination plants, and then pulling the fuck out because the price of oil got to $119. That's actually the worst case scenario for the United States.
And killing 160 something school children.
And now killing 160 something school children. That's a Tomahawk missile. I see some people online say that. I don't know. That's a Tomahawk missile. It's even at the angle, the what do you call those things? The fins. That's a Tomahawk missile because it looks like a Tomahawk. It's a Tomahawk missile. This is the worst case scenario. If anyone else agree, I'll talk for the next 2 minutes. I don't want to go too long, so I'll mute up. But I'm open to a back and forth with anybody for the next 2 minutes. If anybody disagrees.
I agree, and on the part that one would ever think, but specifically on the part that market is too optimistic, but there is kind of a logic to that optimism, which is to, like it's a self-fulfilling prophecy, right? Like prices that are down now put extra pressure on Trump to end it. there is logic to the market getting back to 80 something, which if Trump doesn't go ahead with inbuilt assumption of the market right now that it's over, it's another round of spikes, right? So let's see.
Big Sister makes a good point, and Big Sister makes a good point too. And the other thing it did was it supercharged people investing in developing nuclear weapons, more nuclear weapons, those that had them, e.g. France, and those that didn't, e.g. Poland. Didn't Poland announce it was going to start a nuclear program?
Yes.
Are we expecting Iran to come back to the negotiating table after this? I mean, it's just ridiculous.
Oh, I don't know about that. I mean, obviously not anytime soon. And then the question, because this is going to be a fascinating hour. I mean, I'm actually now in a very good mood because my team just signed the #1 free agent, pass rusher. So I'm very, very excited. Washington just signed Odafe Owe from the Chargers, which is beautiful news. So it's been a rough 4 hours. I've been crashing in my house. But I don't know. I can't even get there yet. Another question becomes, what is Israel doing? Israel's going to stop fighting? I think there was a ceasefire that they tried to do with Hezbollah that France was brokering. That got rejected today. I think if I read that earlier today. This is an embarrassment. This is not like taco. Trump always chickens out. This is like an enchilada on top of a burrito, mixing the chalupa deep fried with tomatillo sauce and sour cream on all sides. It's beyond taco. So there's no way, I totally agree with Trent, what he said earlier. There's no way that this is going to be a pullout and we're done at 5:30. And the bitch is going to shoot right back up. Trump always chickens out, Big Sister, and follow me back to girl.
Well, Trent, for the record, Trent said that if he doesn't announce stop to the war, the oil isn't going to rise to 90.
Yeah, he's wrong about that.
No, I don't think it'll go back up to 90 immediately. The last thing I'll say, and then I gotta go back to work. Another one of my friends said, and I've been listening to CNBC all day, so there's multiple people stating the same thing. They need to get the straight flowing by Friday, basically next Monday. If you don't have it up by next Monday, then we're going to see a significant shoot where we're talking about $120, $130 to $150 a barrel. So we'll see. We'll see.
It's already 120.
No,
it's all the way down because of the G7. That's what we're talking about.
I'm sorry, I came in it wrong. It's all right.
No, it's all good. I mean, this is Al Jazeera's reporting that they just took 3 drones down near a big airfield 15 minutes ago. You telling me this is going to end in 45 minutes? I totally agree with Trent.
Yeah, it's Kuwait defending against drones just 9 minutes ago. The Saudi Arabia says intercepted drones 17 minutes ago. There were ballistic missile launches.
Didn't they hit a radar area too, or got close to it?
In Tel Aviv?
Yeah.
In Israel, yeah. You guys see the reports about Trump talking to his donors about Rubio and Vance? That they all said they wanted Rubio? Or most of them said they wanted Rubio.
Y'all got news ADHD. Y'all got ADD. Y'all got news ADD. How y'all do that?
Bro, use Al Jazeera breaking news. It's literally, they collaborate all the news agencies on one timeline. It's crazy.
What are you talking about?
If you go to Al Jazeera, it's called AJA Breaking on Twitter. They report all the news from all the legit agencies, ABC, CBS, all the Arab ones, and they just breaking news every fucking 2 minutes.
What does that have to do with you changing the topic to talk about the American election?
Oh, never mind.
5:30.
Yeah, I thought you were talking about how we're getting like different news so quick.
That's okay. You do your thing. I'll shut the phone.
So Trent, what's your lesson learned from this bet? Remember, don't be doing stretch bets anymore. I told you that yesterday. Where did he go? Damn. Okay. Yeah.
He didn't lose the bet. I mean, if the idea is that the U.S. is going to pull back and take over the Strait of Hormuz, the fighting is going to only intensify. He didn't lose the bet.
Well, he said it's going to be over by March 20th or April 1st. I thought that was kind of a stretch in general. That was his OG bet.
Also, in other news.
Well, if that were the bet and it were over today, he would win the bet. The bet was about regime change. Time and the degradation of the IRGC. If the bet was it would be over by March 20th, and Trump was announcing it was over today, he would actually win the bet.
Well, yeah, that's what I just asked him. I said, so in theory, he would win if it was over, but he said regime change by March 20th? Oh, that's even worse. She shouldn't have said that. That's even worse. What's going on? I gotta stop taking advantage of that, man.
So it was like started with the nuclear, then the ballistic, then nuclear regime change, then the drones. Like it keep changing, the objectives keep changing all the time. I don't know, like what does he claim? Like not as Ben said, like there's no regime change. How many junior is on? Ballistic missiles still firing. Nuclear weapons, well, we don't know about. I mean, none of the objectives have been achieved. So, how do you call that a win?
You took oil prices from, I think, $60 roughly a barrel to $100 a barrel. And they collected an estimated 80 million to 100 million from Venezuela. So, mission is definitely accomplished.
Okay, I'm not going to respond to that.
So
that was a response.
Trump also had a 1-hour conversation with Putin today discussing ending the wars in Ukraine and Iran.
Yeah, that's crazy. Yeah, this was a waste of time. I think most of us said it was a waste, and it was unnecessary. There was no justification. But for me, like I said, when our troops are in the battle, I just try to support them and not try to do that Monday morning quarterbacking. But hopefully he'll learn his lesson. But I think every other Republican seems like the neocons have taken over this Trump White House. So it is no longer America first. So that's pretty clear with Lindsey Graham and Kanye back in the House. Somebody even said Pence is happy about this bullshit. I heard. That's crazy. I blame the Democrats, though.
Truth here on mute. Okay, breaking news 5 minutes ago. Grove side news. Iran waits tactical shift in Persian Gulf strikes while intensifying attacks on Israel. A senior Iranian official told Tropeside News that Tehran is considering scaling back some attacks on United States bases in Arab states while increasing strikes on Israel, arguing that Iran has already achieved many of its tactical goals against US military infrastructure. Also for shifting targeting, Iran's political and military leaders believe their ballistic missile and drone operations targeting US bases and infrastructure have largely achieved their intending aim of degrading major radar systems and depleting stockpiles of interceptors. The officials said Iran's leadership is reviewing whether to shift more of its operation towards Israeli targets in coming days.
I'm just speaking now.
Isn't Q on the chopping block as well? What's he saying?
Oh, you're not an event, so.
Was I muted? Did you hear what I read? Or was I muted? Speaking.
No, we heard it.
Okay.
I cannot screen it. I guess have it 2 o'clock.
Go ahead, thank you.
Hold on, give me like 30 seconds. I'm getting my iPad.
That's not the scheduled one for 5:30.
Oh.
You're gonna
Hello, Jen. How you doing today?
Hey, Concrete, how are you?
So this one, he's talking to says Trump speaks to GOP lawmakers. He's giving, it says give remarks at the Republican members issues conference in Florida. Is that what y'all looking at? That's the only thing I see that's going on live right now.
Yeah, I just see.
He just said it's going to be a short-term excursion. That's what he just. Short-term. Y'all might be right. He might throw the white flag tonight.
Wait. What do you like when you say the white flag? How do you think he's gonna word it?
Propaganda. The military and
By declaring victory, right?
yeah.
That's crazy.
Same with neo. So think about it with neoliberal, just right, but coming from Trump.
Before, when he's talking about a proper supply of munitions, that's very different from saying that the war is going to end within 4 to 5 weeks. So the president did lay out, try to lay out very clear objectives in this war to communicate that. After several polls, including right here at CBS News, found that the American public felt disconnected. They felt like he wasn't being clear enough about what he hoped to accomplish. And the president said he wanted to annihilate the Navy, that he wanted to decimate capabilities in the air and in the sea, and that he wanted to make it all but, pretty much impossible for Iran to fund terror around the world.
I'm sorry. It says that this was live in Florida earlier, but they're showing him speaking, but they're not showing him speaking. Like they're reporting out.
Yeah, go to Fox probably.
Okay, hold on. Sorry.
But I think
people were, down in internal dynamics. We'll find out in 37 minutes, so it's fun to speculate. People were talking about the 20,000 who were killed a couple of weeks ago.
Yeah, we have another one-time member who I really got to know over the last few years, and I'll tell you, he's a winner. He's a champion with another great wife. We get good wives up in there. Let's say great wife. Fine husband.
What the hell is this?
But
Trump.
Thomas
He is
a real champion and a winner.
speaking
He
to Republican members.
So thank you very much. Great job. You did a great job. And our conference chairwoman
is Lisa McLean, and we all know
It's
Lisa.
live right
Don't
now.
get on her wrong side. It can be a very, very bad experience. Great,
Oh shit! Sorry, y'all.
great job. And a very special thanks. You know, you broke a record. This is over 20 million. This is it's the biggest of these type of events that there's ever been by a lot. You didn't just break it, you broke it by a lot. So I want to congratulate you. But there's just great spirit. The Republican Party has fantastic spirit. The level I don't think has been seen before. I really don't. We have to get a couple of people on board, which in at least one case is virtually impossible. I wonder who that might be. A sick person. But I want to say a very special thanks to everyone at the Institute for helping.
Someone asked to get the stream.
Who wanted to listen to this? Oh,
And not to listen to it. I just said he's talking.
Well, Mark, you said you did want to listen, bro. Don't
Listen till we get the stream.
I know, but I'm saying, what do you want to listen to about it, Omar? Is it about the war?
I didn't say I wasn't listening to it. No, I'm just
asking what the stream is.
It was not streaming. He's talking live, right? And while I said he's talking live, that's it. He's talking
for the 531. Come back. I kind of want to go through this. So the estate's goal, my understanding, was to make us offer by eliminating the terror network. If it is announced that it ends at 5:30, the terror networks are not eliminated. You just killed some people who controlled it. They've been replaced with younger, healthier people. The dad was 86 with cancer. My name is Larry. Cancer. Float, float on. Anyway, I'm just trying to understand in my mind, if you had Hezbollah, Hamas, which we know about in that region, but all these terror networks that were threatening Americans, because that was the stated goal. That justified the action.
May I add a comment? I think that people in this, yes, there are people in the chat doing a better job of weaving a narrative about what's happened in the administration. There is active work convincing people to themselves that blowing up Khomeini was the real goal. I mean, it's pretty stunning. You guys should get work at the administration so they can get one story and stick to it. It's just a thought.
If that was the main goal, they could have stopped Sunday, like 8 days ago. That's why it doesn't make any sense.
The goal is threefold. No nukes, no ballistics, no terror proxies, no slaughtering their own people. It's
all
very,
of that
very
will
clear
continue
for
with this. All of that, so we're 0 for 4. That was actually 4.
I guess if that's your opinion, you're entitled to it.
Well, I mean, okay, let's go through it. So you said no nukes. Did we get the enriched uranium?
We weren't going to get the enriched uranium. We were going to prevent them from getting nuclear bombs. I say we did a really good job at putting them back into the 19th century when it comes to the development of nuclear bombs. Next ballistic missile, we took out, according to the intelligence assessments, which are widely available.
That's not what they said.
Oh, yeah, it is. It is. Yeah, it is. They take out the nuclear sites. Then taking out the ballistic missiles.
You and True said it was. Which one did you get? Because I saw one yesterday. One second. I'll pull it up.
Do you see exactly
development sites? You don't have to fire hose it.
We're not doing either of those cliches. We're not gish galloping.
That's not a cliche.
Fire hosing.
You are fire hosing.
He's saying let's go one at a time.
Let's go one at a time.
Yeah, we're starting with
this in the New York Times. Shut up, please. This was yesterday. Iran could retrieve uranium at site U.S. bomb last year. Fate of the highly enriched uranium and options for securing it have been critical issues for the Trump administration. That was the headline about it. American intelligence agencies have determined that Iran or potentially another group could retrieve Iran's primary store of highly enriched uranium, even though it was entombed under the country's nuclear site in Isfahan by U.S. strikes last year, according to multiple official classified reports. Those familiar with the intelligence said that Iran can now get to the uranium through a very narrow access point. It's could remove it, how they could move it, which is in gas form, stored in canisters. U.S. officials have said that American spy agencies have constant surveillance of the Isfahan site and have a high degree of confidence they could detect and react to any attempt by the Iranian government or groups to move it. The stockpile of uranium will be a key building block if Iran decided to move toward making a nuclear weapon. With Iran in chaos from the ongoing strikes by Israel, the fate of uranium and the option of security have become critical issues for the Trump administration. On Saturday, President Trump was asked by reporter, why am I reading this? Right, so the uranium is still, so the uranium they still have, and they could develop a weapon with it, right?
They can't shoot it though. That's what Norm was getting to.
They can't shoot it. What does that mean? They can't shoot it.
You're being purposely disingenuous, man.
He's speaking. I'm looking in the hallway. I'm not being disingenuous.
Yes, you are.
And I said there were reports yesterday about the uranium, which they could still access. That's what I'm saying. Right. So, that's what I'm saying. So he just said they can't shoot it. So what does he mean they can't shoot it?
Yeah, so from what I read, and I don't know, I'm just reporting it.
Where'd you read it? I'll pull it up.
Wall Street Journal. And also
Wall Street Journal.
Wall Street Journal.
Nuclear.
Missile firing capacity.
Okay. On the nukes. Okay.
Ballistic missiles.
No, he said the nukes.
Yeah, and ballistic missiles.
I'm talking one more time. Say it again.
Well, I said missile firing.
You're being very childish, man.
You're being childish. He said the nukes.
Yes, I know that.
Then shut up.
And the nukes go on ballistic.
You're done for the day. You're done for the day.
Hey, Bam, correct me if I'm wrong.
Hold on, War Room.
Okay, go ahead.
Truth. Where did it say they can't shoot the nukes?
So, from my understanding, and correct me if I'm wrong, the nukes.
No, I don't know if you're wrong. You told me you read it. Just tell me. I'm gonna pull it up.
Oh, so that's what I was saying. The missile firing capacity is reported down 70 to 90%.
No, I'm not asking about that. I'm asking about firing nukes.
But aren't those fired via ICBM?
Oh, fucking A.
That's
Go ahead, War Room. What were you gonna say?
Isn't that what the...
Watch how sassy you are, Northside. Block for life.
I mean,
Northside, you can be sassy and block for life.
Yeah, damn, look at what I posted just now.
Go ahead, man. Y'all.
Oh, no, real fast, because I felt gaslight. Primary delivery method of nuclear weapons is ballistic missiles. Iran has literally boasted that that would be their primary. What is the implication that they're going to put a nuke in the back of the...
Do they have one left?
70 to 90%.
Do they have one left?
Bro, okay.
Do they have one? Wait a minute. Maybe you don't know how nuclear weapons are shot. Do you know what a nuclear payload is?
Yes, what does that have to do with 70
Okay,
to 90%?
so do they have one left?
If I said 70 to 90% reduction in firing missile capacity, why are you asking me if they have one left?
Do they have a platform?
The degree to which they have, I don't know. I don't know what 70 to 90% reduction.
So they just fired they just fired ballistic missiles. Do they have platforms?
They have 10 to 30% of them remaining.
Do they have platforms?
10 to 30% of them remaining.
So yes, they have platforms. Do they have ICBMs?
10 to 30% of them remaining.
They have that. Could they hook it up to one of those?
Yeah, once they figure out
how. So then they can shoot it. I thought you had something breaking news. I was thinking you said that. I was like, oh shit, I missed it from the Wall Street Journal. All you're talking about is the belief from intelligence agencies that there was some reduction in number. I'm talking specifically about the nuclear weapons. We know the numbers have been reduced. Every numbers have been reduced.
I never disagree with that.
Do you not disagree with that? All right, y'all. This is why I'm done being liberal for this right here. He just said I never disagree with that. He's been disagreeing.
No,
you said they couldn't shoot them.
Fuck, I wish replays were on. I don't think
you said they couldn't shoot them.
Yes. See how that's different? I didn't say there wasn't a nuke or the capacity to develop one. I said you can't launch it. You don't
launch it. They have platforms.
You don't put it in a cargo van and drive it into a fucking country. You fire it. If you lost
they have the platforms to fire it.
They have 10 to 30% in less than 3 weeks. What the fuck is the trajectory?
Oh my God.
All right, you got it.
Oh my God, yo. I cannot believe this. Go ahead, neoliberal.
No. Thank you. I'm not touching this.
I'm a little confused.
You said I'm not touching this, neoliberals. Since when?
Based on the numbers you gave, they have a 10 to 30% chance of launching a nuke. That's not elimination. That's, I don't know, maybe it's me.
So you think? You literally said they had 10 to 30%. I don't think that number's true. But they have 10 to 30%. That means they can shoot them. I thought you had breaking news, bro. I'm Googling, I'm going away from free agency and shit. You said they can't shoot them. Then you said they still have 10 to 30% left of their platforms with which they use to shoot them.
Yeah, that's not enough capacity in order to get one off. We have counter missile.
Yeah, oh my God,
we have counter missile strategy. Why are you being belligerent? You fucking.
What do you mean that's not enough to
do? You know how missile volleys work? You shoot in volume.
Yes.
You think they shoot one missile? That's what you think. You think, oh, we shoot one missile, and then we just all watch it in the sky. Just shut the fuck up, bro. You're literally just ranting to hear yourself talk.
You're the dumbest person I've heard all year.
So you think that missile ball is one missile at a time? One missile. One missile. They can't intercept the nuclear 90 missiles in one day.
Oh my God! You know what happened? They intercepted. You sent a nuclear missile to Bahrain and intercepted. What happens? What happens?
Realistically, they couldn't do that. Like, that's just fear mongering. Not all missiles are built the same. They don't even have that.
You said they couldn't do that. You said they were doing that.
This is like, for example, if somebody's got 100 tanks and some of them are brand new and some of them are from the 50s, and I say 80% are blown up, and you treat it like they were all top of the line. This is just bad faith. This is legitimately bad faith, disingenuous. That's why the first thing I ask is, do you think they shoot one missile at a time? Why do you think the remaining silos are capable of delivering a fucking nuclear warhead? You tell me why you think that. Exactly.
Okay, what's the argument?
He literally thinks he's correct. This guy said if they developed a nuclear weapon, they could not fire it. He said he read about it in the Wall Street Journal. Said they couldn't shoot it. That's what he said, Patty. He said he read about the Wall Street Journal. Then he said that the numbers were down. Some reports believe that they were from 10 to 30% left of ballistic missiles and platforms. He then said if they took the nuke and put it on the missile and shot it, that the Americans, Israelis, Kuwaitis, whatever, intercept it and explode it and release nuclear shit all over the place. That's what he said. Now he's saying they can't shoot it again. In the chat, what he put was the article that we all read about their degraded capabilities, which has nothing to do with whether or not they can fire one. RJ came off and said, well, if they have 10 to 30% left, they still have the capabilities. I don't even know what he's arguing, but I do want to ask him a question. What happens if you intercept the nuclear missile?
Contrary to popular belief, it does not detonate. Nuclear devices actually require a chain reaction occurring within the bomb. They don't explode on impact.
Right, so what happens if you try to intercept?
It falls out in the fucking sky or explodes with whatever intercepting missile's detonation force was.
And then what happens to the material?
It depends on how big the intercepting missiles, I forget what the payload is.
Oh my God.
So I'm done. I don't think that a warhead.
I'm done. Like, nukes have literally landed, not exploded. So it's not a thing.
Wait, people shot off nuclear weapons on ICBMs. They've landed and not exploded. Where?
Yes. I'll get a link.
Okay.
Landing is different from exploding it with another device, though.
Yeah, but the intercepting missiles won't cause them to detonate. Unless they're designed to do so, but that's not, from what I've read, that's not military science. You gotta keep in mind, too, they literally don't even have it yet. So this is so This is literally like they're at 60% enrichment, and we're already talking about them launching a nuke. They don't even have the fucking.
No, that's because Norm said that we got rid of their ability to build them, which was a lie.
Yeah, I didn't agree with that.
And we were talking about. Let me just give the recap because Patty asked, and then I said, if you look, there was an assessment yesterday where intelligence agencies said that they can still get the gas because they're in canisters. Then you said even if they develop it, they couldn't fire them. That's what you said. Now you're talking about intercepting. Your original claim was they couldn't fire them.
Yeah, so what I'm expressing is the idea that it's not strategically feasible. So I wasn't like using precise language.
Strategically feasible to use.
In order to deliver a missile payload, in order to get a guaranteed strike from a missile, you have to shoot a ton of missiles because most of them are going to get intercepted.
Wait.
Do that.
Go on.
That's how anti-missile technology. That's how missile interception technology works. You know how Iron Dome works? You think there's like a force?
You think you need to shoot a ton to get them? Oh my God.
Yeah. Hold on. How do you think Iron Dome works?
Oh my Lord.
Okay, just in case you don't know, the way Iron Dome works is it's shooting missiles.
It's nothing but it's a short range missile just to deter missiles from coming in. Nobody cares.
So you have
What I'm asking you, you just said that there's no way for Iran to freaking, like if they did have a nuclear weapon, that they wouldn't have a platform to launch it? Is that what
I said it would not be feasible. It's not realistic.
That's not what you said. You said they were going to shoot it.
What I said. I said they can't do it, and this is a more detailed explanation of why.
So they already have missiles. They just need something. So they can use their ballistic missile systems. Like they can use.
They still have like 2,000 left.
Right. They can use that as a delivery system. What's going on here?
No, they have 2,000 left that they can only fire. Reportedly,
They have
cruise missiles they can use as a delivery system.
That is true, but they
have aircraft that they can use as a delivery.
We just destroyed their Navy and their Air Force.
Oh my God.
Dude.
Iran doesn't.
Oh my God, these people just listen to what they say. By the way, the Iron Dome.
It could be false.
By the way, the Iron Dome will not stop a nuclear missile.
I never said it would. That's not what I.
Said
oh my God, that's not what I said.
What you just said.
Now hold on, real fast.
You said you had to shoot multiple missiles.
If you shot one nuke at Iron Dome, yes, Iron Dome would stop it. Is that contested?
A high-speed ballistic missile would almost certainly penetrate the Iron Dome. That's why they don't want them to get them.
Let me double check this.
The problem is they do not, as of yet, have the ability to reach America. Right?
We're not talking about that. We're not talking about that. We're not talking about that. We're not talking about America. Just stay on top of it. Because I want Truth to Google it. We stay on topic, bro. Hold on, BT. Did you Google it, Truth?
I'm in the process.
Okay, what's it say?
God, why is it fucking taking so long? Alright, fuck this. Let me just.
Anthony, shut the fuck up. There's nuances. It can be intercepted. Warheads. You ever heard of a warhead? What's going on?
The Iron Dome could not intercept. I said it would be highly unlikely. Iron Dome. The Iron Dome is for short range. Go ahead. What do you have? But I could be wrong. I mean, if Anthony knows what I don't, that's fine. I mean, I could be wrong. But the idea that they can't shoot off of if they had a nuclear weapon, that was the first thing that made me just insane. Because they were degraded 10 to 30% was insane. But I could be wrong, Anthony. You can. But intercepting a nuke, that's odd. I mean, what are you finding? I could be wrong. Yes, it was the dumbest thing for him to say is that they could not put it on a missile because of the report from the Wall Street Journal. What's it say, Drew?
So yeah, you're right. Iron Dome's not designed for ICBMs. That's for Arrow 2 and Arrow 3. It's under. So to be fair, and you can catch me on that. When I referenced Iron Dome, I should have been more precise. They have multiple anti-missile defense systems. The ones designed for the ICBMs, David Sling's Iron Beam, Arrow 2, Arrow 3, which are designed for exo-atmospheric hit-to-kill interception. These are incredibly well designed. So Israel does have the capacity to stop ICBMs, just not through Iron Dome. And so, anyway, my main point was just to say it's not realistically. If you're in a position where you're launching a nuke, guess what you don't want back? A nuke back, right?
That's a different argument. Now you're changing the
because feasibility is based on, bro. Okay, fine.
Norm said Norm said
you got me. You got me.
Norm said that they didn't have that it was over, and I said the intelligent. By the way, you can beam and stop nukes as well?
Well, specifically Arrow 2 and Arrow 3, working in conjunction with David Sling, and Iron Beam's one of them, like Iron Dome. I don't think David Sling is for medium range threats, so it probably wouldn't handle an ICBM.
Okay. Will you also admit that you can penetrate the Iron Dome even with a single missile? Not likely, but it is possible. You don't have to fire multiple.
I mean, it would totally fail. It's been proven 90% effective.
So, y'all have a good one.
Hold on, but it's been proven 90% effective against multiple barrages. So why would one singular? That's literally like saying if the system fucking breaks.
Because it depends on what they're sending. If it's short range or drones or other things, we're talking about a different kind of missile.
But why would the intuition be that if you lose 70% of your missile firing capacity, what no one found out was this brilliant silo where you've just got top of the line fucking HCB and no one's even seen these before. Oh God, we can't stop them. What? Bro, that's
what are you saying? Now you're just saying stuff. What are you saying?
No, that's why I said this is disingenuous, because the goalpost has moved from me simply saying, oh, realistically, they can't do that too.
What are you saying?
The goalpost has been moved from me saying realistically they can't do that, and that being framed as, oh, they literally can't technically. And I'm like, okay, no, it wouldn't be feasible if someone takes away 70% of your firing capacity, and the only way.
I just looked it up. The Iran's claiming was taken for what it is, that they have the Fatah 1 and Fatah 2. You're telling me the IRGC's Fatah 1 and Fatah 2 will get stopped by the Iron Dome or the Iron Beam?
I actually am ignorant of this. I'll have to look into them.
They're hypersonic missiles. This is the whole ball.
Oh, they're hypersonic. Oh shit. Let me see here. Oh, and I said in the beginning, just to be clear, I said, look, and you even repeat it yourself. I'm going off the reports. I don't know anything. I'm just going.
Nothing you said was in the Wall Street Journal report.
It said 70 to 90% reduction in missile capacity.
We agree. I read the report. Norm said that the objective was accomplished, and I said, well, if they still have the enriched uranium and we don't get it, it's in canisters, gas or whatever. You don't get it. You didn't accomplish that objective. And then you said, well, they can't fire them off, which is untrue.
So I'm looking at it right now. Could that pierce it? Let's see.
Could a you're having this conversation here asking if it could pierce the Iron Dome or the Iron Beam. Come on.
No. Arrow 1 and 2, which is designed for...
Fatah. This is the whole reason why they don't want them to develop it. Have you not been following?
Fuck Israel, fuck black people, fuck Israel, fuck their core.
Whoa, leave us out of this, brother.
Well, to be fair, we might be the original Jews.
Damn it. Not right now.
Yo, Ambassador, check your DMs, brother.
What are you finding, Truth?
Oh, shit. Okay. But ain't gonna over my face. Hold on.
It's fine, bro. It's fine.
So apparently they've already used it successfully.
Oh, God, mercy on my soul.
No, but you didn't know that because you would have threw it in my face.
Throw what in your face? You said they couldn't fire it, but they can't fire. They haven't developed it yet. There's a fatwa. They haven't developed it yet because of the fatwa. You know there was a fatwa against them, yes?
I don't even know.
Okay. Who's next in the queue?
I say hello to First Lady.
By the way, Khomeini put the fatwa in, and Khamenei continued the fatwa. I'm gonna tell you something right now. You know who's gonna declare that fatwa null and void? Anybody know who's going to say it's like a haram?
His son.
They killed his daddy and his wife.
I don't know if his
Anybody want to bet me on that? Anybody? Anthony, somebody want to bet me on that?
What's the bet? Hold on, what's the bet, bro? What's the bet?
That the son, well, not real bet, but Omar, that the son will not continue the fatwa of his daddy and his dad and the daddy's boss before him. Anybody disagree? Who disagrees? Sorry, Anthony, I've been on mute for a long time, brother. He yelled at me, called me stupid, I had to kick out Norm too. I don't know why I'm doing this. I'm just so hyped from the NFL free agency, bro. If I can get a wide receiver too and a linebacker, I'll probably die of joy. But anyway, we signed on it today. Oh wait, today is unbelievable. For only $100 million over 4 years, I'm literally on cloud 19. But can somebody who believes that you killed his daddy and his wife, maybe his kids, so I can't remember. Who believes that fatwa still exists or will exist when this is over? Anybody? Anybody? Okay.
I will say nobody.
We all don't believe it's going to exist. How is this regime change for the better that makes America and Israel safer? Let's do the next leap. If he's going to announce the end of the war in 9 minutes. Anybody? Anybody?
I'm gonna say nobody.
Cool. Shout out to Keith Sweat. And to you, Brooklyn, God damn it, fatwa.
Every time you say it, I giggle.
I want to say that I was rooting for truth in that last Mandingo fight.
Oh my God!
I think we could hope for better next.
You were rooting for his Mandingo?
I will celebrate your return for his nigga. You gonna do it like that?
I love you, Concrete.
Gee whiz.
Children listening.
Now I hear it. Is that what you said, Concrete?
How you understand? BT, get your cousin, bro.
Nah, I can't do on this, but true.
I'm gonna take her to get some chicken wings at where's the place that y'all love?
Somebody tell me, because they was in the room arguing this morning, and I know y'all were more informed of this. They were arguing saying that Iran is whooping America and Israel's ass, and that we're gonna lose, and that it's just not going good, and Israel is scrambling. Is that true? It's not. They don't know. These people are not informed. It was an uninformed side. Most of them probably don't even read. But so they was arguing this shit down. They both were spewing different propaganda. One side saying, "Nigga, we America, we can beat anybody's ass. What you talking about? We bombing all this shit." The other side said, "No, they're just not showing y'all the real stuff. They are losing. Israel is getting their ass whooped." So I know y'all probably know. So study this stuff sometime.
Yeah, there's pictures coming out of or allegedly different sources like TikTok, where people on the ground are transmitting information allegedly. And if it's true, it does look like Tel Aviv had some damage. But of course, that's in we're in the day and age of, AI videos, so who knows?
Right. But we also in the day and age of our news not telling us the truth. So that's why I was just asking.
Well, that's not true. The news is always telling the truth.
If you look at the disruption that this war is causing, someone could argue and say that, yes, we are losing. The Strait of Hormuz, $121 per barrel of gas. The high alert and paranoia of lone wolf attacks, right? We don't know if we can believe the images as far as the combat, but yes, their Navy has been destroyed. We saw the trickery of the 3D and inflatables on the ground that we're spending billions of dollars to bomb, looking a bit foolish. So again, the disruption that this war is causing is hurting people like you and me. I'm going on.
Gotcha. I like my brother. I mean, I love you. You're one of my favorite people.
He can love him. You said Mandingo loves him.
No, I did not.
He loves this man. That is okay.
I just want to talk. That's one of my favorite people. I could not vehemently disagree with my friend. First of all, we are not bombing inflatables and painted things like they have said. I'm not going to say that has impossibly happened at all, but we have hit more than 3,000 targets. I think what we have to do for a moment, if this was, and I don't like, there's only one way I can compare this. If this was a football game, the score at halftime is 70-3. I mean, this is not a close comparison. We have destroyed 43 of their ships. You can see them burning in the Persian Gulf. We have destroyed the majority of the Air Force. That's why there's no MiGs or F-14s that they have flying over the skies. We have eliminated the heads of their military. That has happened. Iran has acknowledged that. We have eliminated lots of leadership. This is not a...
Yeah, we're not winning. What the fuck is the winning that you're making?
Let him land, Brooklyn. You have to let him land.
Yeah, we do, but can we do it in a minute? A lot of people want to talk.
All right,
and the thing's about to start at 5:30. I mean, the thing's starting at 5:30. So, you want
30 more minutes on the shirt. Go ahead, brother.
No, I don't want to do 30 more minutes. Iran has somewhere between 3,000 and between 1,000 and 3,000 deaths that we know. We have tragically suffered 6. Is suffered that we know of. This is not a close compare. There are hardships on our side, but to say that this is close militarily is ridiculous.
Okay, cool. So, anybody else want to go? We got 2 minutes.
Let you respond, because it's like he didn't listen to a word that I said. Oh no.
All right, cool. So I would agree with you militarily, for sure. I mean, I don't think anybody, no one think, I mean, I think we won Vietnam militarily. Wouldn't you say, Trent?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Okay, yeah, you agree. You agree. Okay, cool. Did we win the Vietnam War?
No.
Okay,
no,
cool.
I mean,
One second, Trent. Let me just finish. So, based off the various stated objectives, it's from other people's perspectives. I agree with you on military. From their perspectives, it's not a win. That's all. So, if the perspective was to have the people, the end goal. And by the way, to be fair to the other side, this is what you were saying a lot. Was for the people to rise up, overthrow, reinstall Pahlavi or some other person to topple the Islamic Republic. If Trump's going to announce it in 1 minute, did we accomplish that goal? Did we topple the Islamic Republic, Trent?
Yeah, if Japan,
we toppled the Islamic Republic?
No. If the man says that we're pulling out in the next minute that we're pulling out, I'm gonna be in complete agreement with you.
That's all they're saying.
But I don't think that's what's coming.
I mean, I agree with you on that too. Who's gonna stream it?
That's what she said.
I mean, there's some people that still think America won the Vietnam War. It all depends on your particular whatever. But if the aim was for the hijabs to come off and to go back to the filmmaking of 1970 and Frank Sinatra and Louis Armstrong performing in Tehran again, and to be fair, that's what a lot of the war boosters were saying the goal was. That's what it was. They were also saying that they wanted to eliminate its missiles program. Even if it's 90%, it's not eliminated, and they're going to rebuild it with the help from China and Russia. Is that fair or is that not fair? Is that unfair? Unfair? I invite anybody to disagree.
Patty, can you stream?
Oh, I'm driving.
Okay, I can stream, but it's only going to be for an
Why
hour.
don't we stream it?
Trump's big speech, 5:30.
Trent, we didn't bomb an ideology, though, in Japan. They had soldiers going there. There was people with boots on the ground.
Right, don't do a World War II thing.
Yeah, it's completely different. We just didn't bomb Japan, bro. A whole different. Does anybody disagree? Does anybody believe that Khomeini's son still having an Islamic State? Does that mean we accomplished the objectives of getting rid of the Islamic Republic? Because the argument was we were at war with them for 47 years. This is what people are saying. If you still have the supreme leader, you still have the council of experts, you still have the IRCG, you still have the Basij, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Did you accomplish those goals? No. That would be an L. This is just objectively true. And let's not even disagree. You can tell me where I'm wrong until it comes on. Does anybody disagree? Notorious, you always disagree with me. Come up and tell me where I'm wrong. Nazis were not bombed out. There's a little thing called D-Day. What's going on, y'all?
The Nazis weren't. But the only thing
what are we doing? He said the Nazis were bombed out. Now, y'all do this on purpose, and y'all just don't know American history at all.
I don't know that the Nazis were bombed out.
Neither were the Japanese.
And the Japanese weren't either. But
Japan, I will agree. Japan was essentially it was the nuclear bomb that took away the invasion. But now in the age
took away the invasion. What is wrong?
You're gonna be wrong. You just try to stick to the next point, man. Don't do that shit.
Yeah, that's what they do it, I think.
He took away the need for the United to invade Japan. But now in the age of Reaper drones, now that you have Reaper drones that can sit above a populace and essentially control it from doing bad things, I don't know that ground forces in the traditional sense are still needed to control a population. I don't know that. We shall see. We're going to
back to Reaper drones that were shut down. Wait. That wasn't the argument. The argument was about ideology. And you mentioned Japan. By the way, the Soviets are calling. Are you familiar with Manchuria?
Yeah, I'm familiar with Manchuria. Right. Yeah, but we don't need to talk about 1945. And bring it up. You brought it up. Lord, you're correct. We've lost 11 of the MQ-9 and Reaper drones. But what my theory is, and we'll see if I'm right, is if you've got MQ-9 Reaper drones unimpeded sitting over a populace, it's really fucking difficult to shoot protesters and hang them from cranes.
That's what you think?
That's what I think.
So you think that, let's say when it ends and the Islamic Republic is still there, you don't think there'll be the same sort of bloodshed and oppression?
I think it's possible, but I think if you are able to eliminate enough of the leadership as you have, it becomes very difficult. Like when you've eliminated the police stations and command centers and communication, it's very difficult
when you have thousands, tens of thousands of people on the street protesting, to begin shooting them down in cold blood like they did before.
What if they take them in homes? What if they put them in their prisons and shoot them? Can the drone see that? 1 second, I'm just asking. I don't know about the drone technology. Can they see through roofs and stuff? I don't know.
They actually can see through roofs and shit.
Okay. So then what would they do if they see people getting to just drop a bomb? I'm asking.
Listen, I'm agreeing with you. In the traditional sense, you still need, in our minds, you still need ground forces in order to completely take control of the populace. But my belief is that if in fact it is true that 50 to 60 to 70% of this population no longer wants this regime in charge, I'm with Patty on this, as she said it. I believe with Reaper drones above you and a decimated military, you can retake the country.
I don't know if the military is decimated.
Yeah, the military is not decimated.
I thought they had like a million.
Can I come in for a minute?
Oh, go ahead. Yeah, you guys got it. Go ahead.
Sorry, I just want to come in for a minute. I'm geographically a little closer to the war right now, sitting in India as I'm monitoring this, and I'm just listening to your conversation.
What does that have to do with anything being geographically closer?
Because I am just trying to give you a perspective.
Just give me a context, bro. Just give you a submission.
Okay, I didn't know this was such a.
It is, because you're trying to do this thing, you know more because you're closer. There are people in America who don't know shit about America. Just give you a submission, bro.
Well, firstly, no, I think I'm not comfortable talking with this tone, so it's fine.
Cool, you just got Reaper droned. Who's next in the queue?
Hello, I'd like to speak because I'm geographically closer to Ben.
Go ahead.
May I?
He could speak, Trent. I was asking, what does being closer have to do with it?
I think it's something of note.
Well, you've reported the most, and you're further away than all of us. I'm closer than you are. How do you know more?
I don't, but I like to hear people who are close to it. I like to hear their perspective.
Well, for starters, you'll be getting a different set of news than you are.
All right, so go ahead. Just give us your submission.
Firstly, I don't think the figures that you've got the figures all wrong if you believe that 50 or 60% of the country does not want the regime in power.
Who said that?
It's what somebody just did.
Trent, he's talking to Trent.
Trent said 50 to 60% don't want it in power?
Yeah.
I said that.
Okay. Go ahead.
Right? I think that's a wrong estimation, Trent. You've got that. A lot of people actually are behind the regime. A lot of people have rallied around the flag post, especially after Khomeini's assassination. That is one. Two, here, the perspective that the news that we're getting here in India is completely different from what you're getting on Fox News, for example, or CNN, for example, right? And I'm just listening to your perspective, and I'm just trying to kind of come to terms with trying to figure out what exactly is going on. Here, what I'm seeing is that Iran is right now in a better strategic position as compared to America and Iran and Israel, because they can't afford to have this war going for a very long time. And Iran actually has stockpiles and stockpiles of missiles. They can keep this war going for for months on end, which US and Israel can't afford. Trump, on the other hand, is just constantly bluffing his way through it. I don't know how many Americans are actually able to see it. That's essentially what I'm wanting to just say.
He actually agrees with many of y'all. And let me ask him real quick. Well, what percentage do you think?
Hold on. How does he agree with us? What do you mean?
He basically is saying that Iran can continue to prosecute this war. They have plenty of missiles, and that the United States can't afford to continue on. So I just wanted to ask him, okay, it's not 50 to 60% of the Iranian population that is against this regime. What's your estimate that does want to uphold this regime?
So Iran has a couple of different groups. One of them being the Persians, which is basically not the non-Muslims. they are apparently oppressed. Yes, and in some cases, chances are they are, because it is an Islamic majoritarian state. But having said that, I think that percentage would be close to maybe 10 or 15%, not more than that. Again, the protest that recently happened, where the news was that they've killed over 2,000 people. The Iran news actually, the Iran foreign minister actually sent out a list, and he said, here's the list of 387 people that we have executed because they were instigating the protests. Some of them were even Mossad agents. And if you are claiming that we've killed close to 2,000, 3,000 people, add the rest of the names. And they weren't able to add any names to that list. So, the propaganda here being that the people are not with the government or with the regime, which is not true.
So, Trent, how does he agree with us? I agree with you. He doesn't agree with us.
I'd say he agrees with many of this room that think that Iran apprehends.
We think Iran has the upper hand. But let me give you the room's position for those of you who disagree with you. That militarily, tank on tank, as Patty would say, the United States can beat just about anybody, probably anybody. But in terms of the stated objectives, vis-a-vis asymmetrical warfare, especially its effect on the economy and its control of the flow of a set of resources, they can bring a lot of us down economically and otherwise while they go down. None of us believe they have the upper hand militarily. You've never heard anybody in here say that. You've never heard that. We agree with you. They are, the Navy. But we also don't believe that the Iranian Navy is something that anybody was ever worried about. It was like 10 boats. Right? So that's it, man. You gotta stop, making up straw men. That's not what anybody was saying. Nobody here thinks that Iran has an upper hand militarily.
No, not militarily. Definitely not militarily.
What do you say?
Right now, not militarily, but in this war, right now, the way the war is going, Iran is not backing down. That's
what you say, Drake?
I said I don't even think they can control the Strait much now. I don't think they'll have this missile capability.
That's a prediction. Well, it's not. At its narrowest point, the Strait is only 20 miles at its narrowest point.
Also, it's right now, it's not exactly Iran that's stopping the boats. It's Lloyd's of London that's stopping the boats. They've increased the insurance so much that boats don't want to go through because they don't want to pay the increased insurance costs. So that's why when people say boats are still getting through, some are still getting through because they've decided to pay the insurance costs.
Breaking news. Before I get to the breaking news, is Trump speaking? I thought it was done at 5:30.
It's actually done. He talked about trans people. He talked about doing the election. Not too much on Iran, though.
And donating $1 million to the House Republican Caucus.
No, the 5:30 speech.
Oh yeah, that was it. I was watching it while you guys were going back and forth.
That was it.
Yeah.
All right, you can play it.
That's not the one. The one that's supposed to be is delayed. He's late.
Yeah, so the one you're talking about is the GOP
conference. Okay.
Yeah.
So let me do breaking news.
He's still talking to the GOP.
So it's going to be a while, which is what I figured. Let me do breaking news. This came out a little while ago. Again, if y'all already said this, I apologize.
He got on the phone call with Putin?
It looks like, one second. This is from the Senate Majority Leader. A lot of it is, this is about the SAVE Act. This is breaking. Unless you already saw it, I apologize. Having studied it and researched it thoroughly, you have to show me how, in the end, it prevails and succeeds. Because I think what has been promised out there is that it would actually in the end get an outcome. And I find it very hard to see that based on actual past experience. There were a couple of different occasions when the Democrats contemplated doing this, both under Majority Leader Harry Reid at the time and Senate Majority Leader Schumer, and they opted against it because they examined it the same way that we're examining it. And obviously, what people don't realize, I think, is that it's all unlimited debate, but it's also unlimited amendments. So what I've said before, you have to have unified support, not only for the ultimate goal, which is the Save America Act on the process to be able to defeat amendments that will undo legislation in the first place. And we can't find a piece of legislation in history that's been passed that way. So it looks like earlier he said a lot of it is, you got to know, paid influencer ecosystem, as there's support among GOP senators, but the process and how do you ultimately try and get a result is still unclear to me. So it looks like Senator Thune is rejecting the talking filibuster on the SAVE Act for the voter ID bill. That's some breaking news that just came from NBC News. It's pretty big. The majority leader saying we can't do the talking filibuster thing. No comments? That's it? Okay. No?
So the filibuster would mean what exactly?
The talking filibuster, so they would have to. So there's like, now you just nail it in on filibuster. You need 60 people to stop the filibuster. The talking filibuster, you need to physically be there to do the thing.
Right.
But the issue with that, outside the time, is there's unlimited, not only unlimited time to hold the legislation, but among other things, unlimited amendments. Effectively, what it would do is it would glom up the Senate forever. There would be no other legislation. There would be no confirmations. There'd be no resolutions.
Is that what Trump wanted them to do back in?
Well, I don't think he knows. Well, no, he wanted them to get rid of the filibuster completely.
Right.
So I guess that's what I'm saying. There's the filibuster we have now. There's a talking filibuster. There's no filibuster. The easier way, what you're not going to do, is no filibuster. So there's this middle ground that Senator Lee and others want, which is a talking filibuster. The problem with the talking filibuster is that it has this other things which I just read out, including unlimited amendments. It would stop all business in the Senate. It's actually a worse option than the first one in some ways.
Right.
Yeah. So it's not going to happen.
So does that mean the bill's dead effectively?
That's what it would seem, unless they can get Democrats to stop filibuster, or they get the cojones to get rid of the filibuster completely.
Oh, that's something good.
Anybody, one mic on the people that said it'd be passed out. There's somebody in the room said it'd be passed by now. I'm not going to call them out, but I will invite them up. He's invited.
So if the person appears, then wouldn't we know? He's so silly.
He's not gonna come up. Huh. So that's the news on that. Any thoughts?
No. I mean, other than the fact that it didn't go through.
Okay.
I'll just say we'll wait for Trump to say it. This is what he says as a GOP. Iran was supposed to be this big, powerful country, and they should have cried uncle. I don't know when they're going to cry uncle, but they should have done it 2 days ago because they don't have anything left. That was 20 minutes on.
They haven't even tapped into their strong stuff yet.
Okay. Well, I mean, that's fine. I mean, that's rhetoric. But I know that G7 this morning was talking about tapping into their reserves because of what Iran was doing. So even though they're not a big, powerful country militarily, they certainly seem to have enough effect to hamstring the global economy. In some ways, that's worse than military defeat. So I agree with you. We all agree. The Iranian Navy and Air Force, by the way, I believe the Iranian Air Force still has Soviet-era jets. Yes, we agree that they cannot do it. I agree with you there. However, I know that the French were sending a fucking aircraft carrier and some frigates and destroyers to accompany product to get up to the Red Sea and the Suez Canal. So it's correct. They cannot beat the French military. We agree with you. We agree with that. But that urea and all the other shit that you need for fertilizer, shout out to Frank Ocean, they were able to glob that up pretty effectively, which has always been their goal. Which, if you read anything about Iran before a month ago, you would know that because they've been talking about it for 30 plus years. The model is the embargo of 73. Are you familiar with the embargo of 73, Trent?
You're not telling me anything. I know it's you're not.
Okay, cool. So that's their game.
Yeah. I don't think they will be able to hold it. That's
okay, we'll see. You also said that they'd be overrun by the people on the street by now. Twice.
That's true. That's true. I was wrong about that.
Twice.
Yes, you're right.
You said you give it every Sunday. You're now 0 for 2 on Sundays.
I'm 0 for 2 on Sundays. I'm like the Raiders.
Not too much on the Raiders. I need to do this. Today, the Raiders spent $27 million a year on a fucking center. Let me say it again. They spent $81 million for a center over 3 years.
3-time Pro Bowler under 25.
I'm almost done. Here's mine. I like it.
Okay, thank you.
I like it because while no center or interior lineman has come close to making that much money, they're about to draft this boy Menendez. The Raiders had the worst offensive line last year. Now, if you can anchor it there, they got extra first-round picks. They can draft some tackles, perhaps, maybe get somebody in free agency that's an upgrade. Had this boy anchor it up the middle. Behind him, you got Menendez. Behind him, you've got Genty. It was a lot of money, but I understand why they did it. They're the only team that I can understand why they did that. I understand it.
I'm not trying to correct you. It's just Mendoza,
sorry. I said Menendez. I apologize. I'm getting my...
Didn't they pay a lot of money for a kicker many years ago? Janowski?
Not like this. But yes. I mean, I think it was that they paid a lot of money. They drafted him in the first round was the main issue.
And on your side...
was drafted in the first round, if I recall correctly.
He was drafted in the first round in, I think, 1999. And on your side, which actually... Just FYI, that was probably one of the best picks they've ever made because they made the Super Bowl shortly thereafter. But on your side, then getting Max Crosby and giving up 2 first-round picks. I hadn't asked you because we've been talking about all this stuff, but I'd love to hear your thoughts on that.
I think it's an A trade for both teams. I think it's great. Y'all weren't going anywhere with Crosby. I think it's great for the Ravens. He's only 28 years old. They draft well anyway, even outside the first round. I think, and they need a pass rush to do it. I think it's a fantastic pick.
Dreaming, this guy is speaking. Orangina.
All right, go ahead.
Dreaming.
Not Orangina. I can't stream my mama left the door. Orangina.
That was funny.
That was used to be a drink, something like that, wasn't it?
Orange Julius?
Orangina. Yes, called Orangina.
Mm-hmm. It was like an orange soda.
Oh, okay. I thought you were talking about Orange Julius.
I loved it.
No, it used to always be a treat in hotels. Let me see if I can find it. Orangina. That they used to talk about on Frasier all the time.
I love it.
Okay, I think I got the right one. Did you guys want me to stream it, or Lisa?
Yeah. Is it live now?
Please.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Oh my gosh. All of the other thing with Midnight Hammer, getting rid of the nuclear threat from Iran, which was a big moment in history, in my opinion. and the great success we've had in Venezuela and all other places. Every place we've gone, we've had tremendous success. But while we're doing all of these things, we're achieving major strides toward completing our military objective. And some people could say they're pretty well complete. We've wiped every single force in and out very completely. Most of Iran's naval power has been sunk. It's on the bottom of it's almost 50 ships. I was just notified it's 51 ships. I didn't know they had that many. Didn't last very long. And these are fighting vessels. They're meant to fight, but they're not meant to fight against us. We continue to target Iran's drone and missile capabilities. Their drones are way down. Their drone manufacturing has been hit starting today. We know all of the places they manufacture the drones, and they're being hit one after another. Their missile capability is down to about 10%, maybe less. We're also hitting where they make missiles and where they deliver missiles. We've struck over 5,000 targets to date, some of them very major targets. And we've left some of the most important targets for later in case we need to do it. If we hit them, it's going to take many years for them to be rebuilt, having to do with electricity production and many other things. So we're not looking at it if we don't have to. But they're the kind of things that are very easy to hit, but very devastating if they are hit. We are waiting to see what happens before we hit them. We could take them all out in one day, but it's all resulting in a 90% decline in various, in particular, Iranian missile launchers, 83% drop in drone launchers. As you know, the drone launches are pretty well shot, but we're at over 90% decline in the Iranian missile launchers, which is very hard to reproduce and very hard to get. And usually what we were able to do through great equipment, a lot of people, as soon as they sent a missile up from a launcher, we were able to announce that launcher within a period of 5 minutes or less, accurately right on the nugget. So now we have low-cost interceptors effectively combating Iranian drones, and our B-2 bombers recently dropped dozens of 2,000-pound bombs to destroy missile launchers all over Iran and very deep under Iranian soil in many cases. The soil was no match. And we're also annihilating the manufacturing base that the regime uses to build drones and missiles at a rate that nobody thought was possible. We're knocking them out. We know where they all are. We're knocking them out very quickly. We're ahead of our initial timeline by a lot. I would say that we probably would not have thought after a month we'd be here. In addition to the fact that we've taken out the leadership twice and maybe 3 times. And we, as you know, we want to be involved. We don't want another president that maybe wouldn't be willing to do what I'm willing to do for the good of the world, for the good of our nation, to be stuck with a situation in 5 years or 10 years from now. So we think they should put a president in, or the head of the country in, that's going to be able to do something peacefully for a change. They've been doing this for 47 years, killing people for 47 years, whether it's the barracks or even the SS Cole, where they were involved very strongly. They always denied it. But they were very strongly involved, and all of the people that died through the roadside bombs died and are right now walking around with no legs, no arms, a face that's been so badly damaged. The Iranian regime has been attacking Americans and spreading terror for 47 years, and despite these countless opportunities to renounce their nuclear ambitions, which they had just a short while ago, they told Mr. Witkoff, who is standing right over here, they said, they actually said, we want to keep building. Essentially, in a real nutshell, we want to continue to build nuclear weapons. If we didn't knock out Midnight Hammer, if we didn't knock out their Iranian potential, if we didn't do that with Midnight Hammer, they would have had a nuclear weapon. They would have used it long before now. And at a minimum, Israel would have been annihilated. I was very lucky that we had the courage to do that we had the talented pilots and the great equipment. The B-2 bombers are unbelievable. We ordered 25 more, by the way. The newer, better version. It's we have the greatest military in the world. We have the greatest equipment in the world by far. You see that no matter where we go. You still need the people though to operate it and to use it. And those are the people that we cherish. Even after we obliterated their key nuclear sites.
Are you tired of waking up tired? The Tempur Lux Adapt mattress has 30% more conforming
forever. For civilian purposes, we have people offering them free nuclear fuel. They weren't interested in that because they wanted to build a nuclear weapon. So instead, the regime was trying to reconstitute its weapons program at a different site. They couldn't go back to where they were, the 3 sites that we obliterated. But they were starting work at another site, a different kind of a site. And that was protected by granite. They wanted it protected. Granite's pretty good, but they wanted it protected by a lot deeper. They wanted to go a lot deeper, and they started the process. While rapidly building conventional ballistic missiles, they were going to do it all at the same time that threatened our overseas bases and soon could have reached even our homeland. The regime's intention was to use this exponentially growing ballistic missile threat to make it virtually impossible to prevent them from obtaining a nuclear weapon. So as you probably saw, they had a tremendous number of missiles, most of which have now been used or destroyed, and very unsuccessfully used because we have been able, for the most part, to shoot them all down. What incredible technology. The Patriots have been unbelievable, and other things. And the laser technology that we have now is incredible. It's coming out pretty soon. Where literally lasers will do the work of, at a lot less cost, do the work of what the Patriots are doing or what other things are doing. The situation was very quickly approaching the point of no return, and the United States found it intolerable, in my opinion, based on what Steve and Jared and Pete and others were telling me. Marco was so involved. And I thought that they were going to attack us. I thought they would, if we didn't do this at the time we did it, I think they had in mind to attack us. And if you notice, they did something which was very foolish, very stupid, I would say. They attacked their neighbors. And the neighbors were largely neutral, or at least weren't going to be involved. And they got attacked. And it had the reverse effect. The neighbors came onto our side and started attacking them, and actually quite successfully. If you look at Saudi Arabia, you look at UAE, Qatar, and others, but they were strong and they were smart, but they got attacked. Nobody, when I first heard it, I said, no, somebody made a mistake. There was no mistake. UAE had over 1,000 missiles shot at it, knocked them almost all down. On the very first day I came down the escalator in 2015, I said, quote, I will stop Iran from getting nuclear weapons. And all I'm doing is keeping my promise. Think of that. That was in 2015. I said it. It was a threat then and a much bigger threat now, but no longer a threat. Not for a long time anyway. We want to keep it that way. As we continue Operation Epic Fury, we're also focused on keeping energy and oil flowing to the world, and I will not allow a terrorist regime to hold the world hostage and attempt to stop the globe's oil supply. And if Iran does anything to do that, they'll get hit at a much, much harder level. I will take out those targets that were easy and that I mentioned just before. We'll take them out so quickly, they'll never be able to recover, ever. If they want to play that game, they better not play that game. In the long run, oil supplies will be dramatically more secure without the threat of Iranian ships, drones, missiles, nuclear menace, or anything. So the Strait of Hormuz is going to remain safe. We have a lot of Navy ships. We have the best equipment in the world, inspecting mines. Again, most of their ships are down at the bottom of the sea, but we will hit them so hard that it will not be possible for them or anybody else helping them to ever recover that section of the world if they do anything. In recent years, the regime and its terror proxies have launched attacks on hundreds of commercial vessels. We're putting an end to all of this threat once and for all, and the result will be lower oil prices, oil and gas prices for American families. We've done that. We've done it. We brought it very low. This was just an excursion into something that had to be done. We're getting very close to finishing that too. In the meantime, during this brief disruption, the United States is offering political risk insurance to any tankers operating in the Gulf. So we're putting up risk insurance. We'll perhaps go alongside of them for protection. We don't think it'll be necessary. If it is, and if they do anything, the price will be incalculable. It will be so great that they will have wished they never did it, because you have to keep the straits flowing. With all of that, it affects other countries much more than it does the United States. It doesn't really affect us. We have so much oil. We have tremendous oil and gas, much more than we need. We have Venezuela now as our new partner, great partner. They've worked out so wonderful. We're working with the administration, the president, and it's a massive source of oil, gas, everything. But we're in a very good position, but very unfair to other parts of the world, like China as an example. I mean, we're doing this for the other parts of the world, including countries like China. They get a lot of their oil through the straits. So we're doing this. We have a very good relationship with President Xi in China. I'm going there in a short period of time, and we're protecting the world from what these lunatics are trying to do, and very successfully, I might add. We're also waiving certain oil-related sanctions to reduce prices. So we have sanctions on some countries. We're going to take those sanctions off till this straightens out. And who knows, maybe we won't have to put them on. There'll be so much peace. But when the time comes, the U.S. Navy and its partners will escort tankers through the strait if needed. I hope it's not going to be needed, but if it's needed, we'll escort them right through. And we have the greatest mine-sweeping ability. We have the greatest ships, and all of them. We know exactly where they're placed. We'll get them out of there very fast, but we hope we don't have any of that. And again, if they do that, if they play that game, we're going to hit them at a level that they have not seen before. So we're winning very decisively. We're way ahead of schedule. Our military is the greatest in the world, with the greatest equipment and the greatest people in the world. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. Iran's a very powerful country. They were going to take over the Middle East. If we did not hit them, they were going to take over the Middle East. They had thousands and thousands since their last hit. They had thousands and thousands of missiles, everything else. Most are now destroyed. But they were going to take over the Middle East. Those weapons were aimed at Middle Eastern countries that had nothing to do with this. They were going to take over the Middle East, and they were going to try and destroy Israel. So we stopped it with good timing, and we're very proud to be involved in this, and it's going to be ended soon. And if it starts up again, they'll be hit even harder. Thank you very much for being here. Go ahead. Any questions?
Thank you so much. Do you approve of Iran's new supreme leader? And secondly, can you tell us more about your call with Russian President Vladimir Putin today?
Yes.
What did you discuss?
Yes, I had a very good call with President Putin. We had a lot of people on the line from our side, from his side. We were talking about Ukraine, which is just a never-ending fight. And there's tremendous hatred between President Putin and President Zelensky. They can't seem to get it together. But I think it was a positive call on that subject. And we obviously talked then about the Middle East. And he wants to be helpful. I said, you can be more helpful by getting the Ukraine-Russia war over with. That would be more helpful. But we had a very good talk, and he wants to be very constructive. Yeah. Yeah, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. On Iran, you called it an excursion. You said it would be over soon. Are you thinking this week it will be over?
No,
Are you talking
soon.
about days?
I think so.
Okay, and with respect
very soon. Look, everything they have is gone, including their leadership. In fact, there are two levels levels of leadership, and even actually, as it turns out, more than that, but 2 levels of leadership are gone. Most people have never even heard about the leaders that they're talking about. So it's obviously been very, very powerful, very effective.
To Cuba, you said that Cuba wants to make a deal.
Yes.
What would the United States get in return for that, and why should Americans trust Marco Rubio to negotiate it?
Well, Marco Rubio is doing a great job. I think he's going to go down as the greatest Secretary of State in history. Look at what we've done as a presidency. Look at what we've done as an administration. They trust Marco, and so do the American people trust. He's been successful no matter where he's been. He also speaks the language, which is always nice and always helpful. But he's dealing, and it may be a friendly takeover. It may not be a friendly takeover. It wouldn't matter, because they're down to, as they say, fumes. They have no energy. They have no money. They're in deep trouble on a humanitarian basis. And we don't want to see that, but they were very, very bad to a lot of people, as you know, and a lot of people living the Cuban-American vote, which I got at record levels. Very important. Those people are very important to me. I know what they went through. They went through hell. Some of them have gone on to be some of the most successful people in the country. Cuban-American business people, some of them are like the most successful in the country. And a lot of them are friends of mine, because I've been fighting this battle with them for a long time. The Castro regime was brutal, but they lived off Venezuela. Now they don't live off Venezuela. It sends them no energy, no fuel, no oil, no money, no nothing. They lived without Venezuela. They couldn't have made it. And we cut them off from everything else. So, they're going to make either a deal, or we'll do it just as easy anyway. Yeah. Please, go ahead.
Strike and a Tomahawk missile likely destroy that Iranian girls' school. So will the U.S. accept any responsibility?
Well, I haven't seen it, and I will say that the Tomahawk, which is one of the most powerful weapons around, is used by, sold and used by other countries, you know that. And whether it's Iran, who also has some Tomahawk, had more, but whether it's Iran or somebody else, the fact that Tomahawk is very generic, it's sold to other countries.
Yeah, Iran has Tomahawks.
Yeah, please.
Thank you. Mr. President, you said the war is, quote, very complete, but your defense secretary says this is just the beginning. So which is it, and how long should Americans be
prepared? Well, I think you could say about the beginning. It's the beginning of building a new country. But they have no Navy, they have no Air Force, they have no anti-aircraft equipment. It's all been blown up. They have no radar, they have no telecommunications, and they have no leadership. It's all gone. So, you could look at that statement. We could call it a tremendous success right now as we leave here. I could call it, or we could go further, and we're going to go further. But the big risk on that war has been over for 3 days. We wiped them out in the first 2 days. When you think about it, it's incredible. We wiped out a big Navy, very powerful Navy. These were ships. These were serious ships. These were ships that you buy when you want to win battles. They're all on the bottom floor. The sailors are all running off the ships. They refuse to get on the ships. The Air Force is gone. Everything's gone. The missiles are down to a trickle. The drones are down to probably 25%, and they'll soon be down to nothing. We'll have where they manufacture the drones are under fire as we speak. They're being hit. So the rest is going to be determination as to my attitude, along with the people in the Trump administration, what we want to do. Thank you. Yeah, please.
Can I ask you, you mentioned you were going to waive certain additional oil waivers or sanctions. Can you talk a little bit more about that and address in particular?
Well, the oil price is down. We went artificially up because of this excursion into a very positive thing. I mean, this was an excursion that a lot of people wouldn't have done. I knew oil prices would go up if I did this, and they've gone up probably less than I thought they'd go up. but I don't think anybody thought we were going to be this quickly successful. This was a military success, the likes of which people haven't seen. We have the best military. We have the best equipment. We have, I believe, the best generals. We have the best. And this went very quickly. We talked about that with President Putin. He was very impressed with what he saw because nobody's ever seen anything quite like it. You know, Iran was a very powerful military country with all of the missiles. Now, you had the double attack. You had the original attack with us in Israel, and that knocked them for a loop. Then you had the B-2 bombers, which took out their nuclear capability, and they would have had a nuclear weapon within 2 weeks to 4 weeks. And they would have used it long before this press conference. And we might have had a much different press conference if we had a press conference at all. But it's been amazing. The military success that we've had is truly unprecedented.
You said you told your congressional colleagues that you will not sign any piece of legislation until the Save America Act is passed. Does that include the confirmation of Senator Mullen as your next DHS secretary? Does that mean a DHS funding bill? And Senator Thune said today it's not a matter of whether or not your Republican colleagues agree with the policy, it's about changing the process. In other words, getting rid of the filibuster to get
So in order to get it, you're going to need Democrat votes. And what we're saying is the Save America, not the Save Act, which nobody knew what it was, the Save America Act. The Save America Act. And that's voter ID. We want voter ID. We're a voter. We want to be able to see a picture of the voter. We want to be able to see that the voter is legitimate. We want, very importantly, confirmation that this voter is a citizen of the United States of America, and we want no mail-in ballot scams. So we have exceptions for the military, for sick, for disabled, and for people that are away, business trips or whatever. Even vacations will be very liberal on that. We've added two things to it: no men and women's sports and no transgender mutilization of our children. We don't want it's mutilization of our children, and we don't want that. So we added those two things. That's the 5 points. We have 5 very good points. It polls at 86% with Democrats. Think of that. The overall vote is 86%. With Republicans, it's 98%. And the only one opposed to it is a Democrat leadership because they cheat. They want to cheat. So we added those 2 points. We're going for the gold, and we're going to have to fight like hell. Now, certain things will happen. Certain things will take place. I'm here to do a great job for the country. But we don't have a country if we're going to have elections that are so corrupt and so dishonest like we've witnessed over the last period of time. You know, as an example, virtually nobody has a system of mail-in ballots like we have. No other country in the world. France went away from it. They owe it. You know why? Because it's corrupt. And Jimmy Carter, when he had a commission, frankly, I think it's from...
Okay, first, we'll audit state government and use the savings to help eliminate the state.
Yeah.
Iran activated any sleeper cells inside the U.S. There's reports that they have pressed that trigger button to activate those cells, at least abroad.
Well, they've been trying for a long time. We've been very much on it. One of the things we have to do is get the Democrats, just the Democrat shutdown, because as you know, the apparatus that looks into that, Schumer and the Democrats have shut it down, which tells you they probably hate our country a lot, but the Democrats have to open that up. But we've got very, very good intelligence into that. We know a lot of different things that have happened that have been very bad. A lot of them came in during the Biden open border period, but we have them under, we've got them, we're watching every single one of them. Yeah, we know a lot about them. The biggest problem we have is the Democrat shutdown. We know a lot about them, but the shutdown doesn't allow us to do what we have to do.
Do you have to take him out? Does he have a target on his back?
You mean Supreme Leader? You mean the son?
How can there be an Iran?
Well, I don't want to say that, but you know, I was disappointed because we think it's going to lead to just more of the same problem for the country. So I was disappointed to see their choice.
Thank you, sir. You say you have someone in mind to be the new Iranian leadership, if not the Ayatollah's son. What are you looking for in that person? Are you looking at someone internal, given that you just said that their leadership has been...
I like the idea of being, internal and eternal, come to think of it. But I like the idea of internal because it works well. I mean, I think we've proven that so far in Venezuela. We have a woman, Delcy, who has been, president of the country, very respected, she's doing a great job. And it's, no disruption. We had, as you remember, Iraq, where everybody got fired. The military got fired, the police got fired, the politicians got fired. There was nobody. And you know what they turned into? ISIS. And we don't want that. We don't want that. So I would like to see people that are inside go. Now they talk about the son of the Shah. They talk about other people. But, hasn't been there in many years. We have a formula that's been very good so far, and I think it'll continue to be good. The relationship is extraordinary with Venezuela, smart country. We've taken out 100 million barrels of oil. It's right now in Houston being taken care of and made so beautiful. And you have to see this at work. They have it's brought to the refineries. It's being refined in Houston, which is made exactly for that product. And so far, but it's 100 million barrels of oil, and now they have another 100 million barrels coming. And it's like a partnership. We're getting along so well with them. It's great for Venezuela, and it's great for the United States. Please, go ahead.
Mr. President, you just suggested that Iran somehow got its hands on a tomahawk and bombed its own elementary school on the first day of the war. But you're the only person in your government saying this. Even your defense secretary wouldn't say that when he was asked, standing over your shoulder on your plane on Saturday. Why are you the only person saying this?
Because I just thought about it. I think it's something that I was told is under investigation. But tomahawks are used by others, as you know. Numerous other nations have tomahawks. They buy them from us. But I will certainly, whatever the report shows, I'm willing to live with that report. Yeah, please.
You said earlier that we've already won in many ways, but we haven't won enough. What do you consider enough? What's your baseline?
Where they're not going to be starting the following day to develop a nuclear weapon. Where they'll look at that man and some other people from the administration and say, all right, we're not going to do it. They were not willing to say that. And when Steve called up and he said that to me, well, here we go. Let's do it the hard way. But the hard, I think, is probably the easy way. When basically I can see that they will no longer have any capacity whatsoever for a very long period of time of developing weaponry that can be used against the United States, Israel, or any of our allies. We have great allies in the Middle East, great countries that are allies. And they were staying out of it until they got hit. Someday they'll have to do a story. Why did he do that? Why did they do that? But they were going to hit them. If I didn't hit them first, they were going to hit our allies first. I believe upon information and belief, but I believe that he was going to, they were going to take over the Middle East. They were looking to take over the Middle East. Now, had Operation Midnight Hammer not taken place, that was definite. Because they would have had a nuclear weapon within a matter of weeks. But that took place, that was a setback. But look at the number of missiles they were able to buy and make over the last 6 months. And those missiles were aimed at various countries. And when you look at over 1,000 missiles shot at like UAE, they were looking to take over the Middle East. We got there first. Lucky. I'll tell you what, the Middle East and those countries, very rich countries, they're very lucky that I was president. I said it's almost...
What's the disagreement between you and your vice president when it comes to U.S. action in Iran?
I don't think so, no. We get along very well on this. He was, I would say, philosophically a little bit different than me. I think he was maybe less apprehensive about going, but he was quite enthusiastic. But I felt it was something we had to do. I didn't feel we had a choice. If we didn't do it, they would have done it to us. I felt based on the negotiations that were being had by Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner and Marco and Pete and everybody was involved, I felt that they were looking to tap us along before they hit. And I thought they were going to, and if they hit us first, that would have been a very bad thing. In the back, please, in the back. About the straight, you mean? Yeah, well, I want to keep it open. I want to keep it good. You know, it doesn't pertain to us so much as it does to China. We're really helping China here and other countries because they get a lot of their energy from the Straits. But, hey, look, we have a good relationship with China. It's my honor to do it. Yeah.
Leader, you have called him an unacceptable choice. So does he have a target on his back? And how can you?
I don't want to say whether or not he does because that would be inappropriate. But hey, look, I had a target on my back because, as you people wrote pretty well, they caught the assassin that was after me. So we just got them first, but they caught the assassin. They have him now in custody, those after me. So, you know, but people don't like to mention that, but they did catch him, and I'd like to congratulate our military, Secret Service, FBI, all of the people that worked on that, but they did. Yeah, please. No, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. You promised the Iranian people you would help them, but it sounds like you're willing to end this fight after your military objectives have wrapped up. Isn't that a betrayal of?
Will I help them? I'd like to, if they can behave, but they've been very menacing. You know, they're great people. They have an amazing population. It's amazing, smart, brilliant, energetic. They have a great point. I'd love to help them, but they have to be in a system that allows them to be helped. And right now they're in a system that only allows failure. And I don't want that. And I want a system that's not going to be attacking us. We want a system that can lead to many years of peace. And if we can't have that, we might as well get it over with right now. Yeah, please.
President, as of today, there have been 8 U.S. military fatalities associated with the war in Iran. How many American deaths are you willing to have in this war?
Well, as I said before, when you have conflicts like this, you always have death. And I was in Dover yesterday. I met the parents, and they were unbelievable people. They were unbelievable people, but they all had one thing in common. They said to me one thing, every single one: finish the job, sir. Please finish the job. And I'll leave you at that. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you.
Okay, he is walking away from the podium now. So I'm gonna go ahead and mute up in my Brooklyn voice.
That was phenomenal.
Well,
Nobody wants to go first. Nobody.
This reminds me of COVID when he would like have these speeches and just be lying to us over it. I just don't believe anything he say. Y'all remember when he was just lying? It's going to be over next week. Everything is all good. And, 2 years later, he just...
No, but he said we can have peace. We might as well get in it now. Like, he started this shit. What is he talking about? He thought we was gonna have peace after this, after he killed all of the people. Oh, that's angry.
I feel like Tomahawk.
Yeah, the Tomahawk comment took me out. That right there. So I went put on my Google fingers. So we do sell them, and Ben put in the chat. I see the same thing he put. We sell them to our allies. I think Japan and one other country. Come on, bro. Just take responsibility. We fucked up. Damn, bro. You're not gonna fucking own up to nothing. Some bullshit, man. We look crazy right now.
And
not today.
He was elected? Because I swore he said that. What now? What you said? That when he transitioned to Venezuela, Didn't he say Dulcie was elected? Did anybody else say that?
I don't know if he's not elected, but he did make it seem like they're buddies and pals. Like I heard she don't fuck with him. I could be wrong. This shit is a mess, y'all.
I heard him
This
say
dude is a liar. He is just
okay. He said yes he did. He did say she was elected. I'm like, you're not even on call. Like,
can we get Joe Biden back? Is that possible?
Waiting to see one of the family members say that they didn't say finish the job. That's what
What I heard was, no matter how many people I murder, it's a victory.
The funny part is, he might as well call it a win and just come back over here and leave that shit alone. Because at the end of the day, this is a never-ending. Well, I just seen the video. Somebody was in Iran, reporting from Iran, when they announced the new leader, and they're celebrating. I don't know, like, people celebrating this new leader, so obviously it's going to continue. It ain't. This is just ridiculous.
And I'm confused, and I just don't know, so please help me and correct me. If you know where all the sleeper cells are at, why can't they go in there and arrest them and get them out of here? Like, it's like we're watching them closely.
Because you don't know. Why are y'all? Hold on, just a question. Why are y'all analyzing it like he said anything serious?
Well, we can still read between the lines.
What the fuck is you talking about? It's
Respond, please. Respond.
It was just a series of made up statements.
That was the whole point.
Chill, relax. You don't need to get. Look, an easy response is that we can read between the lines and try to glean some sort of maybe sentiments or attitudes towards the entire event. One thing that I got, I don't know if anybody else got, is that he was very hesitant, I would even say resistant, to put a target on the new gentleman's back, right? He was pressed on that, it seemed, several times, and he did not, he even said it would be inappropriate, right, to put a target on his back, which is a good thing, which means he doesn't, may not have plans to go after the son, which means we're probably done with this whole excursion. So that's what we can get from the conversation, CEO.
No, he's after the son. He's
definitely after the son.
He's after the son, believe me. Right now,
hold on. Let's just. What he's doing is that he's a new leader, so he's giving him an opportunity to show what his policy is. So he's going to give him a couple days.
Days? I don't think you get policy information in days.
He literally just killed his whole family. You think he's just going to sit on that and just be okay with that?
Well, the question is,
if he knows where all the sleeper cells are, why doesn't he do something about it?
No, you're kind of low.
Respect. Oh, I said, whoever asked if he knows where all the sleeper cells, why doesn't he just take them out? I think the answer is because I don't think he'd mind if there was a terrorist attack, because they didn't have his G.W. Bush moment, and he'd be a hero.
That makes sense. I'm not gonna lie. I don't think he would mind a terrorist attack.
Also, didn't they divert a bunch of funding from counterterrorism ties?
Yes. Gotta blame the fact that there's a shutdown and DHS is not being funded. So on the one hand, he wants to blame the Dems. So if something goes down, he's setting up the bullshit. And then on the other hand, he says, we know where they are. Like, he's just full of shit. He's just so full of shit. What was the other thing he said?
Nothing is getting passed until this voters get passed.
No, but I was referring to, they said that Hector said it's going to be over soon. No, it's not going to be over soon, but he's saying it's going to be over soon. And then he said it's going to be both. A bunch of crockers, just a bunch of horse shit.
Well, define soon.
the trans conversation out of nowhere.
There is no soon in war. You don't jump into a conflict and then expect in a couple of weeks to have it done, right? So you can look at the Somalia conflict as an example, right? I don't know if any of you are old enough to remember or even thought about that, but that's what they said about Somalia. It's just be it'll be a 2-day mission. We're going to be in and out, and that turned into a whole fobacle, right? So you don't jump on Iran and then think that you're going to be able to do it in 30 days and it's over with and we're good to go. Those people over there haven't been to the region a few times, understanding how the people, and then throw rocks and kill people and kill their leaders and do all of this shit and then expect to be able, we're done. This is not Iraq. This is Iran.
You know, I came in during the question part. I had fallen asleep. Did anything come up about Israel? Did anyone say, okay, so we're done. What do you think Israel's going to do?
No, because it's not relevant, nor is it important. At this particular point in the game.
He didn't say that we were done. He didn't say that we were done. Just like I said, he wouldn't say that we were done. And the other thing is, we just used some secret weapon. I don't know what the fuck it was. It's breaking all over. I sent it to Tia. We just used some secret weapon over Tehran. Don't know what it was that lit up the sky, but it's all over.
It's not about, okay, so hey, what's happening, brother Troy? What's going on, family? It's not about the weaponry or ICBMs, missiles, ballistic, it's not about none of that. That's not what this is about. This is about trying to project power and take control because America feels as though they're losing control. Their national, being the one alpha country on the face of the planet. This administration, for some reason, feels as though they're losing control. So they've been trying to start these little fires, right? That's the whole reason for the thing that was over in Venezuela. They tried to start that. It didn't work. Okay, let's go to Iran, jump on them, and then I'm going to misdirect everyone, and I'm going to say, Cuba's next. Cuba ain't did shit to nobody, ain't fuck with nobody, don't have the ability to do shit, so why go over there fuck with them? Why? Still having very close friends, associates, classmates, class members from the academies, from the United States Army that are in the region right now. I didn't say nothing when you guys were talking, but I still have contact with those guys that are still in Doha, Dubai, that are still in the UAE, that are stationed there, right? That have been there for the last 2 or 3 years. And we're having sparse conversations because we can't talk over open line, right? Based on what they do. Yeah, it's a lot of shit that's been, and I for the love of me and life of me, I didn't want to say anything because a lot of this shit is considered to be FOI, for your information only.
Wait, who, me?
A lot of the stuff that I'm getting is, it's not just the 6 people, 6 soldiers that we've lost. Remember, we have countless and numerous amounts of installations all throughout Qatar, or Qatar, if you will, Kuwait. And those people are on the threshold. I'm very passionate about it because I've been in those places. I got a lot of friends that are still serving in those places. And they're saying what they can say. A lot of them are in a blackout mode. If you know what blackout mode is, you serve in the military, you understand that they cut communications from those individuals that are in these places to even talk to their loved ones back home. That's what happens when a military installation get hit. They cut the information, cut off the internet, cell phones go down, all that great shit. But what I got a few days ago is you're going to see a lot more American coffins being flown home on the angel flights. This is what I'm getting.
Thank you, brother.
You can believe this fucking idiot. You can believe this fucking idiot if you want to. He has a person up there. Thank you, baby. He has a person up there who has no fucking clue. Matter of fact, Secretary of State and his Secretary of War doesn't know what the fuck they're doing. And you think this shit is gonna end in never mind, y'all got it.
Yeah, that was a crock of shit, brother. The Secretary of War is one of the best Secretary of War that we've ever had in our entire existence. This president should be commended for his liberation of the Iranian people. You need to put some fucking respect on his name, sir. Immediately. Post haste. Thank you. I'm done.
Brother Concrete, we've never had a Secretary of War before this, if you think about it.
Right. I knew he had to be using, somewhat being facetious in his statement. Because I know goddamn well you do not believe that a fucking major from the National Guard, and no disrespect to the National Guard, but a major would be able to handle the top leadership role for our DOD, Department of Defense.
You forgot the Fox News analyst part, though.
And I didn't forget the alcoholism either. I didn't forget any of that.
Not too much on alcohol.
Yeah,
thank you.
Brother Whiskey will help him a lot.
Yeah, you can't make this shit up. When you do a side-by-side comparison to the former Department of Defense leader and this guy Hegseth, it's like comparing a fucking kindergarten teacher to a fucking graduate professor. You can't make this shit up.
By the way, there have been secretaries of war before. That's what it used to be called.
One point that he made was that Marco Rubio was the greatest Secretary of State of all time. Let me give you the top three. John Quincy Adams, George C. Marshall, Henry Kissinger. But I guess Marco Rubio tops them all, according to Donald Trump.
Don't forget Winston Churchill.
I think that was a part of it.
I didn't like that.
TT, real quick.
Yeah.
What was his reason for the trans response? What was asked of him?
Oh, they did that in the Save America Act. He said that nobody knew what the SAVE Act was, and it's really the Save America Act. And in that bill, they are going to stop the mutilation of our youth. How that makes sense? Don't know her clothes.
Yeah. Yep.
Right. Never mind the war on drugs. That's old news. It's a war on tattoos and body piercings now.
The no mail-in vote, I don't like that because sometimes that's all you can do is mail it in, and we're not going to be standing in lines trying to vote. That's going to discourage people from voting.
Well, that was a major lie. Many countries have mail-in voting. All the man does is lie. I counted at least 10 lies. He said we're the only country that does mail-in voting. That was a fucking lie. And his supporters believe it because they're stupid.
No, this fucking moron has done yet again what a lot of Americans see as, well, it's the right move. Yeah, if you're uneducated and you're ignorant to the fact of what the fuck is going on around the world. But you won't be satisfied until we get rid of all of the immigrants and your fucking bananas and your oranges and all of that shit goes up and you're paying $4 or $5 for one and you get a batch of food. You won't be satisfied until your gas for $7, $8, $9. Oh, that was another thing. Where is this guy at? This Trump guy that's always in here, in these rooms. Yeah, you won't be satisfied. Your rent prices have not went down day one as he projected. I just got a call from a lender about one of my properties. Yeah, interest rates, they forget about it. Yeah, this is where we are, people.
Now, which Trump supporter you talk about, boy? You talk about Notorious.
Yeah, Notorious. Hey,
I don't know talk about nothing.
Also, real quick, hey, get your boots ready.
Because
I'm going on you just a second.
No, not you, brother. I was talking about
Oh, yeah, we're going to read it here.
Thank you,
Right.
Nathan.
Yeah, the people on Fox News are worried about the draft. They are reporting that Fox News. So,
what's the cutoff for the draft? I need to make sure I'm too old.
25. They did that the other night.
Right, we were checking.
Mimi said she's gonna put her son in a dress.
No, I didn't. I said I'm checking to make sure my baby ain't going to no goddamn draft. I'll put my son on a dress and a wig, a lace front.
No, that's what I said.
I'll be like, listen here, boy. Let me tell you what you.
Oh man. Transgender for the draft? What? What's going on?
And to avoid it, he said he don't want transgenders in the military. Well, right. I'll be like, put him on.
What you saying, Congressman? You say your child to the war?
Hell no, I'm not sending him to the war.
He ain't got no child.
Damn it, Brooklyn.
Real quick, just FYI, the cutoff for the draft as a former Army recruiter is age 25. However, come a pause, in time of an emergency, Congress has the power to raise that age limit and to widen the scope of who's looked at.
That's what I was telling you.
Yeah, in World War I, they raised it to 45, if I remember right.
What?
They sure did.
And all the Trump supporters on Clubhouse going to the draft. Y'all all fit that.
And also for the sisters who think that they will be exempt, not the case, because I'm talking to some recruiters right now that are former colleagues of mine that are telling me that they're looking at a wide variety and range of people.
We can send Brooklyn? Is that what you're telling me?
We can send you. Nigga, you young.
Minorities, not.
Or if you're the only child, I'll send you, right? If you're the only child.
And I got asthma, and I'm the only child, so there's.
Yeah, my son is the only child. He ain't.
There is consent made for the only child syndrome, only male born child. Yes, yes. That's the legacy.
Not for the woman child, though, right?
Right. I'm the only
one. Women have never been effectively drafted before, so this was.
But you said it can happen now.
They can. Congress has the ability.
What
the parameters and the scope.
What members of Congress do I need to donate to for that to happen?
I need your old lady ass. Your old lady ass.
I'm looking at the markets and I see Bitcoin went up like $2,600, and it's starting to make me think. And the markets ended in green. It's starting to make me think that they don't really care about geopolitical risks. I don't know. It's really strange that they're up. When I felt like the world was coming to an end, and they're like, another day.
What now? What are you talking about?
I'm talking about the markets.
What about it? Because
Bitcoin is up, and Bitcoin is considered a risky asset. So in the middle of a war in Iran, which could lead to a global economic crisis and inflation and stagflation and $7 gas prices, people are still buying Bitcoin, which makes me like.
I thought it dropped though. I thought it dropped.
I looked at it. It's up.
No, but I thought it dropped, and of course people buy it while it's dropped. Right?
Saying they're buying the dip. But even buying the dip is a normal strategy, but not during. I would imagine not during these times.
By the way, the movie Saving Private Ryan was loosely based on the Sole Survivor Act, worried about how a single male child can't be drafted. It was one of the through lines of the film.
Well, we are the Trump supporters.
Y'all looking for rules. Trump will change them daggone rules if that's what he needs to do.
He definitely gonna send women into war. They don't like us. They gonna send all of us there. All black women.
Does anybody?
All black women go on the war.
All the black women. They sending all of us. And now I'm going to Canada.
Does anybody think by the?
I'm not going to war. I'm not doing that. What's from 87 years old, so they're not going to do that.
Does anybody think by the summer Trump going to come out with something about the election that's going to blow our minds? I really think that he's going to pull some shenanigans by the summer, especially with this mail-in voting.
Oh, for sure. That's why they're demanding voter rolls from all the states.
Yeah, I think all of this is a distraction where we got our eyes looking at this, but his main emphasis is the thing that he's going to pull that's going to affect our voting summers out.
Well, that's actually the plan. Is to get a state of emergency declared so that it will prolong the midterms. That's and trying to bury the Epstein files. That's what this is all about. There's no reason why we should. Why are you? First of all, you attacked Iran with no really prompts to do so, right? You thought that you were going to get some shit kicked off when you went down there to the little country, Venezuela. You thought that was going to kick some shit off, and that didn't happen. So you did the next best thing. I mean, I'm just calling it for what it is.
You can hear it in his voice when he was talking about mail-in voting. You could hear it in his voice, the way he said it and phrased it, that he got something up his sleeve.
Perfect world in my mind, from the conspiracy side of things, the tinfoil hat side of the thing. What he really wants to do is have a runoff. Have Obama come out and if he declares that and figure out a way to get his third term. He really wants Obama to throw his hat back in the ring so they can go head to head and then he can say, I won. See, even I won. Like, we got to stop the bullshit.
You think Trump is feeding to run against Obama?
That's
great. He thinks he can win that?
Think he can win that?
I don't think he can win it. I'm not saying that he can win it, but I'm thinking that's the whole thing to try and make this Epstein shit go away, right? If he can try to figure out, and it's about history. He's trying to be the first, the modern history, to be able to run for a third consecutive term. That's what it's all about, right? And you can see this. This whole thing is there are more and more things coming out about this Epstein shit. Now, the Attorney General is involved. It's come out that she's involved in the Epstein Island bullshit. Like, what are we talking about here? Congress just.
What are you talking about? What did Bondi do? What you do?
I don't know. They just brought a photo of her being involved with the Epstein situation deeper than what most people suspected. This is what I'm seeing on the news.
She scissored somebody. What did she do?
Apparently so.
Wait, Barney is the lesbian? Hello?
That's what he said.
Oh.
I'm not participating in the body discussion, but there were male victims as well.
Victims? What's going on? What's that?
Of Epstein.
Yeah, there were underage males.
Oh, that's no Barbie. That's what I was thinking.
The place fascinating. We all over the place.
No, you got it right. They revealed that Bondi was transgender in the Epstein files. You got it right.
You ain't even funny.
Thank you, brother. You know, I value everything that you said.
I know you do. Just big ass head. Anyway, breaking news.
Yeah.
Huh?
Thought you had something.
No, I was waiting for. I told you niggas, no, I'm not the entertainment. I'm the entertainment.
Did you hear about the state of Georgia? What's your thoughts? I'm sorry. The student in Georgia, they went to the coach's house to TP his house, and the coach came out and somehow he slipped down the driveway and they ran him over.
Wait, what?
Huh?
Could you repeat that? Because you sound crazy a little bit. What now?
I'm telling you that a coach, he's a math teacher and a coach, in somewhere in Georgia, said it's to his house in some kind of tradition where they TP the house, you know, take toilet paper or whatever, all in the house. He came outside and he slipped down the driveway. And as he slipped down the driveway, the student ran over him.
Oh, damn.
And they tried to revive him, but the man died.
Damn.
I was like, oh my God. Like, going wrong. Yeah.
Oh, I do got a little bit of breaking news. I don't know if it's breaking news or not, but it was shots outside of Rihanna's house. Somebody shot up Rihanna's house.
Yeah, I heard that crazy shit too. That was crazy.
Brooklyn, it was an AR-15.
Yeah, and there was a Mexican lady too.
And apparently she had a vendetta against Kim Kardashian too.
Wait a minute. I'm trying to figure out what the vendetta is against Rihanna. She mad she didn't come out with another album yet.
That chick got an AK or something. That chick was not playing.
But she only shot up the fence.
You could literally see the holes in the gate outside of her house.
You can see the holes. And it hit the house too. It hit the gate, but it hit the house too.
And they are charging her with attempted murder. She did mention something about that disease, the 4-letter one. Mm-hmm.
What disease? See, now you gotta say it. You can't just be for disease.
Brandy put it in the chat.
What about AIDS? It's happened. Yeah, I can't. It's like it's too much going on. I'm getting overwhelmed. What?
Think that she got from A$AP Rocky? And curse word, yeah, it's just a disease. Is that what she's trying to say?
She alleges that Rihanna has it, but she's not a medical professional. She doesn't know. So I'm not going to be tied to saying anything on a recorded app that Rihanna has it. I said a 4-letter word.
But what would make her want to shoot her? Why would make her want her dead because she got AIDS if she had it? The fuck that lady got to do with her having AIDS? That's crazy. The world is going crazy.
Some of these fans be really crazy. A lot of fans wind up getting arrested for harassing celebrities and doing crazy stuff to these celebrities.
She said AIDS is too slow. You need to go faster.
That's crazy. That ain't even funny. It's kind of dark, but that's crazy.
Well, I'm with Dan. I think this is the end of the days.
But what will they
say yesterday we all gonna die?
Well, First Lady was talking about that coach. That's sad because those kids were playing a prank and then they wind up committing manslaughter and they probably gonna go to jail for that. Playing around.
The boy that was driving is in jail.
Oh wow.
Were they black? Because that sound might sound white kids do. You don't play like that with toilet tissue.
Yep.
TP houses. Don't nobody be wasting no fucking toilet tissue.
Right. They were not colored.
Well, I knew they wasn't black because that is not a black thing to do. Could you imagine how you get cursed out for wasting toilet tissue on somebody's house?
Do you guys know how hard it is to clean your house from being TP'd, like to get the toilet paper out the trees?
I wouldn't know.
The toilet paper will stay in the trees forever because they'll throw way up until one day the wind or something. One day you come home and you're like, oh, it's gone. Because it's hard to get that shit out your trees and stuff.
Yeah, that must be suburban black do shit like that. That's city black.
Yeah.
Don't play like that. We getting fucked up from TP in the house. That we gonna get our ass.
The city black live near trees.
Yeah, yes, I had plenty of trees. Johnny's. I actually had a weeping willow in front of my house in Brooklyn. Okay, so there's that.
Pussy willow.
Really? Weeping willow?
Yeah,
From the urban area?
There was one weeping willow in the parks across the street from my house.
Yeah, I remember that movie, Serial Mom. She's like, pussy willow. I love that movie. I guess none of y'all seen it. Y'all seen it?
Big city kids got trees. I'm in the city right now full of trees.
I didn't know they had weeping willow. I thought you know
a serial killer mom. It's good.
I didn't hear what you called it though.
Serial Mom.
Oh, Serial Mom. It was a funny movie.
Huh?
Was it funny?
It was like dark. It was dark comedy. Yeah.
Okay.
But yeah.
I saw it. Yeah. But yeah, no. I've been in the country talking to the ladies to call it pussy willows. And sucker. It's so good. You yellow sucker. I know when you everybody these flowers you get honeysuckles. Honeysuckles. You get you're getting sucked the honey out of it.
If you want to hear the ballistic missile count for the past 24 hours is out, and day 8. Let me make sure I got the right day. Yeah, day 9 is 10. The previous day was 11. So it continues to fall. It continues to stay low.
I think that's a good thing.
Trent, you think that's a good thing?
Absolutely. Yeah, is this? I don't like this count. I think this count's a little off, but it seems right. He's got March 7th at 13, March 8th at 11, and March 9th at 10. This is just ballistic missiles. This doesn't include drones, but yeah, that's excellent news.
From what perspective? From the perspective of what? Like,
from a perspective, you won't be paying $8 a gallon. it's part of what these guys are looking at. Like the drones are still a massive problem. But they did what Trump said is accurate. They did about 12 hours ago hit the command center for the drone operation. So yeah, if these ballistic missile counts get down into the single digits for consecutive days, it leads to the fact that we have significantly degraded their ability to launch missiles and get them off ground, let alone hit, because 90% of them already don't hit. So they're only able to fire 5 to 10 a day. That's a very good sign. Doesn't mean the straight
first day is your base number. I never understood that. That's not how anybody who studies this kind of thing works. They so and so on the first day, and we count down from there. Why? I don't understand why you do that.
What do you mean? Well, the first day was 350, and now day 10 is 10.
I'm asking why that's your base number.
Why that? Well, originally they had 400 missile launchers that were firing 350 missiles.
According to whom?
And now they have.
How do they have 400 missile launchers? How do we know that?
According to CENTCOM and the Israeli military. Their estimate. They got satellites and shit. I'm sure they got turncoats at this point. So their estimation of their estimation. Okay.
I just asked you how you do that. Okay, so you believe the American and Israeli intelligence?
I do.
Okay. The same intelligence they gave you WMD?
Intelligence they gave us at WMD. I know what you're getting at, but yeah, I believe them on that numbers remain fairly consistent. Made some sense. And you're starting to see it in the reflection of what they're able to get off. This idea that they've got a significant capability seems to be greatly degraded. Seems to be down. I would have to agree, but based upon the numbers that are being launched.
So you're saying it's down 90% from the first day. Why are you using the first day as your baseline? I've never read any scholar or military analyst use that as their baseline for what's left or what's possible. So if Americans did something on the first day, December 8th, January 1941, in 1943, that doesn't tell me anything. I just don't understand why you're using that number as the baseline.
I think I don't know how to discuss this with you, but I think it's significant.
We use English. We can speak English. We speak English, French, or a little bit of Italian. Those are my 3 best languages. I can also do some German. So if you don't know how to choose one of those languages.
Well, I mean, look, 350 the first day, then you're down to 95, and then you're down to 7, 28, 23, 17, 15, 11, 10. I mean, I think we both like sports. That's statistically that's significant.
Oui, je parle français parce que je suis un nègre. Okay, so let me continue. So, are they having more success hitting targets now than they were the first day? In Israel and in the GCC?
No.
Really? Where's your data? You're telling me that more infrastructure buildings were hit in the beginning than now?
My estimate, yeah. In the first couple of what hit, yeah. They were able to break through.
Yeah, go ahead, break it down.
I don't remember what was hit the first couple of days, but yeah, what they were able to do in the first couple of days compared to what they're able to do now, yeah, I'd call it severely, especially if we're talking in terms of ballistic missiles. they've had this is part of the reason they had to change their targets. Why they start going after soft targets like, hotels and shit and hit shit. So, but yeah, they were trying to target the ships. They were trying to target the bases, and they were not very successful at that.
What knocked it down when they targeted the ship? How did they miss? What happened? Did they just miss? It was bad GPS, or?
No, we have anti-aircraft. We have things that can shoot down ballistic missiles.
Gotcha. Why is the United States sending in interceptors from other parts of the world?
They widened the area because they started attacking soft targets like hotels, like oil infrastructure and desalination plants and things that I don't think that we expected. Of course, you protected your military and stuff first, because that's what you thought they would. I don't think there was an expectation that they broaden this out and hit the UAE and Bahrain and now Turkey and all the other shit that they've been shooting at. I don't think they expected that.
So we know the interceptors are not unlimited. So what if there was an initial barrage of ballistic missiles and drones to get interceptors used up, especially with the drones where the cost is something like just crazy cost. $50,000 drones, $25,000 being shot down by $5 million interceptors, which, as we know, take much longer to make. What if the point was, in fact, to use up a lot of interceptors so that drones that are getting through, I have to check on the missiles, but drones are getting through at a much higher rate now. They actually are. I know that for a fact. What if that was part of the plan? And so there's an oil field. So there's an oil field in Saudi in, I don't know, what are we in March? In the beginning of April, they hit some oil field. Then what? I'm just asking. I don't know. I'm just asking.
My real opinion, I think it's a shitty plan. Just shitty fucking plan. Because the B-50, like he said, because now you got Reaper drones and drones sitting over. Every time you shoot a missile, we're able to target it with B-52s and drop it and destroy the missile silos. That's what he's talking about. That's their flying sword over their airspace. So every time they fire a drone within a few minutes, or fire either a missile, the drone launch or a missile launch within a few minutes, we're able to destroy it. Have to wait all of them, but I would say, based upon these numbers, that's why they're saying they're so far ahead of schedule, is they didn't think that they would be this effective at degrading their military and degrading their communications. And I have to agree with them. I didn't think they'd be this effective either. I thought
we don't know anything about it. We're not in planning, so we don't know what they thought. I mean, let's keep going. I got you. So this is very fascinating to me. So the United States clearly wants an off-ramp, which is what the last 12 hours has been. But let me back up. I'm going to do something before I go there. If what you're saying is true, then the United States vastly overestimated Iran, and they weren't the threat that justified the war, correct? Look at this dummy. Nobody's talking about the Iranian media. Which is really stupid, bro. Just go find your doxing page and just bring that in here. Go ahead. Trent, do you think?
No, I don't think we overestimated them. I think we're a lot better than we give ourselves a credit for. I think Mossad's intelligence, especially in this part of the world, is the best in the world. And I think our military, based upon what has happened in the past.
That's better than Russia. How do you know? But we haven't seen other. Who are you comparing them to?
The CIA and Hezbollah and the Quds Force. I should say the Quds Force, whatever they call it, whatever the Iranians call theirs. I think what, and I'm trying to give our military credit some credit here, which I do not always do easily.
I'm interested in giving credit. I'm just trying to do analysis.
I can tell.
I'm not here to editorialize.
You're wrong. You're wrong. So there's been people that came out and already said that going as it was predicted it would go, right? So everything that Iran is doing, we knew Iran was going to do. How our expenditures, everything that's being fucked up, we knew was going to happen. Those drones, our Patriot missile systems cannot fucking really destroy them because of how they fly. They're low. They fly low. They fly low.
So I'm not interested.
It's not going great. I don't know why people are pretending it's going great.
I'm not interested in, saying whether it's good or bad either way. I'm actually just interested in the analysis. Like it's an intellectual exercise to learn about the world. I don't need to give the United States credit. We gave the United States credit for shock and awe. 20 years later, it's a fucking disaster. Iraq is still a disaster. I don't know if you all know, but Iran-backed Iraqi forces are hitting Iraq targets, oil fields, and American targets in Iraq. I just want to continue. What is it? So you're saying the strategy was not a good strategy, the one I see. So what would your strategy if you were in charge of Iran?
I don't know. I think it. I don't know what my strategy would have been if I were Iran. This strategy was terrible. That's all I know.
So this strategy is terrible. Hold on, let me check. This strategy is terrible. But you are on, by the way, Brennan's at 92.5. You are on phone calls with people in and around in your related industry who are talking about the possibility of $5 a gallon at the pump. 120. I've heard you say that if things continue with the Strait of Hormuz the way it is, you'll get $150 to $2 a barrel. Did you not say that?
What Kramer said this morning is if this continues in for another week, and you continue to have the strait closed, we could be looking at somewhere between $115 per barrel.
$115, okay.
And $200 per barrel.
That's a big range. Okay,
that's what Joe Kramer said this morning.
Right. And so I've heard you say, so let's say it gets there. What if that was the strategy? Because it's asymmetric. Are you familiar with asymmetric warfare? Have you ever studied or read about asymmetric warfare?
Tell us, is that when what? What happens? He doesn't know. If he knew,
I'm asking you, Trent, do you know about asymmetric warfare? Because your analysis is based off of symmetric warfare. As Patty calls it, tank on tank. What if they're not engaged in that type of warfare?
Asymmetrical warfare is very similar to like guerrilla style warfare, where you use different means than attacking the strength, like strength on strength, like tank on tank. But I'm giving you this.
That's not quite true. That's not quite true. Guerrilla. Let me just clear it up, Trent, because what you said was not quite accurate. It's not like guerrilla warfare. Guerrilla warfare is one of many forms of asymmetric. Guerrilla warfare would be the hyponym, or the hypernym. It's like saying forks and cutlery. There's cutlery, but there's all different types. There's knives, there's forks, there's spoons, etc. In this particular example, asymmetric warfare would be cutlery. Guerrilla warfare would just be a knife. But there's other things that go along with it. So I want to build based off of I know, it does feel like you're in class. If you don't want to feel like class, you just want to jump in and give, Twitter updates, you can do that. But I thought we were having a good conversation. But you can go, I was trying to be nice to you. But if you think it's denigrate, if you think I'm denigrating you because you feel like you're in class, I'll just put it up, bro. Go ahead, it doesn't matter. These people are so uninterested in learning and building together and learning together. That has to be a fucking dick contest. If he feels like he's in class, I know he's allergic to the classroom and he hates teachers. So I'll just meet up. I don't need to talk to him. He can come in here and give us some random Twitter posts. It's fine, bro.
I'm done.
class. Okay? Class is out. Remember, you couldn't get into the school anyway. Look up. What's next?
No, explain it because a lot of people don't understand.
You can explain
a lot of people don't understand technology versus asymmetric warfare. Like y'all gotta be realistic. We can't have motherfuckers when it comes to asymmetric.
I was trying to learn.
Some of us were actually
You're not the only one that don't know. You're not the only one that is not. I'm trying to learn. You're not the only one.
Well, there's many doxing accounts. Everybody knows where I work. Tuition's about $80K. Send me 8,000 in the back channel. I'll continue teaching.
Well, I'll read it for you, Miss Deborah, because he mentioned it the other day, and I looked it up, but it didn't stick to my memory. So it shifts the focus from the battlefield to psychological and political attribution. Also, where weaker parties use unconventional methods, sometimes including guerrilla warfare, but also including terrorism and cyber attack to exploit the vulnerabilities of the superior force. There you go.
But the way Iran uses it is more of like using different regions. Like if they're using like you got Lebanon, you got Yemen, you got they got those proxy groups. You know what I'm saying? They got those proxy groups where they can fucking attack other countries. They oversaturate these countries with these cheap drones while we're using expensive ass fucking missiles to intercept them, and those fucking expensive ass missiles aren't able to intercept them because of their flight trajectory. We're not able to sustain like that because it's gonna cost us a lot of money, and it's gonna keep us in that war forever. If we were in we may have won the war. People said we won the war in Iraq and Afghanistan, but we were constantly being barraged. This is bullshit. Y'all, this is what's gonna continue to happen in that region. And it's gonna disrupt tourism in those regions. And those people are gonna get pissed off eventually.
So let me ask you this. What capacity?
No, don't ask me nothing. You were trying to explain it to you earlier.
Ma'am, I understand. I just said that I said guerrilla warfare is a type of base. I know cyber attacks are a type of asymmetrical warfare. I get that. But if you destroy the facilities in which and the command center in which they launch the drones, and you destroy the factories in which that they launch the drones, how can they continue to threaten the region?
So this is another issue. A lot of that shit is built under the fucking.
I was just gonna say.
What the fuck is going on here? Why do y'all think that this shit is just outside? Y'all may have hit a fucking one of the areas that they manufacture these fucking missiles, and they got a whole missile city. Did you know that? A city, not a town, not a bunker. They got a fucking missile city.
And I'm just gonna ask the room: do you think that if Kane gets up there? Okay, General Kane. You can talk to anybody. Do you think if General Kane and some of the Joint Chiefs get up there and give a briefing in front of the Pentagon and say that we've destroyed these drone factories, that have taken place? We've used the B-52 bombers and the bunker busters and the 2,000-pound bombs, and we've destroyed these missile launchers and these missile factories. Do you think that they would be lying to us?
I would say this administration, it would be hard to believe them.
Well, I don't know if I would say they're lying. I don't think that. I'm not saying they're not destroying factories. What I'm saying is that it's so easy to make and it's so cheap. And they have people that aren't Iranians who are helping them. That it's like they can have an endless supply of drones. So if they have this massive barrage in the beginning, and they level it out, I don't know, 10, 15 missiles a day, 100 drones, 200 drones. They could probably continue doing that for months.
Some analysts say years.
Well, I'm just going by, I'm just using numbers. I have a little sheet in my office. I like do my own calculation. My calculation has it through like the end of the year. Some analysts say years, end of this year. Some analysts say years. That level of disruption, given what's happening in the market, is precisely part of their asymmetric warfare. They never were interested in tank on tank. Anybody who's read anything about Iran and not listened to silly American politicians give us shibboleths, they say back to America all the time. Yeah, well, they had people doing that in the squares in Isfahan and Shiraz, I don't know how to pronounce it, Shiraz and Tehran and all the others, Mahaleb and etc. They were making cheap drones, and they were doing it in places that are difficult to reach. Everybody knows how many interceptors America has for the most part because they talk about it. You see the orders, they're very expensive. You send out a $10,000, $50,000, $10,000, $50,000 drone. I intercepted with a system, with a thing that costs $1.5 million. The drone doesn't hit. I agree with it, doesn't hit. That's still a win because you just spent $950,000 to knock down a $25,000 drone. That's asymmetric. Me and Trent are in the same division. He's the Chiefs, I'm the Raiders. The Chiefs are going to win the division and get the first seed. I got the wild card. We played last week. Andy Reid wants Patrick Mahomes to play so he's not rusty because he gets the bye week. They send some rookie off the edge. He blindsides late hits Patrick Mahomes to tear his ACL. Can't play in the playoff game. Chiefs won the game. The point wasn't winning that game. The point was attrition. That's the point of asymmetrical warfare. America is really bad at it. It has been since Vietnam. That was really bad because Patrick Mahomes did tear his ACL last year. I don't know that I could probably play. But that's what they was. I don't know if it's working perfectly. I don't know if it's not working at all. But to do an evaluation on a set of terms by which they're not playing is a bad evaluation. And so if you wrote that paper, you get a D. Done. So you just put in the chat, the UAE received 135 missiles and drones.
They're saying, so this one goes to March 6th. Oh, this is March 6th. I'm sorry. That is their March 6th. That was 2/6 or 3/6. That's not today.
According to CNBC, I don't know if that's true, the British Standard Time, the last time, the Brent price at 11:55, so that'd have been, 30 minutes ago maybe? Not sure, to check out. Maybe that's not right. But it said it got to $98.
Brent's at 98. Brent's at 98. WTI is at 87. WTI is not moving for some reason. I don't know why.
I don't know. It will tomorrow. That's what they're fighting. That's always what they were going to fight. That's what they're fighting. I'm telling you, it was somebody, we'll get the report in 10 years. I'm telling you that it was somebody in their sleeper cells doing that thing that created that chaos in Kansas City as a kind of test run. I've seen Die Hard 3. I'm telling you how these people work. It's asymmetrical. In Die Hard 3, Jeremy Irons knew he could not beat the NYPD cops. It had to be asymmetrical. But again, everybody plays video games and you see the bombs blow up and you guys have a particular type of brain. I have a particular type of brain. My brain says, I've seen this before. The United States can win every battle in conventional warfare. My brain also says it's 2026 and I'm on my porch with a bald, wide mouth jar that I'm drinking filtered water out of while talking and listening to random people throughout the world who I'll never meet on a device on my hand, which tells me that the world has changed since the Battle of the Bulge in World War I. That's what my brain is telling me. And so to evaluate how this thing is going based off of an old mindset doesn't tell me anything. You cannot tell me, no one can tell me that regime change is taking out the old cancerous guy to put his boy in there. No one will ever be able to convince me that's regime change. You killed the old guy. He was 86 years old, dying, frail. His hand, I think, was messed up. I was like John McCain, he was always holding a paper or something. He was on his way out. And in his stead, you put his boy in there. Well, now all of a sudden the president is saying, Mr. I'm going to kill them all. In his press conference, he suggested he might not kill him. There's not a target on his back. Huh? What did he find out? That's just how my brain thinks. I'm not, okay, USA. I mean, that's great. But as adults, anyway, I know they blew up. They got bombers coming. So there you go. They got bombers coming. How is that successful, Trent? You get rid of the old cancerous guy and you put the young guy in without cancer, who some people are arguing is more of a heart. You and Matt Cool and a lot of the other MAGAs, we appreciate you guys coming here. Not that you're MAGA, but the other MAGA. The whole point, y'all was saying that the Iranian people are going to rise up. You were saying that Mossad was arming these people. There was going to be popular uprising in the street because 60 to 80% of them were against the regime. That's what y'all said. You said that the Kurds was going to go. I was like, the Kurds was going to go through. That's what y'all said. You told me that because of the massacre, notice how I guess we don't put Iran in the title, they won't come in. Because of the massacre, we had to hear these people's story, and your friends in LA and your friends in Texas, the Persians from the diaspora, and they are sick and tired of being sick and tired. And because of the 20,000, that was the final straw, or was it 30,000, or was it 50,000, or was it 10,000, or whatever it was, they were going to take over. You know, y'all also come in here and say all over social media, I'm seeing Iranians saying they death to the regime, all this kind of stuff. You know what I also see on social media? I see that. I also see people celebrating the new guy. I also see people mourning the old guy. Y'all never bring that up. It's a lot more complicated than OK USA. This is not Frank Dukes and Bloodsport. Chong Li is not coming down. This is not the Kumite. It's a lot more complicated than the Kumite. I know you think Paco was here. I know you think the African, I don't know why they made the African fighter in Bloodsport to be a monkey. I don't know if anybody remember that. Some little African boy running around. He fought on all fours. They turned into a fucking monkey. It was totally insane. This is not Bloodsport. There's no Frank Dukes. John Lee's not coming down. It's not that kickboxer either. There's no Tong Po. There's no Naksukao, White Warrior. It's not happening. It's a lot different. I'm done my rant. No one said that the price of oil was going to be $200 a barrel today. What people said was, and there are analysts that are saying, if the Strait of Hormuz continues to be choked, it could end up being that high because the Gulf nations have to stop production. And the reason why they have to stop production is because they have nowhere to store it. And the only place where they have a place to store it is if they move other stuff out because they don't have unlimited containers and, all the downstream, upstream, all that kind of stuff. That's what analysts are saying. At its worst, it could get to $200 per barrel. That's what they said. Nobody here said today was going to be $200 per barrel or anytime soon. Now, Jim Cramer said, it could be $200 per barrel. That's what he said. So nobody here said that. Neoliberal, I'm saying $98 at Brent. I don't know what you're saying. So you won the bet against Trent on that.
I mean, that was an easy one.
I know. Whenever Trent, you and the MAGA, whenever you guys are going to talk about this, you only will analyze it. That's not true. Sometimes you will be fair. But you'll only analyze it in terms of symmetrical warfare. Nobody, the Taliban didn't raise symmetrical warfare. They didn't raise symmetrical warfare against the Soviets. These people do not do symmetrical warfare. They know they can't. They know they can't win that way. It's insane that grown adults think that those are the terms by which one could evaluate victory or defeat. But remember, you said these people weren't bothered, they wouldn't die for it. That's what you said. And you said that they would, you also said, another thing you said, there was a general who was the head of the Quds Force in the IRGC. Remember that? Anybody remember when Trent said that? And he had told them everything and it was over. Because he was a turncoat. He gave all the locations like Khalid. Send me the location. We'll focus on communication because that's what needed to come through. That's what you said. What happened to that? You were saying, when's the press conference going to come? Anybody remember that? That's what Trent said.
I'm still looking for him. I'm looking for Khomeini. I'm looking for all these people they say are alive. I'm seriously. They were supposed to have a press conference with Khomeini now 8 hours ago. I'm waiting for his press conference and Kwani's. So you're right, man. We'll come back to this. We'll come back to this tomorrow. But you're right. By the way, I'm not trying to say that you're not in that WTI. I was talking about WTI. Going over 90. Brent is always a little bit more. I think it was already over 90 before that press conference began. But I thought it was at 92. I never saw Brent go below 90. But I could be wrong. I'm not trying to.
Maybe.
Yeah. But it doesn't matter. You know what I'm saying? There is a little bit of a rise in WTI right now. So we could see oil go back over $90 per barrel. But in essence, what I said the president would say is what he said. And I think we're on a pretty damn good. My assessment still right now is you're on a pretty damn good flight path. Keep the faith, keep hope alive. Let's see what happens. I'll talk to you soon, baby.
Okay, baby.
How can I put it? I don't know what a good path is, because what Trent does is he changes the objective from day to day. For most of the time, his good path was the people rising up and overcoming and overwhelming the IRGC. He never talked about the Basij, but that's fine. That was his objective. And he just said, I have no idea what he sees as the objective at this point. And I'll be honest with you, based on what Donald Trump said today, nobody knows. That was an insane press conference.
Why would he talk about the Basij when he doesn't know what the Basij was?
That's fine. Maybe he does. Regardless of what it was. But he did say that the people, he said, to be fair, he never said 80%. But he said there was 60%, and there was a critical mass that would overthrow the the regime. As CIA analysts said, as neoliberals said, analysts, as the Wall Street Journal said, as anybody who studied this outside of, let's talk about all the lines, I'm going to act like I know stuff. Like, I've never read one article or book. I can't name 3 cities in Iran. You're not doing this is not going to take out the regime. There's still going to be the Islamic Republic. That's what we are. Does anybody disagree with that? Does anybody think the Islamic Republic is gone? I'd love to hear it. Okay. Would anybody disagree?
Well, no, let them disagree. I just got to get this out real quick because, I see a pattern here, and it's pretty simple. People are trusting in their president. The president says that this is what's happening. People believe it. Yeah. Is the grown book banana? Okay, thank you. And they believe it. So when you oppose, or when you ask additional questions, they're not able to see both sides. And that's the reason why Trump keeps going back and forth, because the reasoning is like he wants to agree, but at the same time, he's got to agree with his president. That's what I think. That's the turning out. So it changes back and forth. Oh, dear.
Breaking news. Breaking news. Hold on. Breaking news quickly. IRGC promises Strait of Hormuz access in exchange for ambassador expulsion. The Revolutionary Guard said any Arab or European countries that expel United States or Israeli ambassadors from their countries could regain access for their vessels to transit the Strait of Hormuz.
That sounds like de-escalation in Trump's terms.
It was not breaking news. It was like 2 hours ago.
I just have a quick
Hold on, I just jump in. Yeah, hold on one second.
I never go. I'm just going to jump right in there for a second. Ma'am, you said something about the knock-on effects or, whatever was up and downstream. I'm certain from my own experience in corporate that that lack of thinking is literally a large portion of why it's like this. We're living out this lobotomized population, and then they don't think they are. Like, no offense, Trent, when you brought your friend in here, like, why did you think he was impressive? Something's gone really wrong in America on calibrating intellect and critical thinking, obviously. But I think.
What are you talking about?
Okay, Trent. Okay, you go. I know you don't. Go ahead.
No, I don't know what friend you meant, man. What friend are you talking about?
The lobotomized friend.
An executive from a hospital who you apparently thought was going to be just a wildly impressive person, and I think there's a lot of just self-affirmation that goes on in corporate life, and therefore it's hard to see who's really smart and who's not, and often the people in charge are not.
Ma'am, just to be clear, Jane, I've never met him in person. He happens to be.
Oh, it's okay. I don't care. It was a good illustration.
No, what I'm trying to say, ma'am, that's not my friend.
Whatever. Nobody cares.
Well, you just said it, so now I can't explain it.
I don't think the room needed either, but go ahead. I just wanted to pick up the question, the issue, the American challenge of the lack of intellect among many, many people who have a lot of power. That's all.
Okay, well, that's fine. He's not a friend of mine. I've never spoke with him before.
Okay, that rando guy, whatever. That's not the point. Go ahead.
That's not.
It's your turn. It's your turn. Trent, it's okay.
Okay. I have.
Go ahead. It's your turn.
I'm speaking. Can you not hear me?
Go ahead.
Yeah. Thank you. I have brought friends in here.
You're welcome.
That gentleman is not a friend of mine. I've never met him before, but he is the chief security officer for the hospital group in which my wife is a interim CEO. So that's why I knew the name, but I didn't know him. But I forgot because we went off on this other tangent. The Australia has granted Iranians, 5 of the Iranian soccer women asylum. We missed that in all this. I don't know if anybody's mentioned.
That's not breaking news. It broke like 2 hours ago.
Yeah. I didn't hear anybody mention.
Well, nobody mentioned the thing neoliberal did, but you could come off and say that was 2 hours ago.
Well, I mean, I didn't think it was, I mean, I saw it. I didn't think it was.
Well, we don't think this one is that big a deal. So what's the difference?
Okay, you don't think it's newsworthy? Okay.
Nigga, do you see how you get to decide what's newsworthy and what matters and what's breaking news that nobody else does?
That's
you realize you be running this shit like you're Jerry Bruckheimer, right? What's going on?
Who is Jerry Bruckheimer?
You don't know who Jerry Bruckheimer? You haven't had lunch at the house in Westwood? You never been to the house in Brentwood? Never been up to the house? I'm sure you knew. I thought you knew all the Hollywood producers too. You don't know who Jerry Bruckheimer is, Mr. Big Money Grant?
I know Jerry.
You're from there. From there.
You know Jerry Bruckheimer?
From your city.
Google it. You're from LA, you don't know who Jerry Bruckheimer is?
I'm from LA, I don't know who Jerry Bruckheimer is.
Better claim him.
He's the one that produces the movies whereby he's the one that produces the movies in which you get your military knowledge.
He did The Rock. I think he did The Rock.
That is good to mine.
I think he did that movie, The Rock.
The movie The Rock? Damn, 50 years ago. I'm talking to old people. All right, my old people, never mind.
That is true. He is not from LA. We don't claim him. He doesn't represent us. He's not an LA representative. Come on.
Take his LA card, Gemini. That's right.
The LA card is gone. Go ahead, Trent. Back to you. It's your turn. Go ahead, Trent. Go ahead.
Trent, maybe there's a movie called Top Gun. Have you heard of it? Oh, he left. Anyway, my lord, do you want to break that news from the Japanese foreign minister?
Yeah, it's just something I saw from Walter's Bloomberg terminal. I don't know if you know this, but I have this weird thing where I set an alert. Anytime something breaks, it comes to my phone. So I just copy and dump the damn thing on Clubhouse for you guys to consume. That's about it. The one thing I did see just now is, maybe you guys have already talked about it. This came from Al Jazeera. What was it? Finance Minister Smotrich from Israel? Apparently, an attack from the Lebanese border tore through his son's liver. Did you guys see that at all?
Mm-mm.
Yep.
Did you say his liver?
Yep. Not Smotrich himself, buddy.
Because he's in the IDF, right?
Yes. Here it is. Here's the link.
Wait, but are you going to break the other news about the G7? You just told us how you got the news and never told us the news.
Hold on, give me 1 second here.
Y'all's brains are scrambled, bro.
Bro, I just came from the gym. I'm still in my car.
You eat too many dates.
No, I haven't had dates yet. It's not time to break fast. I still have
Jesus Christ. The G7 energy ministers are expected to meet tonight to discuss process of oil reserve release. I hope people realize that Memphis Bleak, as Anthony called them, is what's causing the G7 to meet to talk about oil reserve release.
Who represents Memphis Bleak in this scenario?
Iran. He said that the U.S. had Iran looking like Memphis Bleak. It's very funny. It is funny. But Memphis Bleak has G7 talking about releasing oil reserves so the markets don't crumble.
Which means Memphis Bleak got a hit.
That's what Memphis Bleak was never trying to outsell Drake. He was never trying to outsell Drake. He was trying to embarrass him so that Drake couldn't go on tour. Huh? That's asymmetrical warfare.
So it shows that they're being impactful on some level if they gotta have that meeting to see if they have to release the reserves.
Again, so Stephanie put Earlier today, 120 now. Before the conflict was around 80 to 85. I thought that oil was $80 before the conflict.
Give or take, it was 80, you know.
Before the build-up to the conflict started happening, the oil was at 60.
Yes, it was 60. You don't start at the 80. It was building up because we were sending ships there because they knew what was happening. It was actually 60 before the conflict.
It was 60. I read 80 earlier. Are you sure?
No, it was 80. It was 80 on the day when the strike started. But the buildup, when they started sending all these ships and everything in the area, is when they were like, oh shit, they're gonna do it. So it went from 60 to 80.
So at one point, when it was at its highest, which was around 120, we had almost a 100% increase.
Almost. Although your president told you that he dropped the price of pharmaceuticals 1,500%. If Joe Biden said something like that, we wouldn't hear the end of it. He said the price of pharmaceuticals has fallen 1,500%. Also, not knowing who Jerry Bruckheimer is as an American of his age is just like totally. It's just unacceptable. I'm sorry. I know this sounds silly. It sounds like it shouldn't matter, especially for a guy. It's just totally unacceptable. I know I'm pushing it, but I'm sorry, y'all. I'm sorry, bro. I'll take it back. But it's just totally unacceptable. I'll take it back, though. I'm sorry.
Even Anthony said that's bad.
I mean, Trent is in his 40s. All the movies that he loved growing up was like Jerry Bruckheimer. Jerry Bruckheimer is like the most successful producer, like in terms of like hit movies of our generation. He's not in Texas, so he's not a big deal to be.
Thank you, James. James saved me because Trent was about to say me and you know what? Can you hear me or not?
Yeah, we hear you.
I hear you first.
James, did you hear me? Oh, shit, bro. Thanks, Jane. I appreciate you, wherever you are. TK,
Yeah.
what's going on?
Where you at? You sound like you in the bar.
The bar? Is it because of the music?
Yeah, you sound like you far away.
No, I'm in the car. And my daughter is playing some kind of music on her phone.
Okay. Make sure y'all check out F1. That was Jerry Bruckheimer's latest movie with, who's that? Brad Pitt and the young boy that played, from Snowfall. I don't remember his name.
Idris Dancing?
Yes, I saw F1. Pretty good movie. Yeah.
F1 was solid garbage. You actually like that?
Look, when I was a kid, I wanted to be the first black Formula One driver, but
Oh, is it Damson? I thought that child's name was Idris. Lord Jesus. His name is Damson. Oops. That's Lori's.
And he's dating his Harvey right now, so shout out to him.
That's Lori's man. You know why I didn't watch that, Divine? Because they cut out the part of the gorgeous girl that's on Bridgerton. And I wanted to see her, but apparently her part was completely removed. So I didn't go see it after.
So, were you here for us playing Trump today? Or did you watch it?
I just got home like 30 minutes ago. I was running around. I kind of Googled it a little bit though. So, but him being forced to respond is a sign that things are not going his way, because normally he just tweets his little heart out. But I noticed he's been a little quiet.
Well, he has been, like it seemed like every other day, or maybe every day, Hikes Up would get up there with one of the generals. And did you see how they roasted him on Saturday Night Live, they whoever didn't see Saturday Night Live this past Saturday, the opening was them mocking Hexa when he does his, I don't know, press conference with the generals. It's hilarious.
Here's some domestic news, breaking news. There's a report from the Washington Examiner. So, it's pretty, I think that's pretty right wing in its orientation. But this is news. I don't know if people saw this. I hope it's not too old. But the soon-to-be former Secretary of ICE spent millions of dollars on vehicles. Did you guys see this story?
Yep, I did.
Spent millions of dollars. Let me see how much he spent.
About 2,500 vehicles.
Yeah, taxpayer dollar, millions of dollars. 2,500 vehicles of ICE vehicles, cars, SUVs, trucks, etc. That they can't use. They can't use because once you order them, this administration, bro, it says ICE on the outside. And so it's marked up with Defend the Homeland, ICE. It's got ICE badges and shit. And the ICE people are like, the whole point of ICE is so people can't know when we're coming. So we can't, and also won't use them. It would also be illegal to use them for other reasons as well. So, yeah. As a Trump administration, they want to get rid of waste, fraud, and abuse. They just ordered 2,500 vehicles that they can't use because the lady had ICE in it all over the outside of them. But I'm sure this is Democrats' fault. If only Tim Walz didn't put tampons in the bathroom.
No! I blame Schumer.
Not tampons. Yeah, it's actually, it's actually Chuck Schumer's fault. That's right. Yeah, ICE has never, quote, this is from a person in ICE. ICE has never, a person in DHS, ICE has never had marked vehicles. In talking to people in the agency, they're like, we don't want to use those. We can't. So
make them use them right now. Get your ass in there, I'm going to tool around.
Oh, God.
I live, I'd say about 20 minutes from a facility that was discovered recently that had a significant chunk of those cars parked, and they thought it was going to be something that would cause a lot of immigration enforcement around this area, but it turns out those were vehicles that were supposed to be deployed to different states and all of that, but they're sitting in that parking lot right now because no one is going to utilize them.
I have a solution. You would drive around personally in an ICE-marked vehicle?
Yeah, why not? Just for shits and giggles.
Shits and bullets. Damn.
Did Omari say that? Oh my God. You must have just got your life insurance policy increased, huh?
Omari wants to get a shot at. It'd be the most exciting part of his life.
That's insane. But I have a solution for them. So, last January, there was a Super Bowl. And in that Super Bowl, the Seattle Seahawks triumphed over the Patriots of New England by kicking the most big edge. It was the most riveting victory. The Seahawks of Seattle beat the New England Patriots. But as you all know, at the Super Bowl, when you win, they have hats made. They have T-shirts made, etc., for you to wear after the game, in the press conference, the what do you call that thing? The post game, the interviews, all that after. But because they don't know who's going to win, they print them for both teams. So what they do with the losing team is they send the shirts to Africa. My solution is to take the ICE-marked cars and send them to Nigeria, send them to Ghana, send them to Cameroon. So there's a bunch of people driving around the streets of Dar es Salaam in Tanzania with ICE vehicles. Isn't that a good solution?
That's pretty funny. Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Pretty funny. It's actually a need. I can see a lot of police departments in that part of the world taking advantage of this and utilizing it. Nigeria, though, they won't want to hear this. I wouldn't send them to Nigeria because it will just become part of the collection of convoys for politicians. So rather than actually going out there and solving crime and doing the work, it will just be, part of some governor's motorcade or some senator or some random businessman. Hurricane, you know what I'm talking about.
You could just paint a V in front of them. Guys.
Hurricane will go on a holiday just for a few days, and I promise you one of those ICE vehicles will be part of his motorcade.
Perfect.
Who?
Hurricane.
I wanted to ask y'all what y'all think about this. I was talking to one of my African buddies, and he says that they have been able to convert a generator to use palm oil. Does that sound real to anybody?
Why don't you ask your friend who told you the story?
Well, obviously, I'm looking for third-party confirmation, because if he's the one telling me the story, then obviously I need something to corroborate it. I don't know. That would seem obvious, right?
Yes, you can convert palm oil into biofuel.
Really? That's crazy. Why? This seems like it's not like a solution to a big problem.
Oh, please be quiet.
Was he asking you to invest or something? I don't.
No. Wait, are y'all not surprised that you can use palm?
No. I'm just being an idiot.
I don't know why y'all being so black, man. I'm black, man.
I just want to say I'm at the gas station and it's $4.09 for premium.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
I heard that they're taking... Wait, Concrete, I heard that they're actually taking corn and turning it into some kind of fuel.
Corn liquor.
No, I know.
Corn liquor.
I need to get your electric vehicle.
Yeah, well, I have a hybrid, so my gas lasts me pretty much all my life.
Like 600, you probably like 600 miles.
I don't even know, but I know it lasts a long time.
Why are we investing in biofuels then?
Concrete, they got cars that run on water. They don't want to do it. There's a device that separates hydrogen from the oxygen, and it runs off the hydrogen. But they're comparing it to something that it's like, oh, that's the components of a nuclear weapon, so we can't. Oh yeah, Dr. Very says very expensive process, but it has been done. I'm going on mute.
By the way, United States is the largest corn ethanol producer.
Wait, so how come we don't talk about that?
Yeah, you have something like more than 200 plants in the United States producing like under 20 billion gallons. It's also a very large lobbying industry.
Speaking of the fuels, did y'all hear from the conspiracy theory arm, Carl Grumer, the 67-year-old Caltech astrophysicist who searched exoplanets and galactic streams, was shot and killed on February 16, 2020 this year outside his home in Milano, California? Did y'all hear about that? He was a senior research scientist at Caltech's Infrared Processing and Analysis Center, and apparently he found water on distant planets. So the conspiracy theorists are like, Oh, another scientist that had found something that was great for humanity has been taken out in a rural area where nobody ever should have been. So, yeah, it's great. I'll put it in the chat, but that's very sad.
We'll have to circle back on that one. We'll have to circle back. You know, we don't.
I was just
We'll have to investigate. Maybe he was cheating and it was a, murder for hire thing.
I'm sure it'll come out. I did not know that there was any scientist that had found water outside of Earth. But anyhow, we don't have to have the water conversation because that actually started a couple of decades ago, and then with the data centers and the water scarcity, blah, blah, blah. If anybody's curious looking down that rabbit hole, I put the link in the chat.
We can't go to outer space. We live in a dome.
The one inside your head?
No, it's called the firmament.
You've been watching Paradise.
No. Listen, you might not believe the good book, but I do. Thank you. Have a nice day.
Of course I believe the good book. How else would people like you and others be allowed to exist in this world? Nothing but God.
I've been very nice to you, Redbone. I don't need all of this sass. Thank you.
Watch your mouth.
Hey, what? You didn't see how she spoke to me?
Trigger me, but good try, little man.
He ain't little. He weighs 280 pounds.
The devil is a liar. His name is Hurricane. There you go.
Beaver said, "What is Redbone?"
Oh my God, Beaver.
Let me take this one. Let me explain to you. It's just the delectability of the Redbone. Oh, yes. They're my favorite topics. Am I right, Divine?
Yeah, I can't lie. Although my wife is a chocolatey sister. Shout out to Redbone.
Just because a woman is light-skinned with nice hips and a big booty does not mean that she is always attractive. I'm just saying, there's some ugly-ass mofos that's light-skinned, okay? Can't just put a wig on them and they all look cute. I'm just saying.
You didn't explain it to him unless he's bugging out. He gotta know what a Redbone is. He must.
Why do you care? It's a beaver.
Hurricane, are you ever happy, Hurricane? Gee, when?
I never heard Hurricane laugh. What? How does it take, Hurricane?
I'm not with Hurricanes. Beaver doesn't even date black women. What's wrong with you people? He's a white supremacist.
In other random news, did y'all see that Dak Prescott and his fiance got into a huge fight and called off the wedding supposedly because she wanted to sign a prenup?
Sign that goddamn prenup.
She's already the baby mama.
You still gotta sign
the prenup, girl. You already gonna get child support. What is the purpose of not signing it at this point? Anywho, I'm sorry, I just...
You swear she got an upper hand?
Yeah, Kat, I don't know why she wouldn't sign it at this point, but why is he just now bringing this up? Like, bro, like, what in the world? Anywho, I saw that.
How do you know he just brought it up?
Well, they made an announcement, and of course, a lot of these people are surrounded by people that are not their friends, so the leaks are all over social media, apparently, that they got into a huge, awful fight wherever they are. And then sure enough, they issued the little formal statement saying that the wedding was off. And I did not know that Dak was worth $250 million, supposedly.
Yeah, before it's possible that they've been talking about it for a while, and she kept on saying, and she said, let me think about it, and then she finally said, no, I'm not going to sign it.
We don't.
Wait, for real? That's possible? What?
Right. According to TMZ and sources close to the couple, it was actually not about a prenup. So I wonder what the real reason was. You know, I don't know, but let me try to go back and see if the article says something, but probably something to do with maybe being faithful. Who knows? But they prenup talk. Because it was like a month before the wedding.
So this one's for concrete. You know, people say you can't have your cake and eat it too. The term is actually you can't have your cake, K-A-T-E, and Edith, E-D-I-T-H, cake and eat it too. So there might be some truth to what the sister just said. I think it's another chick on the side.
No, black men don't cheat. Black men don't cheat. That's
but did you guys see Reform? Did you see about Dwight Howard and his wife, Amy Luciani? Girl, it's bad.
We're having the gossip portion. Wait, did you see their child spoke out? The 18-year-old, the one that was accused of harming another child, but then come to find out that poor child was also, trigger warning, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, that child was also essayed in his own home. So what? Ooh, Dwight just needs to come out of the closet. He just tearing up lives. He got his new wife crying online. He got Royce Reed online saying, I told you so. Then his 18-year-old son is online saying, my daddy's crazy. I've seen him do crazy stuff. My mama crazy. I'm crazy. Like, save your family, Dwight. Do the right thing. Have your boyfriend and your girlfriend.
What's the brother? Oh man, he was in The Best Man. The brother that be bugging out talking about the square root of 1. What's the brother like?
Terrence Howard.
Oh, did you hear what he said? Yes.
Yeah. Crazy. He came out and said he was sexually assaulted as a youth.
He always says some weird shit. I don't even want to repeat what he said because I'm like, really, Terrence? But what? You know what? Just whatever, bro.
He's not allowed. Anyway. He's not allowed to tell his story.
Well, what he said, Hurricane, was that he was more.
No, please.
Okay, it's very triggering. But
Y'all have said so many triggering things on this now. It's Clubhouse. Can you be sensitive, bro? Please. Selfish. All right.
He said he was more active.
Yeah, then leave, bitch. Leave if you can't take it.
Exactly. He said that he was more active.
Pretending that you guys can't take shit.
He said that he was more active when he was a child than as a grown man. That's what he said. And he gave. Oh, that's what I was traumatized after that, and I didn't read anymore. I'm not a huge fan of Terrence Howard, surprisingly, but if anybody else wants to fill in, that's as far as I could go.
Hurricane,
by the way. That's not trauma, by the way.
Well, I was like, I didn't want to hear anything else. He's an interesting person. Have y'all heard him talk about like his scientific discoveries and the patents and stuff?
He's crazy.
Well, yeah, but you know. It happens to boys more than often. Now the men are starting to speak up, which is good to give that awareness because we always protect little girls, but these little boys need to be protected too.
In what world do we always protect a little girl?
Okay, so I'm not about to get into it. You know how it is. It's always like, watch out for your little girls around this and that, and where they don't really say it like that with little boys. Okay, so that's what I'm talking about. That's why my boys were never allowed to do certain things and join certain clubs. No thanks. Somebody said that since we're talking about
Beaver whoop that trick in the guitar. Somebody said that, was it Christy Nome they said was like the white girl? The white girl that was in the movie at the end when he was like, play my shit, get my shit played. She was like, okay, I'll do it. And they were like, that was Christy Nome talking about Donald Trump. I'm sorry, they did the meme too. I did not find it for y'all. That shit was fucking funny as hell. They really called Christy Nome. What was her name in the movie, y'all? Y'all know what I'm saying? The little white girl when she was crying. I'll do it. And then she was getting his music played all over the place. Anyway, it was really. I don't know how people create these memes, but there's a lot of talented people that exist purely to troll on social media. I hope they're good. That's the beginning of Finding Forrester, Tony? Lord Jesus. Hey, you guys. I'm going to change the subject just for a second and talk to Reform. Hey, Reform. Hey, lady. Hey. So I'm about to lose a couple friends over the weekend voting for Tallarico. Not really, but kind of. You know, it finally calmed down, Miss Deborah, because I thought that these people, I was going to have to create a burner to start trolling people. It got really ugly. I mean, they were calling us everything but a child of God. Then they were saying they weren't going to vote, and I had to unfollow some of the thought leaders that I really, really admired, and it kind of made me sad because they were being damn near MAGA, racist ass MAGA, beefing with the Hispanic people and, you know, saying like, leave black people out of it and y'all don't think black people are competent and we ain't doing shit and you gotta earn our vote. And I was like, oh my God, have y'all lost y'all ever-loving mind? It's like they don't understand what a primary is. That's to get down to one candidate. Somebody has to win, someone has to lose, right? But I even saw this one guy was commenting, or he was saying that, oh yeah, so now you want black people to vote for you. Talking about Tallarico. You didn't need us for the primary, but now you want our votes. And that's really the opposite. They were blowing my phone up. It was Jasmine that wasn't sending me anything. I almost thought he was going to have to address it. It was every platform that I went to, and then my sister is very pro-black, and then she was looking at me like, well, why didn't you vote for that? And I was like, girl, because she wasn't going to win. And I don't know why black people have to be so policed. And then we got into this huge discussion with my mom about, you know, presentation and being woke and being, you know, black, and Jasmine is, and I was just like, Lord. But yeah, I had no idea that people felt that strongly, and they were pissed. A lot of them basically said that they're not going to vote during the primaries. They don't give a shit. That's what I heard. I see that too, and I don't understand it. I don't get that. Like, I'm going to vote Democrat either way because I don't know. Yeah, I don't know why everybody doesn't understand that.
The people think
like, who are you hurting to stay home?
They're just being foolish. They're just being foolish. They haven't learned anything. I don't know. I know a few people here who obviously don't live in Texas, but we're disappointed.
But you know, and I'm sorry, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Oh, no. I was just going to say,
they wanted Jasmine Crockett to win just because of bias. They weren't able to articulate anything else. And I think that I didn't hear them wrestle with some of the challenges in campaigning that she failed to meet. They didn't seem to care about that. These are also people who ever didn't seem to understand how Texas functions and how Texans tend to think.
I don't understand that either, because if you live here, you gotta understand. You need to vote for who has the best chance of winning. And it's not a shoe-in for him either. But to me, he was just more crossover. But maybe not if Black people were that mad. And that just makes no sense to me. But I'm not sorry for the way I voted. And with her coming out so quickly and not contesting, I think she figured that out, that she needed to do that quickly before there was a big separation and a fight, internal type of fight. But I also had some time to think about it, Obian. And she should have gone back to Congress, taken her seat in Congress. She would have she would have been she would have had a powerful voice. She didn't need to be in the Senate to represent. She was going to be probably the next Pelosi, or something close to that. I might be exaggerating a little bit, but I mean, she had a voice. She gave it up. She gave up her voice. She was, with Marjorie Taylor Greene out of the way. I always enjoyed her and how she would, kind of take them down and call them out. She had a voice and she let it go. She didn't have to be a senator this time around. And so I hate it for her. I'm sorry it happened. But it is what it is. And she'll find her path. She's awesome. She's gonna do well. She'll figure it out.
Thank you.
I'm sorry. I just wanted to tell her that.
Oh, no worries. That was good. That was a good conversation. How are you today, Deborah? Deborah, you can't talk no more?
Did you ask me a question? I'm sorry.
I said, how are you today, Deborah?
I am well. I'm well, First Lady. How are you?
I'm great. Thank you, Deborah.
Thank you. I'm glad to hear it, and I'm happy to see you.
I'm happy to see you too. Hey, Arthur. So I believe they caught the people. There's two guys that had the little bomb situation for at Mondani's house. They said that they were inspired by ISIS. Did y'all talk about that? No? Okay.
I thought it was brief.
Did they catch them? Did they catch them?
Yeah, they caught them.
Okay.
And they said that they thought, they were inspired by ISIS. Do you believe that? Do y'all believe that?
What is ISIS relationship with Iran though? Are they adversarial?
I don't think so. Well, ISIS, Afghanistan, and Iran, they don't get along.
I just want to point out something for the room, just for the future, because I was in the audience all day and it's the first time up on stage. There was a blatant discussing Hello. There was a blatant, disgusting lie that was told earlier, and I had wrote about it in the chat when it was said about this particular topic and why that right-wing agitator, Jake Lang, was actually near the Mamdani residence. There was a person in here that calls himself El Norma who said it was a pro-Israel rally, and that is blatantly false. He was there because he's an Islamophobe. It was a anti-Muslim rally that he put together. Want to make the clear distinction and see how this person lies and call it out. I did not have time to do that on the stage earlier. It may sound small, but this is the pattern and this is the bullshit. So I make sure we are clear. Thank you.
Claire's water, thank you. So he told a story. He didn't tell the truth earlier. Is that how normal?
He said it was a pro-Israel rally. It's not true. This guy has a pattern of anti-Muslim. He's a right wing. Is he a January 6er that was pardoned? I'm not sure exactly. He was. That's correct. So yes, he's also anti-Semitic. He's the far right. So it's just those lies on the app are very problematic, and I just wanted to make it known so that if he says it in other rooms or people repeat it here, it is not true.
All right.
Even Beaver says he lies. That's funny.
You know, we got into it yesterday morning. He started in on it. And first he started in on it and made it seem like it was about Mamdani's fight. And then when he couldn't get anywhere with that, then he worked over to try to make it about how Mamdani wasn't providing the police protection for people who were protesting outside of synagogues that were having meetings about selling occupied West Bank land. He just kept going on and on and on. He just kept desperately trying to make it about Israel, and I kept having to, over and over and over say, no, that's a lie. This is what it is, and it went on and on. So I missed it today, thankfully, but we went through it yesterday. It's very hard, guys. Going through all this stuff with Israel all the time. I'll speak for myself, but I know I speak for Scotty as well, and saying that, with gratitude that you don't make an assumption that being Jewish means that someone is in favor of the politics of Israel or any of the things that many of us find despicable. That you don't conflate those things. That's why we're here. That's why I'm here. I'll speak for myself. Otherwise, it would be impossible to be in this space. So I'm grateful for that.
Well, thank you for speaking up and using your voice.
Hey, I sent you. I sent you 5 Clubhouse gelt over to.
Okay.
Inside joke.
Oh, gotcha.
Thank you so much.
All right. Any other breaking news?
I've been traveling today, but if you want to talk about
Kylie Jenner?
No. Kevin Kiley, he's a representative in the Sierra Nevada.
A little bit earlier, but not much.
Yeah,
in the middle of the chaos, I tried to pivot to that take.
Yeah, it doesn't really mean that much because he's still going to Congress as a Republican, but it does show a degradation of the brand. And it also shows what happens when you actually gerrymander well and forces people to shift their politics. And Kevin Kyler is a good example. He's a real piece of shit, by the way. He's truly one of the worst legislators in California, which is saying a lot because our Republicans are extra bad. So we'll see exactly what it means, but the toxicity of the Republican brand, I think, is the story. That it's better for him to be an independent than a Republican is a good sign. Because that's, I think he's the first one probably since Justin Amash. If you remember him, he's a libertarian from Western Michigan who ditched them and then ultimately, lost his re-election campaign. Maybe if he actually ran. I forget if he actually followed through on the re-election or not. But he was ostracized. So I'm really curious to see what they do here, but they desperately need him out there because he's a good candidate for them. Anybody from Pennsylvania?
Yeah.
I'm near it.
Oh, okay. Hi. I used to live in Pittsburgh. So
I thought you lived in Gaithersburg.
That was before.
Okay.
First Pittsburgh. I studied at college. So what's with Mr. Fetterman? He's become like
that was a flex. That was a flex in the song.
Was it? What happened? It's like Fetterman's become like the new Joe Manchin, isn't it?
So he votes with Democrats 90% of the time. Please feel free to fact check me. He is loud and vocal about a couple of issues, and the people tend to just focus on that. So they're big issues, though. The war is one of them, right? So they just get a lot of attention. I don't think people look at his actual voting record.
Really? Okay. Well, I'm glad to hear that because if you remember the cinema and the mansion, right? Such a pain in the ass. I was just thinking like Fetterman was sort of like picking a lot. I could be the mansion, get whatever I want.
No, they were problematic. They were always holding shit up. I understand me now.
Great. Any other breaking news?
Oh, I mean, so cinema even voted with a time.
Oh, that's really coming in great.
Yeah.
Did y'all hear what he said? No.
You didn't hear what I said? Oh, I
said it's not coming in.
I said cinema voted within 93% of the time, and this data's right.
Oh, okay.
Well, my birthday's on Friday since we don't have any other big news.
Oh, happy early birthday!
Yeah, I'm going to be 72 years old.
What? You'll be 27. Look at that.
Yeah. And I'm going to have a birthday party, so y'all can come to my birthday party. I'm having a musical clubhouse birthday party.
In Minnesota?
No, I'm right here with you. I'll send you an invite. And it's going to be co-hosted by Spiritus, who's going to spin music.
Yeah.
Birthday playlist. So the gift is going to be and so I'm filled with all sorts of dinner and lunch invitations, but I really wanted to celebrate on Clubhouse since I spend the majority of my life right here. So that'll be on Thursday night.
Oh, that sounds good. All right.
We have a new post from Trump
And the new post from Trump, you said? Okay.
If Iran does anything that stops the flow of oil within the Strait of Hormuz, they will be hit by the United States of America 20 times harder than they have ever been hit thus far. Additionally, we will take out easily destroyable targets that will make it virtually impossible for Iran to ever be built back as a nation again. Death, fire, and fury will reign upon them. But I hope and pray that it does not happen. This is a gift from the United States of America to China and all of those nations that heavily use the Hormuz Strait. Hopefully, it is a gesture that will be greatly appreciated. Thank you for your attention to this matter, President Donald J. Trump.
So, CEO, is this in response to the Reuters article that just came out saying the IRGC will threatens to halt all regional oil exports if U.S. and Israeli strikes continue?
Sounds like it.
Okay. They said Tehran said that they would not allow 1 liter of oil to be exported. That's according to the state media. And it followed Trump's predicting the war would be over soon. So maybe Trump's responding to that. That's what I'm saying. That was from 10 minutes.
These people is just full of confusion. Before we get too far away from celebration, R.I.P. Biggie Smalls today is the day that we lost our good brother. His birthday is in May, and we'll be celebrating that too. But we cannot forget Brooklyn's own. Brooklyn, we made it. Hey, Biggie. I'm done.
Hats off to being getting a goofy at the joke.
Man, really? Just threat? Oh my God. What in the hell?
I mean, it was only death, fire, and fury, though.
That's too much. This is too much.
I've been missing his thank you for your attention to this matter. I'm glad we included that this time.
Reading Trump tweets tends to trigger some people, but as long as it comes from a masculine voice, they're okay. This motherfucker,
You just said it. CEO just read it. I said that's too much.
Do you have the report that just broke out of CNN?
The disappointed selection of Iran, the new supreme leader?
Iran is planning to impose duties on tankers and ships in the Gulf. So there you go.
I think about where he shelters Donald John Trump president. I think a rapid made a tune call, but not for long. Because he was trying to get a certain result, but the younger Khomeini is tougher than the one that he executed. A lot of people are not weighing that. I think Iran is in a much better geographical.
Well, why is he trying to troll China so much? Oh, I thought you were responding to what Trump was saying, First Lady, not just us reading it. Like, why is he trying to say this is a gift from the United States of America to China? What? Oh, Jesus, this man. Lord have mercy.
How about China?
He's got their back. Maybe he's got their back.
He's letting them know, listen, I'm standing out in front and be like, don't take the oil from the people. Okay?
I'm not sure if this is breaking news or not. Did you guys talk about Australia?
Did she just interrupt? Okay.
Voila.
Let me shut my mouth.
What were you saying, First Lady? First Lady, what were you saying?
It's okay. Let me shut my mouth.
Says she done. Go ahead, ma'am.
I didn't mean
the breaking news was?
Lady, I'm sorry. I didn't.
You good. Go ahead, ma'am. Hello?
Yeah, I was mic'd, sorry. That Australia will deploy a reconnaissance and command aircraft to the Middle East at the request of the United Arab Emirates to aid in the defense of both nations, Australian officials said on Tuesday. Prime Minister Anthony Albanese of Australia said the country would also provide medium-range air-to-air missiles to the UAE that would be used for the defense of Gulf nations. He added that Australia would not be deploying troops on the ground in Iran. The plane, an E-7A Wedgetail, will be accompanied by 85 personnel. That's it.
Absolutely hits for.
So it's looking like, is this a coalition of the willing in disguise? I don't know.
What do you mean? Sorry, I didn't hear that last person speaking.
Well, when he throws out threats to Russia or China, that's an invitation to come on in, you guys, let's make this World War III.
No, he needed the Russians on this part. They needed their oil to come to market, which is why they got away from the sanctions.
So he just pissing everybody off for no reason, basically. Who is he trying to curry favor with this? Like, what is this supposed to... I hope y'all appreciate this, as if the United States doesn't well, like, you did it.
It's saving face, Mickey. The U.S. has never been in a conflict and admitted defeat. You have to save your position. There's certain reputations and egos involved, so he's pontificating. And then there's the upcoming summit with China. He doesn't want to burn any bridges there.
This man, just get on my nerves. I'm sorry. I mean, I understand, but that's the thing. Like, maybe he could have gotten away with this his first administration because these other countries gave him a lot of grace because he represented the United States. And again, it's never about the president, it's about the country. But this man, I mean, he just continues to, I mean, I don't even want to say it anymore because we all say it in this room, but the way that he just manages, after these bridges are burned, and he done burned all the damn firewood, he just manages to, like, keep putting himself further. Like, it's just like there's no end to it. There's just no end to it.
Go see what the president of Turkey has been tweeting all day. He talks both sides of his mouth, but they were saying some crazy shit. And then you had Azerbaijan that was quote-unquote the Turkish but Israeli sphere of influence. They came out and expressed comments against the new Ayatollah. Comments for the new Ayatollah, but then also providing aid to Iran, which is very interesting because Iran, quote-unquote, is aligned with Russia, but Azerbaijan and Russia have very temperamental relationships right now. So I don't know what Aliyev is doing with those positions or if he's being influenced by the Turk, but it was very interesting because if Azerbaijan moves away from the Israeli sphere of influence towards purely being on the Turkish side, that's Turkey gaining more influence in that region. And Erdogan and Putin, they have a decent relationship. Erdogan's very tricky, but still has a relationship. Turk Stream is still up and going, so I wonder what those two are cooking behind the scenes as well.
I brought up Azerbaijan this morning because there are a couple of people that I'm following. I literally, it's like half of my X is only there, just like I follow True Social, because all of these people, all of the federal agencies, the state agencies, the people abroad, all of these mofos are on X. I don't know what it is. Have they always been there and I just never paid attention? They're all communicating that way. Don't you think that is just decidedly odd? And then they retweet each other, and it's like, I thought that I liked having access to this much data in real time, but actually now I don't. I literally brought up Azerbaijan this morning because I saw that there was, like you said, something is afoot. I'm gonna go back on mute. Jesus Christ.
Mickey, I've been there. People be bugging out when I tell them. When I used to tour, one of the artists I was working with, we went to Azerbaijan.
Did you go to Baku?
And I didn't know anything.
Did you go to Baku?
That's exactly where we went. And we got a phone call from the wife of Uncle Luke. For some reason, she lives there. She's like, hey, I got your number because I'm Luke's wife and I work for the government. I work for the U.S. government and I'm here. I want to come to the show. I was like, sure, no problem. But it was really nice. And he was like, what are you guys known for? And the guy that brought us there, he's like, we're known for our caviar and we have oil. I was like, oh, okay. So y'all got money. Okay. But yeah, it was a lovely place. We had a good.
He didn't say crime.
Well, I didn't see any. We were with musicians, so we were well protected. But yes, I could see that.
Thank you. And Breaking Matt is saying that Politico. From Politico, Trump has been prepared to quickly endorse Jerome Cornyn after the Texas Senator outperformed expectations and finished ahead of Paxton, Texas Attorney General, in last week's primary. The People said that Paxton managed to at least forestall that outcome when he announced that if the Senate passes the bill, he would drop his campaign. So just as a reminder, Trump tweeted almost immediately the following day after the election, he started targeting Tallarico. He called him, the usual liberal, blah, 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 and basically threatened his own party and said that he wanted this settled quickly, and whoever he decided to endorse, he wanted the other candidate to drop out. Trump does not have a problem threatening anybody via social media.
I was going to ask a good question in Tallarico. I heard a very interesting prediction, and I wanted to hear what the thought. One, can he win Texas? And then two, in 2 years, do you think he could supersede Gavin as the Democratic nominee, or do you think that's too early?
Well, he goes by Ben now, and I don't know, I think he's on break. Oh, Matt is up here. Great. Matt is going to answer your question. Did you hear him, Matt?
So he's on 2008. I'm sorry, 2028, excuse me.
So there was a poll today that came out. Let me find the poll just so I'm citing data correctly. One moment. Tallarico basically beats both Cornyn and Paxton in this recent poll. I want to say, I'm trying to find it. I want to say he beats Cornyn by 1 point and Paxton by, I think it's between 2 and 4. I wouldn't say it's around 4. But it's a PPP poll. And so with the endorsement of Trump, Cornyn would do against Paxton. I'll say this actually. With the endorsement, Cornyn would lose to Paxton by a point. With, of course, Trump endorsing Paxton would do 58%, Cornyn would do 32%. But off the initial ballot, with no endorsement, Paxton wins 49% to Cornyn's 41%. Why am I saying this before I answer your question? Well, facts matter. Tallarico could smoke the shit out of Paxton at nighttime before he goes to bed. He could have a real lung cancer smoke-a-thon, packing up Paxton. As much as the CEO disagrees with me, and probably Trent and others, I'm smarter than him. So guess what? Yes, he can beat Paxton. They're pissed off and scared. That's why Thune, the Senate Majority Leader, is begging Trump to endorse because they're going to waste $500 million trying to defend a fucking seat from a 5-time incumbent senator who arguably should be winning this primary and winning in the general, right? Paxton has been, didn't he survive impeachment in Texas? Britt, fact check me if I'm wrong, because Britt, she lives in Texas. She knows all about this.
He did.
There we go, right? Corruption, so much shit that's made stuff. He's a fucking cheater. His wife is a state senator. She's very popular in the state. Everyone hates him, quote unquote, everyone except MAGA. So he would go down in fucking flames to the little gay white church boy, Presbyterian seminary at Tallarico. 2, so that answers one question. 2, the most retarded thing that James Tallarico could do in the next 2 years is run for president. Why would you leave when potentially you have Fetterfuck, the ogre from The Witcher, from Aragon, and from Rings of Power, who is going to vote with Republicans? I don't care if 92% of the time he votes with Democrats. It doesn't matter. On important legislation, like things we need him to vote for, the nasty bitch votes with Republicans. He votes to confirm Republicans. So what happens when Clarence Thomas cold black ass dies, or chooses to retire, or Alito, the fossil fuel, who looks like Skeletor from He-Man? right? What happens if either of those bitches retire? What happens then? Federer Fuck's probably going to nominate a Republican to the Supreme Court with the rest of the GOP because he's a fucking dynamo, right? So having just 51 seats means not shit. You can't just flip with Peltola. The 4 targets we know that are on the Dems list, you can't just flip with Peltola from Alaska, Brown from Ohio, Plattner or Janet Mills from Maine, or Cooper from North Carolina. You do need to probably flip a couple more seats, to be really honest. You either need Iowa, Texas, or Florida. All 3 of those states were also won by the same margin. Trump won Alaska, 13 points, right? So those should be 3 we think about. I don't think Florida makes sense. I don't think Vindman's going to beat Moody. I think Tallarico's going to beat Paxton. So guess what? That should be what we should focus on. If Tallarico runs for president and wins, let's pretend he wins in 28. Cool. You're jumping in with only 51 seats potentially in the Senate. I'm not going to talk about the 2028 seats because we have some chances to flip stuff there. I'm just going to pretend like we would have the same Senate. Why would you make one? Why would you have a special election in Texas where we wouldn't have no clear quote-unquote successor to follow in your footsteps and hopefully flip that seat you just flipped again? That just doesn't make any sense. Why would we want to waste another $250 million on this seat again? Why? When you have Federer, when you have all these other idiots. So no, he needs to get in Congress, pass bills, make a name for himself, and allow himself to have an easy path or an easier path to re-election. Same thing what John Ossoff just did. He just did the same shit in fucking state. Georgia was a state Trump won before, right, in 2016. He did in 2020. And guess what happened after he lost it? John Ossoff was able to win the seat, right? And obviously we saw him win it in 24. But John Ossoff, per polling, is going to probably smoke Mike Collins by at least 2 to 4 points. Maybe more. Probably. It does not make sense for us to not following that same blueprint, a state we've been thirsty for, Texas, just like we've been thirsty for Georgia and Arizona. We don't need to run these people. I still think, Diego and Kelly in Arizona would be great candidates for president. I'm still nervous as hell because it's Arizona. Yes, it's getting bluer, sure. I'm still terrified of either of them trying to run, right? Even though I know more likely than not would probably hang on to both of their seats. So yeah, no, he does not need to run for president. Yes, he will probably be Paxton, and according to polling, he has a shot to be cornered. Sorry for the soliloquy, I'm going to get
one last question. So, who are the 2 favorites for president outside of Gavin? Sorry, Steve, what's it?
To answer Ben's question, if he can run if he wants to and look like you're abandoning your post when you just got elected, I think it's stupid to do it. Y'all can disagree. I don't care what y'all think. He's an idiot to run for president if he literally just won the Senate seat. Get in the Senate and get some shit done. Same for AOC. You've not done shit to run for president. Wait for you to get some shit actually done in I think, Congress in general. So run for Senate versus run for president. It just is stupid to me. But what was your question, sorry?
Outside of Gavin, who do you think are the other favorites to come up?
What do you mean favorites to come up? I'm talking about from Texas?
No.
For Senate?
For president on the Dem side, nominee-wise.
Did you just say other than Jasmine Crockett, who I think
He said other than Newsom.
I thought you said other than Jasmine Crockett.
I would never for president. You got Ben putting messages in the chat.
Yeah, that just really actually disturbed me that I thought you said Jasmine Crockett. The other candidates that I think make sense are people we've all discussed. Bashir is someone who makes sense. I think Ossoff would make sense because he's been in the Senate long enough. He would have run re-election. That would be a fine pivot for him. There are others who also could make sense. I think more so to be VP. I think the combination that you should want is someone who's probably from a Sunbelt state and also potentially on the VP side, someone from the Rust Belt. That's the best combination to win. But people, obviously have their favorites because they either have a penis or a vagina or they have a skin color and they want them because they are stupid. But I actually want to win based off strategy and how you win the map in 2032 when we have a census that is no longer favorable to the Democratic Party, that's going to be favorable to the Republicans. Because in 2032, Democrats will not just easily be able to win by winning the fake blue wall states that are not blue at all, right? The purple states, Michigan, Wisconsin, and PA, which vote with each other and always do and have since the fucking 60s. You're going to have to also pick up a couple of Sunbelt states, so Nevada, Arizona, Georgia, or North Carolina. Why would we want to risk putting up some retard like Gavin Newsom, who is going to fuck up, I'm sure, in his first term as president, to then run in 2032 and expect us to, one, hold on to very, very fucking fragile Senate seats, right, when it comes to the down ballot, And also, Price somehow he can flip those 4 Sunbelt states again, or 2 of the 4 Sunbelt states again, in addition to the Rust Belt. It does not make sense. It makes more sense to pick someone from the Sunbelt and someone from the Rust Belt, have them obviously make sense together, have that chemistry, and run together. I think that Bashir and Whitmer are showing us something because they're both chair and vice chair of the governors. Isn't the governors, whatever the fuck is the Governors Association for the Democrats? They both clearly are trying to show us we're a team. We can be a team. We can help flip, governors' mansions in red states and purple states. Yeah, but I think they're also kind of showing us they'd be a decent ticket. I don't necessarily know if that's my favorite combo in terms of a ticket. I like Ossoff a lot, but I think that is the best strategy going forward.
I think the Democrats have been the most hapless political party in a long time in the last 15 years. Hapless is the word.
Anyway, I don't care. Y'all are going to agree and disagree and do whatever you want. I think that what I said makes sense. Y'all can believe what you want. I'm going to help all of you lose.
So
and all of us end up dying under fascism.
Matt, are any of those actual predictions, or are you just giving analysis?
What are you talking about?
Are you predicting Tallarico will be the senator from Texas?
If it's Paxton, I believe, yes, he will. If it's Cornyn, it's still up in the air, but polling shows he can beat him. So that's not me necessarily saying I'm 100% on that, but it looks good. It looks good for him either way. They're saying a bunch of shit about him right now in the press, and no one seems to really give a fuck. They're posting old clips of him. No one seems to really give a fuck. His biggest issue to me is going to be getting black voters to come out and vote because they're playing in the, Hillary Clinton, Kamala Harris, I don't like who's the person running, so I'm not going to go vote for them thing. It's funny because K-Hive was the one arguing with people to not do this, and now K-Hive is the ones that are literally doing it in 2026. But yeah, congratulations. I actually want the Republicans to win, like Dan said before. I want them to destroy all of your lives. I'll be nuked. So enjoy that.
I do too. So confusion, you said the Dems were the most hapless political party. Did you mean in America or like in the West?
I think in general, as in any political party.
Answer my question directly so I can finish mine. Do you mean in America or like in the West?
Dude, there are only 2 parties in America.
Right. So were you? So you mean
in the West? Okay. In the West.
Okay, so my question is, how are they more hapless than labor?
What was that?
How are they more hapless than labor?
Labor is just another something like labor is as hapless.
I'm asking, how are the Democrats more hapless than labor?
More hapless than labor?
You said the Democrats were the most hapless party, and then you just said you were talking about in Western politics. Cool. So I want to know how they're more hapless than labor.
Well, see, now you're making me think, so you got to give me a minute.
So you made the claim that you hadn't thought about before you spoke. Okay, that's fair.
Correction. And I looked at what you were saying. I just looked at the chat. Yes, you're right. I did not realize that. Federfuck is out in 28. So 2030, we wouldn't have the issue of Tallarico needing that number. Well, I don't know. I mean, yeah, you're right. Obama ran and won. I don't want to risk that personally. That's me. Y'all can risk it. Like I said, I want us to lose, so maybe I should want to risk it. So actually, Tallarico should run for president, and I hope he wins, and that we lose his seat to Ted Cruz's clone that he's going to make on Epstein Island with the rest of the conspiracy theorist Alex Jones people. I want us to lose.
I remember what Ben used to say in the past, that this country is still a little bit of a popularity contest, look good, sound good, all that stuff. I'm just curious if he did take that gambit, if he would actually win or upset. I know it's early, but I've actually heard some white liberal folks actually say that on the left.
You're talking about Tallarico?
Yeah, about Tallarico.
It's not happening.
I would be honest. I understand y'all like it, and I like it too. I don't want him to run for president. I want to hold the seat. Like, I'm going to be honest, holding that seat is more important than him becoming president. We have other options who are, technically, as in Texas, it is technically a Sunbelt state. I'd rather a different Sunbelt stater come out and run that has a better record. I get it. He's the shiny new thing we're all talking about. We're going to probably be talking about a lot of him after he quote unquote hopefully wins this fall. I don't give a fuck about that. I want to actually I want someone who can explain what they're going to do, who has a record. I think that we need a governor. So that's my opinion. I mean, I would love to Ossoff as well, but at the end of the day, I honestly think we need a governor. I'd be fine with the senator again, but that's why it's like, some of these people are cool. I think Newsom's too much of a risk. Yes, he's a governor. I'm now hearing Wes Moore is going on a fucking tour in several battleground states after just this week saying I'm not running for president on CNN. I don't know. I would be cool with Ossoff too. I mean, I'm very, I'd be cool with a few people. I'm just thinking we're talking about strategy, Sun Belt state, Rust Belt state combo. That would be awesome. Now they're talking about fucking Marco Rubio. It's been, I guess, 25 Republican senators have all jumped up and said, because I guess Trump asked everybody, or these 25 senators, Rubio or Vance, who do you prefer? Who would you prefer as president? And all of them said Rubio. So I don't know. I'm honestly kind of scared of Rubio a little bit, if I'm being honest with y'all. More than Vance. But he's unpopular as fuck, Trump. So I think both of them are going to have quite a battle ahead of them. I'm just thinking I don't want missteps. I don't want risks. I'd rather, us put the folks forward, or, in terms of wherever this ticket's going to look like, who make the most sense, who can flip the most states, and who really can get reelected and not fuck us in 2030 for the midterms, because historically we lose seats, whoever's in the White House, and two in 2032 when it really is going to matter when the census fucks us. So I don't know. Y'all can have y'all's dream people that are probably awesome or more, skilled than all these other fuckers that are going to be potentially running. Shit, cool. But I don't know. I'm not as confident that we're going to be A-okay in 28. I'm just not.
Okay, confusion. Do you have an answer?
Yeah, of course they won't. So Ben, I know you're a pretty cool guy over here, and you don't like to lose arguments or something. Chill out. You think it's a good thing you made me think. It's not a big deal, right?
Just answer the question.
So yeah, who the fuck loses twice to Trump?
Democrats did in 2016.
Yeah, exactly. And also, we literally have two political parties in the U.S., right? I fucking hate Labor. All right, I voted every time I voted for Hillary, I voted for Biden, voted for Kamala Harris. It's always been frustrating. So yes, the Democrats are more hapless than Labour because at least in the UK, there are like 4 or 5 political parties. And also in every place in the world except the United States, when you lose an election, the party leader steps down. We don't have that. We have a fucking gerontocracy.
That's not true.
It's true.
What you said was untrue.
Legislature stepped down.
One second. Calm down. So, who was the party leader in 2016?
For whom?
The Democrats.
It was like, okay, guys, chill, relax, okay?
Just answer the question.
Yeah. It was Nancy Pelosi in the House.
No.
Of course, in 2016,
the party leader, not the politician. You said
party leader. You
delete the party. I'm going by what you said. You said the party leader. So I'll ask you again. Who was the party leader in 2016?
I don't remember. It was Harry Reid or someone. He was in the Senate. I don't know.
No. Who led the party in 2016?
Oh fuck! Do you mean the president is considered the party leader? If that's what you mean, all right. What?
Who was the DNC leader in 2016?
I don't fucking remember.
Okay, I got you. Calm down, brother. So you just said that with the Democrats, when they lose, they don't leave. So I just want to test your theory. Who was the party leader in 2016, brother?
If you think that the DNC, the chairman of the DNC is of any consequence, you've scored a point.
Okay, so let's put that to the side. So then you said then let's go to the congressional leaders. So you said whenever so let's go Nancy Pelosi. So then you said the party leaders, whenever they lose.
First of all, Dan, since you, hang on, Dan.
No, hang on.
Agreeing to me.
Dan, just not cut me off.
I'm not cutting you off.
Then
You're comparing the parliamentary leader in the UK to who we call party leaders in the US. That's
a good day in the hallway. I asked you to not cut me off again. So let's use then the nominee, because the prime minister would be the head of government, right? Right. So who's the head of government? The president. But if they lost, they'd be the nominee. Who was the nominee in 2016?
Dude, it's somebody in the same system.
Hang on. If you don't let me finish, this is what I'm going to do. If you don't let me finish responding to you, I'm not being mean or anything. I'm going to kick you off tonight and have you on my block.
I will leave. No need for a threat. You're a moderator, dude. You're a moderator. Come on. You want to use your moderator to stop me out?
You're
Who the fuck cares?
I just mean.
No, I'm trying to
I like the conversation. Because I like the conversation. So when you say the party leaders don't leave, in the United States, when you win the Senate and lose the Senate, on both sides, they stay. Mitch McConnell has been minority leader. He's been majority leader. He's been minority leader. So it's not only the Democrats where that happens in Congress. So that's why I didn't want you to say Nancy Pelosi, because that happens on all sides. And so then I thought you were talking about who the nominee was. The Democrats had not renominated any losers. Only one party in our lifetime renominated the loser. That's Republicans. That's what I wanted to work through, because I want to see where your mind was. You don't have to do all the talking and preamble and all that. It's all good, bro. All right, who's next in the queue?
I just wanted to point out that they've had, 5 ministers in the past.
Well, the irony is that it was there was nearly 15 years between Labor prime minister. 15. It went from Gordon Brown, and then there was almost 15 years between the two. Labor is, imagine your worst Chipotle diarrhea. That's better than Labor.
What?
And there's this thing that happens in America. It's very strange. And I guess it kind of helps people vote for Democrats. That's what's fun. But they make these sweeping claims, and then when we interrogate them, your brain oozes out your ear, just like we heard from Brother the aptly named confusion. 2 years ago.
Ben, listen.
I'm speaking. Don't interrupt me, bro.
Don't interrupt me. Confusion. Hold still.
I'm speaking. You can go to another. 2 years ago today, of the elected, wings of the government, House, Senate, and presidency. 2 years ago today, Democrats controlled 2 of them. 2 years ago today. 4 years ago today, they controlled all 3 of them. I think that's important. I think that's important to keep in mind. It's been swinging back and forth from both parties ever since 2016. Both parties are winning, both parties are losing. Democrats, they won the presidency by more than Donald Trump did. The popular vote, that sort of thing.
Ben, are you a moderator or are you debating? Tell me. Pick one. Choose one. Listen, you're a very guy. You have a nice voice. You speak very.
Shut the fuck up.
Yo. Karate chop.
Damn. Come on now.
Breaking news.
I know.
Breaking news. I thought something. Man, no, you know what I thought about it? This is why Alyssa Slotkin is going to be running for president. She's doing this to increase her fucking national profile. So it's easier for her to probably win re-election in Michigan
when she's up in 2030. So you know what? Yeah, fuck it. The little gay boy can run for president if he wants to, so he can increase his profile even more. Fuck it.
Wait, who? I missed the first part of what you said. All I heard was gay, and then I ran to my...
Tallarico Clement for president.
Don't say that about Tallarico.
I mean, he's a twink. He only followed female porn stars online, so people would not say he's gay when he initially announced he was running.
Wait, do you want that to win or not? Exactly.
I can speak the truth about people without the truth. Right.
No, 90%. What does it mean? You don't think these people gonna spread it?
Random people from the internet. Y'all don't know.
You know 90% of the people.
You know these people on Twitter?
I'm tweeting right now.
90% of the people in this world don't even know what a twink is, to be perfectly honest. So.
I'm not even saying anything that's just like new information. They're already saying this online. They all know he's gay. He has no wife. He needs to go hire one off. What are those apps? I don't know. What are those apps y'all hire people on? He needs to get him a little escort for like the 8 months, and then they break up in the middle of next year because he needs to focus on his work in the Senate, and then there you go. Like it's just, I don't know. I think it's easy.
Man, I'm tweeting at Laura Loomer right now.
I mean, yeah, she needs to get her face fixed because she looks like the Incredible Hulk mixed with Mr. Incredible before she, you know.
Marjorie Taylor Greene. When Marjorie Taylor Greene was like, bitch, da-da-da-da-da-da, I was like, oh my goodness.
Anyway. And I saw a reel on Instagram that all the Republican women who have gotten their faces done, like one after another, it's a horror show. I mean, it's terrifying. There's like 5 or 6 of them. I didn't realize I hadn't seen the Christine Elm before.
Yeah, it's called the MAGA Makeover.
Completely different.
It's the MAGA Makeover.
There's a whole bunch of them. The Dell woman is another one that looks completely different.
But the pretty one, the attorney, the blondie, isn't she about to get disbarred too? I can't remember what her name was. No, not Bondi, the other one.
Howland or whatever her name is.
Yeah, the pretty one. I think I read that. I was like, he just...
Is she pretty? I have to look it up.
I mean, in comparison. No, I think she's definitely attractive. She's attractive. I mean, to me. I can't speak for everybody else. Thank you, Owen. Lindsay Halligan.
Oh, her.
Real quick, VP Vance is attending the dignified transfer for U.S. Army Sergeant Benjamin Pennington. His body is about to arrive. Y'all can go back to what y'all thought.
Is it true that he's going to be wearing a sombrero during the transfer? Or is that exaggerated on the internet?
So where did confusion come from? Is he in the audience still? I think he might have left. Okay, never mind.
I think there's a very good chance, by the way, I'm just saying this as a game, that Tallarico is actually straight, and he just hasn't found a wife. That's all.
Good job. No, the mannerisms.
Good job. You know. Good job. I just hope nobody finds his dating
Matt, listen to your elders.
Thank you. Yes, because you know they're looking for his dating profile. Is he on Grindr?
No,
holy shit!
Found out. This was like initial. This is only like.
Better not pull up the damn Grindr profile.
Don't do it.
He did. Be quiet.
After the election,
He followed OnlyFans porn stars on Twitter, and they were like, "Oh my God, why is this preacher following all these porn star women?" And he's like, "Well, they need prayer too." That's what he said in response. So it's like,
he could have just said, "I followed them back because they followed me."
I mean, it was fake. It was just so he could look straight to the press. Like it's just clear. I mean, it's very obvious what's going on there. But I'm fine. I mean, I don't care if he's gay, but
it's okay. But I know you don't care.
He's not going to lose because it like literally makes no sense. Like,
yeah, but if you put the thought in their head,
no, they're running with this. This isn't me saying this as new information. This has already been in. Like they already talked about this. Like this is already stuff people are just.
Well, you need to combat it like you combated the other.
No, I mean it's not sticking though. Like they're talking about. They're talking about everything. They're talking about he paid this. Okay, the internet is saying Tallarico is a fake Republican. Is a real Republican and fake Democrat because he paid Trump to have them block the Colbert interview.
What?
And that this is what I'm saying. These people are retarded. They're all talking about all kinds of like insane shit. Insane shit. And so it's like they want something to stick. None of this shit is sticking. I mean, they're posting and talk about how he loves trans people as much as he loves his family because the Bible teaches you love your neighbor. It doesn't matter who your neighbor is. It doesn't matter if you agree with them. He talks about all these things in videos, and they're just like they're reposting them now, and they're playing them, and they're like, "Oh my God, look what he said!" And everyone's like, "This makes me like me." So nobody cares.
Can I just make a point of note? This is relative to Texas politics. One of the things they did, and I know you're all very young in here, but except for Reformed. One of the things that they did in 1994, when Ann Richards ran against George Bush and Karl Rove was his campaign manager, one of the whisper campaigns was Ann Richards was a lesbian and that her office was dominated by lesbians. So I just want to point that out in history. Thank you.
Oh, I was a sophomore in college. They said Ann Richards was gay. How did they do the whisper campaign? I'm trying to imagine.
Well, she wasn't married. She was married, but she wasn't married. They also did the whole, alcoholic thing because she was recovering. She was sober. She was recovering, so there was like really dirty shit going on then. But that was, Karl Rove. And look at it this way: if she won her re-election, we would not have had George Bush in the 2000s. Just think about it that way. So Texas, don't fuck up again, for God.
I mean, didn't Bush have allegations too of was partying quite a bit? Didn't Bush have allegations too? Didn't he have like a DUI or something?
He may have, but his wife killed somebody in a car wreck.
Yeah, I remember it being something pretty bad. And then, because the twins, one of them was a drunkie. Let me not say that. Those were children at the time. They turned out okay, but one of them was always on 6th Street in the bars.
Yeah, they
like
really turned out pretty
Yes, at UTMG. They were, what is it, the that looked like she was bad. She never shit. Jenna. They said Jenna ass would be running away from secrets. Like, she was great. They said her ass was wilding out at UT. But anywho, they turned out, they do like a lot of charitable work. They're turned out to be excellent ladies.
Yeah, Barbara, the daughter, runs like a healthcare nonprofit in Africa, I believe, and has for a very long time. She's actually a cool girl.
Yeah, I like seeing them now, but yeah, they were. The one in particular was wilding out. Matt said, "Can someone on stage ask April her thoughts on Bill Hill?" Thank you for mentioning.
Is she here?
Oh, I'm trying to figure out why he couldn't ask. What is Bill Hill?
Bill Hill. Matt,
you know Bill. Bill.
He's coming on.
Matt be killed for me.
We know Bill.
Bill and Hillary?
Hello.
Yeah.
April, you don't know who he is? He's the independent candidate running for House against Nick Begich in Alaska. He's the, what is he? He's the, what is he? He's a fisherman. What else? I think he was a teacher. He's from, is it NACTEC?
Yeah, he's out there in the bush. I don't know nothing about him. No, maybe I'm no longer in Alaska. My house is free, and I'm never going back. Free as a bird.
Oh, I did
75 degrees today, but I was in heaven today. 75 degrees, beautiful, gorgeous.
Oh, I did not. Okay, because I know he.
Look at you! You're showing out. Congratulations, sis.
I got outside, lady. I'm talking about outside. Capital OUTSIDE. Outside.
Okay, I'm just talking about the warm weather. I'm happy for you because of warm weather because I cannot imagine having to live like that. That is super cold. I just, so.
Mm-hmm. Well, I know that what is his name? Matt Schultz, I think is his name. He's a pastor in Anchorage. I think it's Anchorage. He's running in the Democratic Party, but I would prefer Bill Hill. I think he's a stronger candidate, especially because Alaska's so independent, quote-minded. They love that kind of vibe that Bill Hill has. So I am shocked. I thought that you still lived there.
No, I just recently moved, babe. I've been on the move for a month, so nobody knew. I hadn't said anything on stages about.
I hope you're in a blue state. I'm praying.
I believe the part of where I am is purple. I definitely went to the red side today.
Okay.
But it's okay. I saw a truck with the big ass flag on it, big enough to hang at the Capitol building, but you know how them people are. I didn't get into any squabbles.
Well,
welcome to the sunlight.
Welcome to the lower 48.
Yeah, the lower 48. Well, I'm gonna go back down. The reason I go back down is because I have haters in the goo, bitch, hoes.
Oh, Lord.
I have Nathaniel. I have Mr. Resilience, who is not resilient about anything except how much dick he can take. I have some Matt Cool. Yeah, I have a lot of these hating ass hoes that want to, pop they shit. So I go to the goof so they can't bother me anymore.
Pop they shit.
Yeah, I talk shit because they don't like me. I don't like me though, so the feeling's mutual. And like I said, I hope they nuke the red states first. I'm gonna
Joey, good Lord.
No, nuke the state I live in. So let me get a light up out of it.
I knew that's what would happen when y'all continue to talk like this. Hey, H-Town, I knew this was going to happen. I know it. I'm trying to tell you, I'm psychic. I really got the power. Go ahead, Ashley.
Let me just say that when the next election is that matters. We need to pay attention to.
Look here, don't bomb our state or whatever, but look here, it's some bad stuff going on, and Donald Trump, he's to blame for it because he was the president that was supposed to keep our asses out of wars. And what are we doing? Man, we still sitting here chasing wars and doing needless things. Or in this case, this was not a war declared by Congress. Of course, I talked about that today with people who are much older than me in their 80s and 90s, and they said, yo, we's in trouble. That's exactly a little bit how them old people talk. They're like, well, this is some bad shivery. This is some bad stuff, man. And they've never seen that in their lifetimes. And so the way Donald Trump had run our country,
I'm Lord, Joey.
Okay? I'm very horrified. So if y'all sitting up here voting for Donald Trump, guys, you better start thinking, because when your ass ends up not being able to afford food and all that kind of stuff, you Republicans, I blame some of you guys for this stuff, because our prices hadn't changed, and you guys, some of you are still rooting for Donald Trump while your ass sinks financially. That's a problem. Keep rooting while you sink. That's in trouble.
Good Lord. I know that's right. Mm-hmm.
How can Jesus help these folks? You understand? We need Jesus to come back. Maybe we'll have a little bit more help. And hold on to Jesus' coattail. I was telling you
right.
Because Donald Trump ain't going to save you. Hold on real tight now.
Hold on tight. You better hold on to the comments. Your Honor, are you there? Your Honor?
He was. I don't know what happened.
He left?
Maybe with McDonald. I heard his voice.
He's on a phone call, maybe.
Oh, there he is.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Okay. Your Honor?
He must have had to take a call.
Yeah.
He was saying something. What was he saying?
He asked, what's the next major election? The first thing popped into my head was the midterms, but here goes Matt Goliath.
We have to, as a black community, do what we didn't do for Jasmine Crockett and come together for a black woman. Her name is Juliana Stratton. I'm sure you've heard of her. Strattomentum was created for momentum. She is the current lieutenant of the state of Illinois, where I'm from. And she's a bad bitch. She has all the things that a lot of these other candidates don't have. Progressive politics. She will not vote for Schumer as leader. She will not vote to send weapons to Israel. Yeah, she's about that life. She's about calling out all the crypto bros and their hoes. She's that girl. She don't take no corporate PAC money. she's Miss Mama's, for real. She's the queen. And we need to help her beat Raja Krishnamurthy. He is a bank bob, bad built bitch. And he needs to go back, run in his little tired ass house seat, and leave us the fuck alone. Chicagoland, stand the fuck up. We are going to vote her into office. Every poll they do, she narrows and narrows and narrows his victory, his little motherfucking lead in the polling. So we're gonna do this in the name of Jasmine Crockett. We're gonna help him win.
Nope.
Hold on, Matt. This is
Don't even do it, Matt. Don't even play like that. Nope.
Hold on, I'm gonna ask you something. Hold on. Is this a Senate seat or a House seat?
Baby, this is Dick Durbin's seat. The seat of Dick. Okay? We got a bill with a nickel. Okay? We don't
know. Is it a Senate seat or a House seat?
That answers the question.
You said. No, I don't.
Lady.
Durbin is a senator.
Oh, okay. So Durbin is a senator.
It's okay.
Well, where is he from?
Illinois.
Illinois. He did say that. Wait. Dick is a she?
No, it's a man.
No, it's a man.
I thought he said she put her.
No, Dick got a date. So we gotta get ready. We gotta make her.
What are you eating? Are you eating jelly beans? Almonds?
They good too. But basically, I mean, y'all be eating my ear all 90%.
I mean, you acting like you really eating like some gummy bears or something.
They so good too. They got that chocolate covered almonds from Diamond Blue.
Oh, it's okay. I knew it had to be something sugary.
It's fire, okay?
Dry almonds ain't gonna smack like that.
I'm trying to, I try to be respectful on the mic, but it's time to start.
You're fresh here in California.
Farting.
Unless you. Okay, so yeah, you got the answer, Your Honor? Matt was given an answer.
Yeah, I did. I even went on hold and came back when I got the answer and everything. Thank you to 17. Got it.
I'm excited. And just to reiterate, Trump has still not endorsed in the race for Texas, which is so exciting. Every day he doesn't endorse is every day another dollar is spent. And I love it. It's beautiful. But yeah, all of Krishnamurthy's stupid ass PACs are just crypto bro bitches that are trying to attack Stratton. Everyone, if you have a relative in Illinois, tell them to vote Stratton. This is what I'm sick about some of these establishment Denzo. Clyburn is flying to Illinois to rally for Robin Kelly, who is just there to be a vote sink for fucking black voters to take votes away from Stratton. So Stratton and Pritzker lose because she has a long-standing beef with Pritzker, who did not endorse her to be the party chair of the fucking state of Illinois. What kind of fucking loser who does that? Someone's Senate campaign. Like, you're mad at him. So his lieutenant governors, you trying to sink her fucking campaign. And now Clyburn, who, by the way, might not be running for re-election and might nepo baby endorse his daughter. Might endorse his daughter instead of allowing us to have an open race. He is flying in to do a fucking rally for fucking Robin Kelly. The New Yorker who is running in Illinois. I don't care if she's been there for a while. She don't need to be running.
Did you hear about the Ken Martin story?
Wait, what did you say about Clyburn's daughter?
Sorry. She might be taking this place in the fucking house. He might be endorsing her. That's what the political article said. What?
Mignon.
I can't understand what you're saying. I'm sorry.
Mignon?
I don't know. I don't know who his daughter is. So if you don't know who it is, then it must be her name. I don't know. But that's what was put in the political article. He's currently weighing between an endorsement of his daughter and retirement. So that's where we're at. I'm very, very angry. So.
Did you see the story about Ken Martin and holding a grudge?
Yeah.
Man, that is so stupid. For anyone who hasn't seen that, basically, he's not coordinating with donors who didn't back him. And this is part of, apparently, according to Politico, this is why the party's still upside down when it comes to their deaths versus their passion on them. I mean, that and obviously paying the Kamala Harris campaign debt. But
I mean, the idea that you're not doing everything you can with everyone you can do it with is just absolutely insane. I can't figure out going through this. I really hope it's just like some nasty person making a story rather than true.
Well, they also are mad at him because they're mad about that autopsy report even being quote unquote leaked, and that we found out it was because of quote Gaza that Kamala lost. So I thought that was interesting. They're mad that he couldn't do a cover up the way he should have.
Really? Yeah. I mean, yeah. I think Chip definitely needs to do a better job. That's all I gotta say on that. I mean, the main thing is like you're supposed to be the fundraiser extraordinary, right? Like that's one of the main roles that you're supposed to have. And if he's not doing that role well, like he's not going to do anything else. It's fundamentally that, like you have to be good at that. That's the price of admission.
What do you think? So the one thing I like that he did do is he did a fake out with Trump. Like he was floating the idea of Democrats doing that midterm convention bullshit. And then they obviously were just doing it to bait Trump into doing their own version of it for Republicans, to just tether all of the Republicans to Trump, which I thought was fucking genius, because they said they're doing it now. And it'll be in Las Vegas in like October or September. And the DNC, they're not doing one, which is very smart for candidates that obviously want to be, quote, independent-minded, and who are running like that, like Brian Poindexter, who's running against Max Miller in Ohio, right? Like, I mean, there's so many, like even Graham Blackman, who may become the nominee in May. Like, you want these people to be able to critique the Democratic Party without needing to go on stage and be, quote-unquote, visibly tied to the Democratic Party in that way. Even Tyler McConnell.
That article said that wasn't why, like how that happened. That he tried and basically couldn't raise the money to do it.
Oh, I
eventually had to back away from it.
Didn't know
that.
That's
true. I thought that it's true, but that's not
what what I read when he floated the idea is that it was intentionally being done to not to basically bait Republicans. That's when I read an article. Punchbowl News. It's Punchbowl News. Right after he started floating the idea, they had him behind a paywall. So, but I read it and I was like, oh, that's it.
Let me try to find this political article.
Okay, perfect.
Well, I've always appreciated it.
Oh yeah, no problem. It's fun coming up here later in the day anyway. I was listening to y'all all day. I'm sorry, all those certain individuals that y'all had in here, I felt like I was in, oh my God, I don't know where I was. I was lost. I needed Duolingo. I needed everything. And it was war. And it was war. It was war and not wins above replacement. It's a little political joke, but no one will get that because I'd probably ban Your Honor and CEO. But yeah, I hope that you all are enjoying the spectacle. Hope we don't get nuked, even though I said I hope red states get nuked. But you know, this war isn't it supposed to be over now, according to Trump's little speech, right? Aside from X that saying it's not. Isn't the war over now? Aren't we all safe? Do you all feel safer now?
To answer your question, Matt, yes, I feel safer now that the most hapless party, the Democratic Party, is no longer in power. I feel very, very safe.
In the history of political party.
Okay, in the West, okay, the most hapless, okay? I'm going to compare them against different systems, but when you start asking me questions that compares them to different systems, I'm going to back away and say, well, these are different systems, so let's not look too deep.
I'm gonna start, you know what, I'm gonna put this in the chat, just so y'all have it, not that y'all care. This is something else I made, just to keep up with the primaries coming up, and also I have the seats they're targeting for the fall, the districts. I have the seats we should be eyeing at least for Senate. I just put it in the chat. I think y'all can open that. I don't know. Open it if you want. It's a Google, Google Doc, but it's an Excel sheet or Excel sheet doc or whatever the fuck it's called. So yeah. Axios. Okay, bet. But yeah, y'all should look at this list just to familiarize yourself, with who these people are. But yeah, by August we should be pretty much ready to go. Mid-August, with who all these people are going to be on our side running against this Republican trash. So yeah.
Spiritus, are you there?
Yes.
Nice day today, huh? His Arthur's here too. Oh man, what a day, huh, fellas?
I was inside and working most of the day, but I did get out. It's beautiful. All week it's going to be amazing. It's a big deal.
Don't let March fool you. We know. We're veteran New Yorkers, so be careful.
It's gonna be great for you. Oh, look, buddy, I've been hoping so. You get to go up there. You get to go up there. You get to go swimming with us. So come on down here, brother, and you get to go to the pool. We are open and ready for business. We'll have the umbrellas up for you guys who want to just chill right there by the sun. Just chilling right there. Love it, man. We got the weather for you, man. Gonna feel good. I'm loving it, man, over here too. I'm praying for y'all. Let's get this good weather going. And some barbecue on the grill. That's coming too tomorrow. We got that coming. Ribs, steak, and black Angus beef is coming, and shrimp and all that other good stuff. This is springtime, man. We're rolling.
Lakshia just wrote on X, who brings the ticket and is in the argument. I don't know if y'all know, or know some of y'all know. It's a fool's errand to try to get inside the mind of Trump, but you have to assume a key reason he hasn't endorsed Cornyn yet is that it'd be utterly humiliating for him if he endorses Cornyn and he still loses. Will be a sign of his diminishing clout in the party. I think that's interesting. And then it says, Politico wrote this. I guess this is from 40 minutes ago. While donors work the White House behind the scenes, Paxton also has allies making their case online, like conservative influencers Laura, Mr. Incredible Loomer, Jack Posobiec, Carolyn Wren, who have all blasted Cornyn and touted Paxton. They have warned that a Trump endorsement for Cornyn would mark a betrayal to the MAGA base. The Republican establishment is just as guilty as controlled opposition in the destruction of this republic, and Exhibit 1 is John Cornyn, says Steve Bannon, longtime MAGA whisperer, on Monday. So isn't that interesting?
MAGAs that or other folks who talked about Cornyn, he is horrible. I don't like Cornyn, but yeah, it'll signal the end of, hopefully the MAGA party as we know it. Seriously, because they hopefully will continue to lose steam. I think something else will catch up to them too. Continuing to have the high gas prices and then this needless gas that continues to go up. He was touting several months ago, hey, gas prices are low and things are great. You know how Donald Trump talks or whatever the hell. And now it is not. So I think that'll come and bite them coming up here in the elections here coming up. I really do, y'all, because you can't continue to have all of these things go on and try to maintain the status quo. Donald Trump's percentage dropped. He's in the 47%. What I saw as of last night, that could have changed or whatever. But they say his presidential rating is 47%. Pretty bad. It's bad. Voting for somebody that's rated 47%, probably the lowest, probably since they kept records. I couldn't find any. I tried to go back. I couldn't find any president really that had that low of percentage. If that is the case, Donald Trump would be the first president to have a lower percentage than anybody. And that's bad, guys. What's up, folks? chat? Why? You read the. What do you? I mean, you see the numbers. His percentage rating.
Don't worry about
pretty low.
Don't worry. Us stage people, we don't worry about the chat. Don't worry.
I'm just looking at an ugly face that comes around, and I'm just seeing the numbers. I don't care if hell, even Fox said it, and even some Republican stations. I'm not just poking around and watching, just Democratic or only this. No, dude, I watch NPR. I watch any dang old thing that got something that sound like English on it and makes some kind of sense. If it makes sense, I'm watching. If it doesn't, not watching it. And so far, the Republicans, y'all ain't making sense. But I'm watching to kind of understand what's going on. And right now, y'all are lost. We are in trouble. We are all over the place. You can't play checkers or chess or any of this other kind of crap and be outside the lines. You can't do that. I don't care what the hell game you play. You can't play basketball and dribble out of bounds. And you're out. Republicans, y'all are dribbling out of bounds and you all over the place. Fixing that mess. Please, y'all. Get my ribeyes and all this stuff at a lower price, y'all. Please help me get my food at a lower price at the stores. I'm seeing that bill. Sorry. I mean, it's all serious, though. See the bills going up, and it is expensive to buy food if you're spending, $400 or $500 a month or more, and it's just cheap. So, yeah, it's kind of expensive when you're eating 6 meals or 5 meals a day, and you cut down to 3. That's not happening for me. So please, Republicans, fix the prices, man. Y'all got stuff messed up, man. It's all over the place. Please.
Rambo and Ashton met before. Have you met Rambo?
What? What you say? What, brother? Did I meet you?
Don't worry about it. Klaus, you got a lot to say in this. Come on, say Klaus, how you say it? Klaus? Come on, say it.
Klaus, like Klaus von Bülow.
Klaus for forever, for 3 years, whatever. Come on, say it.
It's forever. Divine. Klaus forever.
For never. Come on stage. Always in the chat talking.
What they Claude?
It's like that fish on American Dad, Klaus.
Oh.
You know the German.
Who was that guy who killed there was a guy named Klaus that, it was Dominique Klaus something that I think killed like a hotel maid in New York. Do you remember that, Divine? It was like a whole scandal. Anyway, his name was Klaus, and if it wasn't, I'm just going to say it.
Yeah, I remember Klaus.
Why does Matt Cook come on stage but talk shit all day in the good? Why is he on
day?
He's not blocked out of this room. He offers nothing except inbred, mountain climbing, Appalachian baby bullshit. Like, what is he actually, aside from a wrong turn for extra? He is a straight to fucking home video extra. He's a loser. Why is he allowed to continue coming here every single? Why isn't one of you mods just block him? So we all be saying the revolution will be televised. You guys can actually start a revolution. Can we remove? I mean, I'm not on stage hardly at all aside from right now. Matt, cool. So you don't have to talk to faggots. You can talk to the heterosexuals, and they can explain to you why you're retarded, inbred, dumb, slow, right? They can explain all the things. I don't need to be present, bitch. So why don't you come on stage at all and allow these individuals, these kind black people and white, because we have April who's also one, and so is Aaron. They can explain to you why you're stupid, and they can drag you up and down the street like you clearly like each other. And you can spew all the dumb conspiracy theories. We can learn what is in your head, right? We can figure that out. Why don't you get on stage and expose yourself? Are you just embarrassed because you're stupid? You come in this room every day and learn nothing.
What's going on? You can say it to your face. See, that's They would never say that to you.
Bring your ass on.
Okay, all right.
I will go to the.
He opens. Matt, you should just go into the rooms that he opens. Because he actually mounts. Well,
I was pinged in there one day and I couldn't open the link.
Yeah, he does open rooms. He
needs to just help me. I don't really care about blocks. I don't.
Is that emphysema? Is that the one band calls emphysema, Matt, or is that the other Matt?
There are many Matts, unfortunately. You know, they all want to be me. But one is a very sickly sounding. Have you ever been to West Virginia? You know how they have black lung? I think that they also have certain parts of Texas.
Needs suction. He needs suction.
He needs to be on those COVID.
You're talking about no, that's Matt who lives in Texas.
Yeah,
not Matt who lives in his grandmother's basement drinking Mountain Dew and playing Sega Genesis.
What's Texas Matt's name? What's
Matt Prosecco or something? He's Matt Liberty. Like
Yes, Matt Liberty. Yeah, he sounds like he got a mouthful of marbles and he's hacking on a Marlboro Light. Yeah,
he talks like Trent. Like they talk like they have mothballs in their mouths, like in their jaws, like jawbreakers. Like they always sound like their mouths are full. But he specifically sounds like he has throat cancers and emphysema. So that is why I just don't like him off just the sound of his voice. He's an idiot too, but his voice is what's off-putting. Matt Cool is mentally retarded. So he is. I think that he and Pepe fuck or something because their brain cells they share a brain, right? One is inside of the other, physically and literally. Yeah. So they hate gays but are gay, right? And they also call us nigger. Yeah. In those other rooms that they have, Pepe looks like a chihuahua, something from Mexico, the country he hates so much. I'm sorry, Mexico, because he's also friends with Nathan. Y'all know Nathan, the hick from Georgia, who's an idiot. They all are in the same group of retardation. It's actually quite embarrassing. I would never want to be in that group. Y'all know AKAs? Yeah. MAGA is there. They have their own version of that. They're sick. But like I said, they don't want to come on stage and do what's going on. I don't know where Pepe is. I don't know where Matt Cool, rocking the good with this Trump PTR. Why would you have a man's PTR as your fucktar for this many days consistently? Are you sure? Are you not, elder sexual? What's going on, bitch? Why are you, a young, quote, Gen X white man, so obsessed with a 80-year-old white man who can't get it up to fuck you in your nasty booty? Why is that? He needs Viagra to please you, Matt Cool. Why are you so obsessed with him? What's going on?
Viagra, bro.
Anyway, hello, Amari. I know that you left that cult. You left that AKA Delta fraternity group or whatever it is. I just want to make sure you know that we appreciate that you resigned and are over here with us now. I did hear you say some very troubling things the other day. I don't remember if it was in Lisa's room or this room, but yeah, just make sure you stay out of that cult, Amari.
Really out of breath from laughing on mute. Oh my God. Let's go, guys. Anybody got anything? What's up? I'm not going back. All right, Amari. What's up, Amari?
What up, man? Kind of sad, man. I watched that Dignified, and I'm kind of sad about that.
I watched it too. You had, I think Hexup was there along with JD Vance, and look how powerful military men with the salutes. This is very, very emotional when they bring home the body. Yeah.
Imagine going to a funeral where you sent that person off to die. Unbelievable.
That's Donald Trump for you. You got Republicans in here, and yeah, war is great, and we are gonna build this and whatever the crap. Man, it's a toll. It takes a toll on people, resources. You know, the money it costs per day. You know, to operate certain things from ships to all of that is in the millions of dollars a day and all those things. So it's a problem, and people, you know, you can replace items and things, but you can't replace people. And we didn't have to do this, you know, and we don't have any business going into a country, bombing countries, plural, because we, you know, bomb, you know, all kinds of stuff, and with no cause, you know, we're just like, oh, okay, because we feel. That's what it seems like to me. We feel like they're a threat, but well, they're not actually a threat. That's how I feel, man. That's how they're talking, and it's just not a good look when people are losing their lives based on what you're feeling. That's kind of how Donald Trump talks. It's stupid. You know how Donald Trump, the way he talks, and things go off how you feel. You can't continue to send people out into war.
Do you know that, you know, they ordered, I'm sure we broke it, 25 B-2 stealth bombers to be made, I guess, and they cost about 2 million, a little over 2 billion, sorry, that's what it'd be, for each one of them. So just, you know, want to remind everybody, we don't have money for health care or for food stamps or anything, but we have money for a B-2 stealth bomber, 25 of them at $2 billion a pop. And I believe it costs $150,000 per hour that it's in flight. Thank you.
You, man, because you've been giving hard numbers and you give math. And if Republicans can't go with what that dude just said, then you've lost your damn mind. That is expensive. Operating, maintaining, all those things go into that. And we're out here shooting missiles as if they just bullets. No, these things are millions of dollars. And Iran, supposedly, I don't know if it's true, supposedly it painted a runway with fake jets or something on it. I don't know if that was true, but I just find that to also be interesting if our ass is shooting at painted objects. Well, we can't do that either. Inflatable objects, that too. I saw something that they were trying to purchase some kind of inflatable tanks to roll out. I don't know. That's odd. That was around World War II that they rolled out inflatable stuff. Interesting. About that. I'm serious about them possibly rolling out inflatable, like, full size.
Breaking news. According to Kaushi, Krishnamurthy and Stratton are tied, pretty much virtually tied. Krishnamurthy is 51%, Stratton's 49%, and Kelly's only 1% in terms of odds. I think that's amazing.
Is that, sir?
That's for Dick Durbin seat in Illinois.
Is that election tomorrow, Matt?
That was on the 17th.
Hey, Miss Emerald. Hey, who said that?
Oh, me.
Oh, hey, Matt. Hey.
Mentioned this earlier, but I think it's worth talking about again really quick. The Iran may be activating sleeper cells outside of the country. Alert says the U.S. has intercepted encrypted communications believed to have originated in Iran that may serve as an operational trigger for sleeper assets outside the country, according to federal government alerts sent to law enforcement agencies. I feel like they were trying to keep this under wraps, but they have no choice. They have to let us know, especially those of us that are living in major cities. Just be vigilant, be aware. I know a lot of us don't go out a lot. I used to go out a lot. I'm getting old. I don't go out as much, but just be wary of, large crowds. And just, I just feel like if, we don't know when it's going to happen, but I'm sure we all feel like something is going to happen. So they put that out. The intercepted transmission was encoded and appeared to be destined for clandestine recipients who possess encryption key, the kind of messages intended to impart instructions to covert operatives or sleeper assets without the use of the internet or cellular networks. The hell are they using? Two-way pages? It's possible the transmissions could be intended to activate or provide instructions to pre-positioned sleeper assets operating outside the originated country. Wow. While the exact contents of these transmissions cannot be currently determined, the sudden appearance of a new station with international rebroadcast characteristics warrants heightened situational awareness, the alert said. I'm not going to read the whole article, but I just wanted to bring that to you guys' attention.
Awful. I mean, did y'all see Andy? Isn't it Andy Oval? His district. I'm sorry. He said
he's Tennessee, right? He's Tennessee, right?
Yeah, Tennessee's a bit. And I don't know if people know this. His district is home to the largest Muslim population in the American South. Literally, it's like,
oh my God, and he said that
in his fucking district. They live in Nashville. Isn't it Little Kurdistan? It's like that little area, and it's in his district. So he's fucking retarded. And I don't know if y'all know this. He's actually on the what is it called? The target district. Was it the 45 districts that Democrats are targeting? Albeit he's lower on that list. I think it's Tennessee 5. Somebody correct me if I'm wrong to say now. Tennessee 5, I think, is what his district is, and it is it's considered a reach, but it is on the list closer to the bottom of ones Dems are targeting for the midterms. And I think Chaz Mulder. That's the name of the guy that's going up against him. That's the front runner. Yeah, so I hope he fucking loses his seat. Fucking Islamophobic bitch. And it's just kind of crazy how these people are, well, I'm sorry. I'll leave it there. He's a bitch. We know what's going on. And I hope to God that, we flip more seats than not. And some of these people who said all this ridiculous shit.
He should be moving up on the list to being vulnerable, or at least they should put a target on him, because it's outrageous. He should be the number one enemy. Saying shit like that Muslims don't have a place here in America is fucking insane. I know Hakeem Jeffries went off on him and whatever, but, this is why the Republican Party is depraved, because it's not like the outlier comment that he made. It's the fact that Republicans writ large have to say something. And maybe they have at this point, I don't know. But if the immediate response is nothing from your own party, that's really fucking fucked up.
Yeah, the current top 5-6, Kiggins, Lawler, Siskamani, Keene Jr., McKenzie, and Bresnahan. Those are the top 5-6. That one guy though is actually no, that's from a different district. I want to mention it. But yeah, that's like the top 5-6 now, and those are seats that barely, that Trump or they won by a point or two. So his seat is Trump plus 15, I think. I'll just say this: if we do have terror attacks by sleeper cells, I don't really know how Trump's gonna.
Well, he's just gonna blame the Democrats. So the thing that makes me worried is that, to some extent, people don't care if it happens in like New York City. And I know maybe I'm being a little hyperbolic, but I really think there's part of their reason that they don't give a fuck if shit happens in blue states. I really believe that. And I remember after 9/11, and Devon, you probably remember too, like the city was like just occupied by, what was it, National Guard, military. I mean, everywhere you go, the subways, all across 14th Street. I remember that. And it was fucking crazy. And I don't want to fucking live like that, have fucking, army personnel in the subways with fucking rifles everywhere. It's not the vibe. That's not the vibe. And the thing is, they could have a small attack and then make everybody fucking paranoid and on edge. Like, even the smallest attack doesn't have to be big. It can just be random, and that would do it.
I mean, that's almost literally an attack just over the weekend.
Yeah, I was just going to comment on it, Amari. The two young men that infiltrated the demonstration and threw an explosive device at Gracie Mansion. Somehow the media is saying they're ISIS inspired. So yeah, another one of those, and you already know. I remember, M16s or whatever they carry at all the airports, Times Square trains, all the big train stations, the bus depot in the city. They were everywhere, and it is unsettling. And I agree with you. If it does happen in a blue state, what are they going to say? Like you said, I heard you were about to say it because he said it in his press conference today, that it's the Dems' fault that kind of alluded to they don't have the resources, but they do have the resources. We know where they are, but we don't have the funding because of the Dem. Like, he's so flip-floppy. Like, just say the right thing, bro. Say we got it under control. We're going to protect the American people. He just knows how to say the wrong thing all the fucking time. Tired of it.
I have some breaking news that's actually fucking funny as fuck. Sorry, we're gonna go back to this. I just want to say this real quick because this is fucking hilarious. Do you remember how Colin Auburn said we don't need another pastor in the Senate? We already have Raphael Warnock. Raphael Warnock saw James Tallarico at what's his funeral, right? And what I think is hilarious is he said, I think he's going to run an incredible race in Texas, and hopefully we have yet another pastor in the U.S. Senate. And Jesse Jackson said, he said that shit. So, I'm sorry, Colin already is fucking pathetic. So we can go back. I just saw that, and I fell out of my fucking chair. That is good. That's just, ooh. I bet he's mad that James got invited to the funeral and he didn't. What's going on, Colin? You're a civil rights attorney. Why weren't you invited to the funeral? Why was the white boy invited to the funeral by his son? What's going on?
Speaking of invites, I didn't read the entire article, just the headline. What was the chief of Obama's party, the female, the little short lady? Can't think of her name right now.
Wait, who that worked with Obama?
No, I'm talking about Obama's campaign.
Valerie Jarrett?
Yeah.
Valerie Jarrett.
She said Trump is not invited to the opening of Obama's institution, his museum, whatever it is. She came out and said he's not invited.
I miss Valerie Jarrett. She was a little firecracker. Matt, cool. Why don't you tell us on stage why Trump won't want to go? Why don't you press the button where you can raise your little nasty ass hand that been digging in your ass and come on stage and explain to us what's going on? I even go to the booth, so you're not talking to a faggot. You can talk to the straight people on stage. Matt, cool. What's going on? That cool. Bethany, you must be new here. Because that ain't even nothing as to what I can offer. I have a lot to offer. I have a lot more on the way if this is your first time in the room. So, sit down, get comfortable, get a little, oh, you're not new. Okay, so you must be missing when I get on stage because this is a daily occurrence. It will be less than that, though, going forward. As I mentioned, I'm not going to be on stage as much. But, this is nothing new. I drag MAGAs. But if you like MAGAs, that's on you, I didn't do anything to this person. I don't care what lies you want to tell, Matt Cool. Why don't you get on stage and explain to us why it's something Trump doesn't want to do? Oh, it's not an echo chamber. So you're MAGA. Okay, cool. I'm going to call you Miss MAGA instead of Miss Mamas. How about that? Miss Mamas. You and Matt Cool, I'm trying to both get on stage. I voted for Kamala. Cool. I don't care who you voted for. You clearly support protecting individuals who like pedophiles. So, I don't give a fuck who you voted for. How about that?
Honestly, I'm sure Barack could care less. I'm sure it's Michelle that don't want to nowhere around.
Yeah, it's certainly not an issue.
He does care. So,
why would they be invited?
I didn't read the article.
Why?
Oh, why would he?
Yeah. You don't have to. You don't have to write the president. I get it.
Normally, it is a courtesy that you do show up to the presidential library, at least to open it.
It's also a courtesy not.
He took them off the wall at the White House.
But I understand. I wouldn't worry about them either. I keep a very tight guest list. The name won't be on the list. Shout out any leaks. Her name wasn't on the list season 1 Real Housewives of Atlanta. But Matt, why are you not going to be getting on the stage?
Matt,
I love your political commentary.
That's gonna come up.
He and Bethany, his white mama, or whatever she is, to him.
No, Matt, I'm talking to you. Goliath. You said I'm not going to be on the stage.
Oh, I thought you said Matt Cool, the demonic.
No, I met Matt Goliath, and I guess I got to put the name on it.
Well, I'm just, I get tired of these, retards like Bethany, Matt Cool, Matt Prosecco, Liberty, whatever he is.
Yeah, but Matt, you gotta stay out of the comments. Just stay out of the comments.
They show up at the bottom now, so I can see them in real time, unfortunately. I normally wouldn't even be reading them, but, see Clubhouse has to, update as always. Nathaniel, Mr. Resilient, all these losers, they come in here, they offer nothing, they stay in the goo, they all have fake-ass accounts. One of them had made, 5 accounts to come and troll vote. I'm sorry, ban rights. They came in here, like, this is the shit that these weirdos do. And I don't think I need to offer anything to them. They've, had enough information told to them. They're not smarter than me. They're all dumb, make less money. I own 3 properties. I have a G-Wagon and a Tesla. My Nazi mobile. I have a lot going on.
I can take that one right off your hands and relieve your conscience.
I just get tired, they don't want to argue. They don't want to go on stage. They all just want to argue in the chat. They don't have facts. You have dumb bitches like Bethany who just, I voted for Kamala. So that means that everything I'm saying is correct. You're a dumb white woman. So what's going on? You're supporting a fucking retard who supports a pedophile. Fuck you. How about that? And then, you have retards like I said, Matt Cool, who literally has a pedophile as his PTR. And it's just like, what's the point of, continuing to just be lambasted by individuals who, probably don't even, actually, I'm not going to say that, that's really mean. But yeah, it's just sad, So I just decided I'll be sad and mad in the goo. I won't trigger them with my gay, black, Latin Jew presence from multi-hyphenate. Shout out to that. Shout out to multiculturalism, shout out Rainbow Coalition. Shout out to all that. Yeah. I'm so petty because that's me. But yeah, that's why I don't, want to come on stage too much anymore. Y'all don't like to remove filth from the room. I don't like living with roaches. I know they grew up with roaches in their homes. Roaches. What did Kim Zolciak find in Nene Lee's house? Wasn't it a water?
It was. And remember Greg dressed up as a roach.
When you have an infestation, you gotta take it out. But You know, y'all like Brandy, all these retards. The retards in the goo. That's the hashtag. And I don't live my life with retardation around me at all times, or trying to speak to me. I am above them. They are beneath me. So, yeah, it just gets to be a lot sometimes, especially when I can't drag them like I really want to. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah, the goo and me have become friends, Me and Maya, I think I've taken Maya's crown from her. I'm going to be the queen of the goo. So, yeah.
Not a hostile takeover to go. But I was waiting for your color commentary on Michigan's races. Oh, Maya's giving up the crown.
Thank you, Mama. Love you down.
But yeah, I was waiting for your color commentary on the Michigan races.
Well, Haley Stevens, who, as I mentioned prior, sounds like Marge Simpson and looks like a Despicable Me villain, has decided she does not need any other support aside from Apex, so she is pretty much betting singularly on their support to win the primary. And at this point, I think Abdul El Saeed will come second to, Mallory McGraw will probably win. And by the way, the poly market agrees with me, and so does Kaushi. So yeah, it looks like it's funny because I talked about this online. It's giving the same energy as James Talarico for McMurrow in Michigan, if I'm being honest. It's very much vibes-based. Yes, poll-based to some degree, but very vibes-based. Because Haley Stevens does better in early polling against Mike Rogers and wins primary, obviously, right? But the party hates her. So it's kind of like, that's early. This isn't going to be over, I feel, until, August? Isn't that?
Yeah.
That's what.
Yeah. It's a really long time away. I hadn't done much research on it, but I do know that their areas do have some crossover among constituents, especially in the Troy area.
Oh, I can send you the map if you want to in the back channel. I have one that shows their crossover. They're all three candidates in their crossover voters.
Yeah, I knew that they did. I've started seeing commercials for Perry Johnson for governor, and I just want to nickname him the Crypt Keeper because he scares me. His look just scares me.
Yeah, they want John James to bow out. He's not going to, it seems, but we'll see what happens.
I just don't understand how he keeps getting money. Like, he literally had 2 failed statewide races. The first race, he brought out his family, and then that didn't work. So then he brought out his daddy, and then that didn't work. Oh, here comes Sandra. So I just don't understand why they keep giving this man money.
I thought he was a millionaire or a billionaire. Isn't he rich?
They have a logistics company, but I'm not certain.
Why don't we ask Bethany? Because she's, voted for Kamala and knows more than me about politics. Because she, is a white woman who has an ugly PTR in her tall-ass Honda from 2014. Why don't we ask her to come on stage and talk about the race, since she knows more than me and is aligned with that cool NFL sport? Bethany, raise your hand, girl. Okay, 2024 Mazda. Mazdas are pieces of shit. No one drives Mazdas. You're poor and live in a trailer park. Why don't you come on stage, though, and inform us? Who does John James, who's running in his congressional district instead of him? Why does Trump want him to go back to running his congressional district and not run for fucking governor? Why does Trump support the white man who looks just like him to run for governor? And what does Trump think about the Dems in the race? Why don't you get on stage? Tell us about the state Kamala Harris lost. Like 250,000? No, 40,000 votes? How many votes? 250,000. Why don't you come on stage and actually tell us how many votes she lost by? You're good. Well, I thought you knew about politics. I thought you knew more than me. You're in New Hampshire. Okay, cool. I hope that faggot white boy loses his race and that you're stuck with that dumbass motherfucker, Chris Sununu. That's what I hope. How about that? I hope that you're stuck with the Sununu as your tired-ass senator. I hope that you also like Ione. I hope she Fort Newer. I hope very bad things happen in your state now. How about that? I hope we have red and not just statewide, federally. I hope Popeyes gets popped and loses. Yeah, that's what I hope. Why don't you go on stage and defend your state? Let's argue. Why don't you come on stage? What's going on, Bethany? Why are you scared? I'm not going to calm down, and I'm not young. So, yeah. Hey, Matt, why don't you get on stage then, since you want to defend her defending you? I'm kind of supporter. Yeah. New Hampshire is the reason I have to. Yeah. Why? Yeah, I'm a viper. I'm an anaconda. I'm a python. Bitch, I'm all the fucking motherfucking amphibians. Get on stage though and tell me that. Bethany is a weird ass hoe in the group who wants to defend Matt Cool, a rape supporter, Trump supporter, pedophile supporter, and she wants to defend me dragging him. And she's upset I'm dragging him from stage. Even though she's never met him, heard him speak. Obviously as a Trump PTR, but, she's a Kamala Harris stan. She's in the K-Hive. That might be why she doesn't like me. Are you K-Hive, girl? Is that what's going on? Are you a K-Hive mama? Huh? Is that what's going on? I've heard him over the years. Okay, cool. So you are just retarded. Got it. See, this is when they say white women are going to always vote for and support the dumbass motherfucking GOP and stand up for their white husbands who vote for them. This is an example right here. We're seeing one live in real time. A white, quote, liberal woman supporting her man on the app. So yeah, I do have more. Yeah, you're right there. But yeah, she's clearly K-High. She's clearly a typical white woman. You're one of the Liz Cheney bitches, aren't you? Is that why you voted for Kamala? Because Liz Cheney told you to. Did you go to the little panel she did with Kamala? I'm sorry, Kamala, because y'all can't pronounce her name, because y'all are white. Did you go to the little meetup? I made a mistake with voting for. There we go.
Truth be told, I pray for him too, Bethany. He needs prayer. Much prayer.
Yeah, I have prayers for him too, but my prayers are probably talking to a different God, and also I'm saying things in my prayers that probably going in a different direction.
Okay, that's a new one. Needing prayer, praying for him is mean.
I don't like it. But the thing is that it's funny that white women they don't like women, right? Like, I voted for Kamala, I made a mistake, I prayed for Trump. Now, girl, I mean, like I said, this is a Liz Cheney white. This is a Liz Cheney Kamala.
No, saying she made a mistake, that's not the main part. Praying for him is the main part. It's wild.
Such a dumb person. But I understand why she can't get on stage. She probably doesn't even know how to get on stage. Oh, it's so sad what happened to this country. I mean, I thought that Kamala did well with the white women, or better with white women than others. But it looks like, she got one to vote for her, and she's very upset that she did. I don't know. Did she want to vote for Trump? Did she want to vote for winning right now? Are you loving what's happening right now? Is that what's going on, Bethany? You remind me of another Bethany, by the way. Her last name is Frankel. Do you know her? Have you seen her TikTok videos? She's just as deranged as you. Yeah, she loves MAGA and Trump, and she tries to pretend she doesn't. She doesn't tell us it outright, but we can all tell. Do you watch The Housewives of New York? You're on the East Coast. You know who those girls are? You know, are you a Jill Zarin type of girl, a Ramona Singer type of girl? It wasn't a stereotype. I was asking you a question because your name is Bethany, and I'm sure you've heard of the other girl named Bethany that's famous.
Shout out Skinny Girl. Shout out Skinny Girl.
Skinny Girl Margarita. I'm sure you've had it, right, with your white girls, because you're probably one of those, those white moms, those white wine moms. Aren't you one of those? You've never had a Skinny Girl Margarita before? They sell them at Walmart. I know they have Walmart in the Northeast. Have you ever been to Walmart? I don't drink. Oh, former pothead. Oh, okay. Well, we can get you a Gemini. I think Gemini might be able to get you a few free samples. But outside of that, I think you should just go ahead and come on stage since I'm all over the place. Why don't you center and ground the conversation? Give us a topic.
Man, I don't know why you trying to hell that lady up here. It took us forever to get rid of Mercy, but we finally got rid of that one. We don't need a replacement.
She DMs me every single day on here about fucking Dan Osborne bread. Oh my god.
Oh, I would fall out. Stop messaging me. I can show you the DMs. I'm like, oh my god, another one about Dan Osborne. Oh god. That's why you don't need to know anything about certain, Senate candidates in shitty ass red states. But I do wonder, what does Hey Bethany, who's Scott Brown? Scott Brown. Do you know who that is? She doesn't know. Anyway, I hope he becomes your next senator. I hope that you're going to vote for him, and I hope that your state goes down in flames. So there's someone who bought Epstein's ranch, and he just bought it, and he's running for statewide office in Texas. His name is Huffines. I think it must be David Huffines, who owns a bunch of car dealerships here in Texas. So he has a lot of money, but he's running for the comptroller position. Huffines? Huffines. Yeah, that's an old name in Texas. Wait, let me see. He's running for state comptroller. He probably gonna win. They just wheeling them in. Yeah, this is it. The Huffines family is best known for Judge Roy Huffines, 1912-1982, a Houston politician and developer who revolutionized sports entertainment by spearheading the construction of the Astrodome. Yeah, that's an old family. He probably got a lot of money. Roy Huffines Jr. died in 2023. He was a Rhodes Scholar, Harvard-educated academic. Yeah, they're all up and through. That's a old ass family.
Hey Bethany, what does the state comptroller do in Texas? Why don't you tell us? Matt, cool. Why don't you tell us? Do you know? Hello? Are you there? Do you, Matt, you don't know? I know, I'm asking you. Do you know? Do you know what they do? Hello? Very sad.
Leave Matt alone. I just taught him how to spell Tallarico. He didn't know how to spell it.
Just such a sad day. These are your fighters, Macca? These are your best fighters that you can present? Retards in the go.
Ain't no chance. First lady, you there?
Yes, I'm here. What's going on?
Has anybody ever come up to you and said, "Do you have a jersey?"
Don't.
Because I need their name and number.
Cut it out. I knew it was gonna be something corny.
Ladies, watch out. If someone ever comes up, that's just some corny ass neighbor. I don't ever take that line. Go ahead, Matt. Back to you. Sorry about that.
It's just sad when certain, heaps of MAGA trash don't know what state elected officials do. They don't know what they are, their roles, how they're elected. But one of you at chatting, actually, you're probably twice my age, actually. You seem like you're probably in your 60s. You don't know anything about these roles. Why are you in a politics room? You haven't learned anything, Matt?
All right, Matt, easy on the women in their 60s, man. Hey, look, why are you up here with no shirt on? Why ain't no shirt?
Oh, you talking about
Who's Caleb?
I don't know who that is.
Oh, wait.
Oh, Caleb. I was like, who the one got a shirt on? I was looking around.
Caleb.
Caleb.
Is that Caleb. Caleb.
That's old school Vanilla Ice.
Wait, is that Caleb from Cheddar?
It might be.
Caleb, what are you doing?
Caleb from Cheddar, put your shirt on.
On Clubhouse, are you
Show me your nipples. What's going on?
Being problematic.
Oh, it says you should see.
Oh, is this your friend?
He just on Cheddar.
Oh, you remember his body? What's going on?
I remember his name.
Girl,
I don't think he's in like this on Cheddar. That's wrong.
What's going on?
Oh, surprisingly, it's not too many Caleb's on here.
That's my bedtime.
He's like an incel. And he just followed me on TikTok, which is why I remember what he told
Wait,
You got a
I
TikTok?
found out you got a stalker.
Yeah, you got.
on Cheddar?
Wait, you got a TikTok?
You know him on Chatter. Now he knows you on Clubhouse, and then you just said he follows you on TikTok.
You know what?
Yeah, now, and then he don't have his shirt on. What's happening?
Is your TikToks entertainment or what's your TikToks about?
I actually don't post. I haven't posted on TikTok in a while because I don't know how to do the damn little reels. But I think I have all my socials posted on Cheddar. But everybody else will probably be coming back here because Facebook is Lord Jesus. Clubhouse. I'm on 3 different apps at once. Clubhouse is monetized, but no, I just heard.
But let's keep it real. How long has this thing been in? A week now?
Like
a week.
People been a cup of coffee.
The coins.
I think it's been over a month.
There was. What's wrong with you, girl? The coins just got here.
No, the announcement though, because people are actually starting to post about Clubhouse on other platforms again, which I find very interesting.
You gotta stop making stuff up. Girl, they just released the coins. They just what's going on? Nobody knew nothing about the coins until last Tuesday.
No, I think when you read it, it says that it was they announced it earlier than Tuesday. I actually read the notifications and stuff.
So did I. But it didn't roll out until Tuesday. They might have talked about it, but it was not released. Anyway, it was released last Tuesday, okay? And I'm looking at the money, and it seems like it really is coins. So it's like 10 cents. 25 cents, 100 is $1. I'm like, wow.
This is crazy.
So you get like a cup of coffee, basically.
Correct. I mean, or if it is, it could be incentive for everybody to get the plus. So that, because it probably could pay your plus bill.
Makes sense.
Mm-hmm. So you'd be paying yourself back, kind of. For the plus.
Yeah, but people have been not tweeting about it, sorry. There's some guy that, a couple of guys on Threads, a couple of guys on X. I don't out myself on other platforms. Because people may come here, but I don't know, First Lady, maybe they put the feelers out, but people have been, like, communicating about it. That's all I'm saying. But anyway, so it looks like Clubhouse is back in the mix just a little bit. So, yeah.
Yeah, but they're going to have to, I don't know about that. Like, I don't know. I think they're overpriced. So, at the time to get it together.
I can't buy them. Is that for anybody else who want to let you buy it? Like when I go to click on the little thing, it takes me to the...
I think you had a problem with your plus, and you gotta get caught up with your subscription, and then they'll let you buy.
I turned it off because why am I going to pay them $6
exactly
to see who looks at my profile?
Exactly. So you turned it off. So now you gotta wait a month before they let you buy anything.
It lets me buy it on my burner, and that one doesn't have plus at all. That's why I said it's kind of weird. I mean, but shout out to Clubhouse for. I mean,
this is the account that did have the plus on it, right?
Yeah, I guess so.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. There's something wrong with your plus.
You saying the plus ain't plussing?
Her plus wasn't plussing because she didn't pay for it. She signed out of it.
You have to pay for it when you subscribe, First Lady. It takes it out.
Right. And then you turned it off, right?
Did I cancel it? I think I just canceled it because I resubscribed and then I canceled it because I wanted to buy the coins, to give people coins, and then I was like, fuck this, why am I paying $6.99 when I could just cash at people? And then I canceled it again, so I did.
Okay, so you canceled it again.
But I have a ton of subscriptions, so I need to pay attention better. All this shit starts to add up. I have Substacks and people on Instagram, like, just to show support. Man, those Substack subscriptions are high as shit. Somebody was like $60 a month, and I didn't even realize that I had signed on for it and was paying $60 a month. I don't even go on Substack.
$60 a month for a Substack? What were they giving you?
It was Lev Parnas. Is that how you say his name?
I think so.
Yeah, he was on. Speaking of Chatter, he was doing rooms on Chatter. He's had that Malcolm Vance guy, the black dude. I think Patty played it in here when he went off on TC and handled in TC. So I think I got extra plus subscriber. I wanted to show some support. Plus, I like his son on social media, Aaron Parnas. But anywho, I went through all that shit, y'all, because I had signed up for people's fan base subscription. I had signed up for their Twitter subscription, just to show support. But I did not realize how many people I had shown support for. So I was like, oh, let me cancel all this shit. Michael said my Beehive is free. Yeah.
What is Beehive?
Oh my God. It's a competitor to Substack. I used when I was deciding where to put my stuff. It was when the stuff came out about Substack promoting Nazi stuff, so I decided not to use Substack.
Wait, there literally is another platform called Beehive?
Yeah, Beehiiv.
Oh my God. I'm social media'd out. I'm probably on like 20 different platforms. That's enough.
I'm just serializing my novel, trying to get more people to read it.
Oh, well, send me a link in the back channel. I'm happy to follow your socials. I mean, it costs nothing to, follow people's socials and show support.
Yep.
Hey, Michael Barefoot.
Hey.
Barefoot. How you doing? Hey, Sonny Money.
I just started hearing you guys talking about Substack about 2 or 3 weeks ago. Y'all was nerding out on it.
It was a month ago.
Was it a month ago? Oh, okay. Well, I said 3 weeks ago, but a month. We can add another week to that. I think y'all was trying to get Sam to get on there. You know, I'm gonna get you stuff adding time. What is going on? I don't know because y'all was. Did you get on? Did you start your Substack yet?
He's not talking right now. Have you been talking hours?
Negative.
Okay, yeah. No, he's been talking. He wasn't talking earlier, but he did start talking after. Yeah. So Substack is like OnlyFans. You gotta pay to be on people's shit.
I mean, they have like the general ones, like Bush wrote something on there. There's a couple of people that are, I guess it's almost like you pay for their newsletter thing. But that's pretty much a condition of how things are now, right? Everything is subscription based. You have Sirius, you have, all those other things. You have what did I just get for the kids? Sling TV or something? I don't know. Everything is a goddamn subscription, y'all. Family subscription, Apple News, Apple Games. They got an Xbox subscription. That's why I was like, I always do that at the beginning of the year. I just literally go through that. And the stuff that we don't even actively do, like at least once a month, I just get rid of it. But yeah, I like Substack. It's kind of, I guess, like, what would we call it back in the day? The opinion pieces? Like, people used to write opinion pieces back in the day. That's what it seems like to me. So.
Read y'all something from Semaphore. Only reason I'm going to read it is because Warnock is now becoming, I guess, bullish on Mississippi this year. I don't know if y'all know much about the race, but Sidney Hyde-Smith is up for re-election. And it says, Scott Cologne is great, by the way. He's a black man. So it says, his challenge to Senator Hyde-Smith isn't about revenge over her blocking his bid to become a federal judge, but that she's still come to regret it. Had Hyde-Smith not objected to Cologne's judicial nomination in 2023, he would be on the federal bench for life, and the Mississippi GOP senator would probably lack a real opponent. But she used her veto power as a home state senator to stop Cologne. And now she's in the unusual position of running against him for Senate. This is a quote, she's really going to regret it when we win in November. Cologne told Semaphore, that's when the regret is really going to hit her. Charismatic 43-year-old district attorney is to be clear, an extreme long shot as a Democratic candidate in a deep red state. But he's building relationships among the Senate Democratic caucus in his favor to win the nomination on Tuesday, which is coming up tomorrow, making the Magnolia State another one to watch in a sprawling battle for control of the chamber. And this Senate race has far more personal intrigue than the average. After Cologne withdrew his nomination, he dug into Hyde-Smith's voting record against laws investing in infrastructure and the domestic chip-building industry. He concluded that those cuts against the tradition of Mississippi senators bringing home the bacon for one of the poorest states in the nation. It's easy for me to forgive somebody for stopping a judicial nomination. Now, what's motivating me to run is how she's betraying the people of Mississippi, Cologne said. You forgive her for that, but not for the rest of the way that she's conducted herself as a senator. The campaign is getting ugly already. In a statement for this story, Jake Monson, which is Hyde-Smith's campaign manager, said, I wonder if Cologne regrets advocating for sex changes for children, protecting the doctors who perform surgeries. If he doesn't now, he will in November. Cologne signed onto a letter 5 years ago to condemn the ongoing efforts to criminalize transgender people. The Democrat responded that Hyde-Smith's campaign is, quote, lying about my record, and hearing her for telling Mississippi families that they shouldn't eat beef amid rising prices, and a reference to her recent comments about how there are many proteins to choose from as beef prices rise. Mississippi has one of the longest streaks of partisan representation in the modern history of the U.S. Senate. The last Dem to win the state was John Stennis, a segregationist who won his last 6-year term in 1982. Forecasters had the state as solidly red. Trump won the state by 22 points. Dems tried to beat Hyde-Smith in 2018 with former Rep. Mike Epstein coming within 7 points. Dems came within 3 points of winning the governor's race in 23 and flipped several state-led seats in 25, breaking a GOP supermajority. I don't know, yeah, I think this is funny, interesting, and a bit silly, considering, I mean, this is a reach seat, obviously. But a lot of folks are still thinking about this seat, and when I look at maps online, instead of it just being solid red, it's kind of pink. So I just think it would be pretty solid revenge if somehow Scott Colum is able to beat Sidney Hyde-Smith. I mean, you blocked someone's fucking judicial appointment for like, that's some crazy revenge shit. Maybe I'm just too nerdy though, because I care about it, but yeah. Give us your midterm. What are you talking about, Notorious? Another idiot. Reformed, can you explain what Notorious is asking me because I have a pea-sized brain, according to Nat Cool?
He probably is trying to bet on Kalshi and wants to know how many seats you think the Dems are going to win. All of them. How about that? Notorious, what do you think, actually? You used to, I realize how fun it is to hang out in the sewers. Well, some people are in the sewers and the goo. Just a few special ones. Why don't you get on stage and tell us, what do you think? Because you're usually pretty diehard MAGA, aren't you? What do you think about all of this?
What he doesn't understand, Reformed, is that there are 3 ways to answer his question because his question wasn't clear. He said how basically Democrats plus what? So are you saying what will be their national average of victory in terms of their points? Are you meaning the national environment, D plus 10, D plus 8, D plus 9? Or are you meaning how many seats will they pick up in the Senate and the House? You're a fucking retard. You don't even know how to ask a question. You dumb jail skit white man, blind KKK member bitch. You're retarded. Don't ask me a question.
Well, I don't know about the blind part, but do you have updates on what's going on in Texas? Because didn't they just have a vote? Hello? Well, you was running your head a minute ago.
Sorry, what did you say? Sorry, Roma?
I was asking a question. I was asking what happened with the state of Texas's vote. Didn't they just read? I took a nap when I got home, baby, so I ain't got today's news. Don't they have a primary going on in Texas right now?
Oh, Tallarico won.
Okay, thank you. Hot damn. You know, I hear a lot of rumors about him thinking presidential, so.
No.
There are people that are saying it.
Oh, Lord. It's going to be Beto. I don't think he's as big of a fundraiser as Beto, is he?
No, but the thing about Beto is Beto only ran for president because he lost the Senate race in 2018. This wasn't like look at him, he won like John Ossoff is also different. He won his seat in 2020. That was more not 22. He won his seat in 2020, and then now he's running for re-election. If he wins, he'll go for president. But that's the same thing we're discussing with Josh Shapiro. He's running for re-election as governor. If he wins, he's going to run for president. Wes Moore's flirting with the presidency after probably winning re-election this fall. That's less of a weird occurrence. What would be very weird, in my opinion, and kind of just stupid and a waste of time, is running for president when you just won 2 years before. You're as a freshman or as a junior senator. It's just bizarre. Like, I originally was thinking, yeah, Stefanik even doing this. Alyssa Slotkin doing this in Michigan was stupid. Like, you just won in 24, babe. Like, but she's just wanting to raise her national profile. That's all it is. Like, she wants to win re-election swimmingly in Michigan, which I guess makes sense, especially if you're trying to make sure you keep Michigan blue. But it just seems like it's just, I don't know, I think it's just political theater. Like, why do that? Get shit done in the Senate, and then if you want to run for president, when it makes sense for you to, then do it. You know? Same for AOC. What the fuck has AOC got done in the House, y'all? Lauren Underwood, who none of you know who this woman is. Lauren Underwood, a black female congresswoman from my state, from Illinois. She's gotten 10 times more done than AOC. She has bipartisan legislation she fucking wrote that is now law. From Trump and fucking Biden. She is an effective congresswoman. She would make sense. I actually wanted her to run for Senate instead of Stratton originally. And then she said she was not going to because it was going to be, it was going to be Stratton going for it, which is fine. But like Lauren Underwood, if you're talking about anybody who won, around the 2018 era, she's the one that should be running for a statewide office, even more than Jasmine Crockett or any of these other girlies. She's actually gotten shit done. So, yeah, get shit done, bro. Like, yeah, if you want to run for president in 2036, you got time. He's only 36 years old. He and fucking AOC are the same age. Why are we rushing these youngins to the White House? They don't have enough of a record to run on. Like, Glenn Youngkin was governor of fucking Virginia. He has something he could run on. Sununu has something to run on, even though he's a bitch from New Hampshire. Shout out to Bethany, right? These Republicans are going to have formidable resumes, very violent ones. But, in MAGA GOP voters' minds, they're the normie Republicans. They're the, they could be our hope, So I just think it's stupid to force someone that we need to stay in the Senate to keep, in my opinion, Texas blue, to give us a shot maybe to flip Cruz's seat in 2030, to maybe flip the governor's mansion. Hot Wheels ain't gonna Hot Wheel forever, y'all. His wheelchair will get squeaky. He's running for re-election right now. But, eventually Charles Xavier dies too. Did you guys see Logan? He died.
Oh my gosh. You're too funny, man. Man, you kill me. I'm sitting here just like, oh my God.
I think that's probably, I'll speak for myself, I can't speak for Reformed, but that's probably one of my biggest frustrations is the idea that, like, we don't even flip the whole state. We get one seat, and now all of a sudden and now he should run for president. And I know that President Barack Obama did not stay in the Senate for as long before he went off, but as a Texan, I don't give a damn. If you flip one of these seats blue, you need to park your ass and make sure that not only if you leave to go be president or go off and run off and do whatever else you want to do, to make sure that at the very least that seat doesn't revert right back, because then why did you run for Senate in the first place?
Girl.
But also being able to be a ladder to pull other Dems up versus pulling the ladder up underneath yourself and basically saying, well, I got it out the mud, so the rest of you better figure it out. Like, no. If one of us comes through the door, you need to help make the groundwork and lay the groundwork and build the infrastructure to make sure the rest of us can come up that ladder so we can get these motherfuckers the fuck out of here.
Exactly. And Britt, why do these people not get that? I mean, I understand Van's point, like, he could run. Who cares? Like, yeah, he can run for funsies, but running a serious campaign, wasting all that fucking money he's going to raise for a presidential run, and I don't know if y'all know this, if you start an account to run for president, you can't legally can't transfer that money. You actually can't do that. So it's just a waste of time running, and if a PAC is also funding it, it's just stupid. Like, all this stuff is stupid. It's gonna take a lot of money to run for president. You just spent a lot of money running for fucking Senate, and then you won. I think a lot of people are going to feel like they just got, like duped. This is why Kamala is not running for governor of California for her first term, and then turning around 2 years later and running for president. She chose to not run for governor because we know she's going for president. It just feels like a slap in the face, and she's in a safe D plus 30 state. And the thing about Obama that I feel is, in my opinion, being misconstrued, he is in a safe Democrat fucking stronghold of Illinois. Yeah, you can be a junior senator running for president. Who gives a fuck? But you're in a red state. You're not in a purple state, as much as retards like Ada, Layla, Kayla from the shithole of Louisiana. No shade, Reform, love you down, but she's from Louisiana and pretends like she's from Texas, because she's not. Reform, you know that Kayla is not from fucking Texas, and lies about it. She is from that place where she went to college. She lies. But, anyway, you're not going to win. And it's just a waste of time. And you're just going to piss off voters. And Texas, I'm sorry, Texans have, in my opinion, they're just very fragile with their feelings. You don't want to piss off Texas people because they're going to stay mad at you. Look at Cornyn. Cornyn has done everything in fucking the world to try to win over MAGA and win over those normie Republicans who fucking liked him before, who now hate him. Is Cornyn winning these people over, guys? No. When Texas is mad at you, Texas stays mad at you. So I don't find it to be, I just think all the negatives outweigh these positives, and that we should just focus on, I think, a Sunbelt state president or a Rust Belt state president that's not named Josh Shapiro because he's a fucking bitch. But yeah.
What about Mark Allen?
No.
Arizona? No.
You mean Mark Kelly?
Or Mark Kelly. I don't know why I said Allen.
I thought you meant Kelly. I was like, I think she was good.
I did mean Kelly. I started
I 2 weeks ago was saying yes to Kelly, and I thought about it, and I'm just like, you know what? Arizona is going to be so fucking important. You know what? It's a maybe, but here's the problem. The anti-Zionist people online don't like him because he's funded by AIPAC and all that. Unless he says he won't take money from Israel and pulls a Valerie Fouché and says, hey, y'all, I learned my lesson. I'm not going to do that. I don't know if he'll make it. I really don't. I mean, John Ossoff is smart. He is not taking AIPAC money. He's not supporting Israel in the way that all these other people are. And he is a Jewish. You know what I mean? So he's in a southern state. He is in a purple state. He will be in he's in a swing state. He will be in one of the states we have to literally win in 2032 when he's running for re-election, if he is president. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, John Ossoff to me makes more sense. And then here's the other thing I read, why I think he makes sense. Well, John Ossoff can fucking probably just have someone appointed to his seat because we're going to likely have a Democratic governor of Georgia this go-round.
I agree with both of y'all. I do agree with Brett. Why gas his ass up like that? Who's even telling Tellerico that he could be president? Like, we haven't even gotten over the God is non-binary shit. Like, no, that's why I was so annoyed with Jasmine. Like, you're so effective where you are. She was like the shooter, right? Because the Dems are too polite, too elegant. The Dems don't like to brag. Like, we know this. Like, blah, 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 blah. We get it. She was the one that kind of got the one-liners and the quips, and we need that, right? She was right there. She could handle them. I don't know why she chose to abandon that. This was a star that she was never going to reach. And I don't know who.
It was the NRSC polling. Remember, we talked about that. I mean, she fell for the opioid. I mean, legitimately.
Those damn polls.
We all asked, and I mean, I looked at News and a few others who were saying that the polling reportedly that she referenced as to, remember, honey, the data says, the data, I can win. That was the NRSC poll she was talking about. And then she did her own poll that showed the same results as them. And everyone was like, so you use them as a reference? I don't really get it, but you got the same result. I don't know. But this is like, there's so many things that were being reported. But basically they baited her in the race. She said, okay. When Trump's doing as bad as he is, I guess it's easy to believe that polling. That you could be competitive, even though logic should show you you're probably not. I don't know. I am going to miss her in the House. a lot. Yeah, I mean, her replacement's gonna be dragging people though. So, you know, he's gonna be doing the black man version of it and talking about the Bible when he does it. So
he's nice looking. I saw him. I was like, oh, okay, that could work.
Yeah.
Who's nice looking?
Yeah, he is. He's very, very handsome.
What's his name? The guy that he won? Did he win his primary?
Del Rico?
No. For Jerry Crockett's OC.
Oh. Haynes. Is he talking?
I wasn't saying that I think Tellerico is going to be president. I'm just saying what people are mumbling now that, you know.
Yeah, they're silly, Ramona. It's every time we get someone nice, they say, "Run for president." Yeah, run for president. No.
Yeah, we want them to hush and stop and just calm doing that.
Y'all want AOC
seniority.
Like, right. But why should AOC run for president? Why should she not work for Schumer seat at 28? Give me one reason.
Because it's a split tail, and that's the only reason. It's because people want her to run as a woman. But it's not flying at the moment.
I mean, they want a progressive. That's part of it. But, like, she's the queen. She's Bernie's successor. But it is arguably retarded for her to do it. It's actually just stupid. Like, you literally are 36 years old. You have 20 years before you should be thinking about running for president. Maybe 10. But you need to at least get a term in the Senate and have legislation you got passed. She's not gotten anything passed. And that's not me throwing a shot at her. She just hasn't. She's gotten, like, quote-unquote, nothing done.
Well, they need the resume to fight. And I think that I actually like AOC. I like her strategy, I guess I could say, because I've heard that she's very good to her constituents, which is why she keeps getting reelected. Because remember, Matt, who was the guy that talked all that shit, and Ayanna Pressley and the other one that didn't even get reelected? That was so embarrassing. Was it Justin something? The black dude.
I'm trying to think of... Oh, Bowman.
Yeah. I'm like, you can't even get reelected, bro. And you're talking all of this shit like they already had higher aspirations to me, and that was pretty effed up. So I'm like, you still have to do the basic job, because no matter what you say about AOC, she's gotten reelected. Suppose that what I've heard is that her constituents love her because she takes care of her core job. They could have gassed her ass up, because remember, AOC, like she's got the little nickname, right? Everybody was like, AOC, we love AOC, blah, 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 AOC. And AOC, she's like, no, I'm a chill, I'm good, right? Like, she's even, to me, I've seen her mature in the office, if that makes sense. So I kind of like that she's just, staying put and just being more and more and more effective in gaining that seniority.
Yeah, I mean, her running for Senate is just, to me, the most logical thing. I actually think that's what she's doing. She went to Elise Stefanik's district today, because she has not done a town hall in 5 years. And it was her and Pat Ryan, and they had a great town hall. And it was full. Like, it was full, like packed to the brim. And I'm like, oh, well, I think she's going to do a statewide race, because that's a red-ass area of New York. And apparently, according to Semaphore and Politico, and probably if it was Axios, she's not running for president. She actually is not feeling that. She's thinking more towards Senate. And all the progressives online are angry. And I'm like, y'all should be smart. Don't you want to see more of her running for president, and then she loses, she's out of Congress? She just said she did a Jasmine Crockett, but worse.
Well, Pelosi spoke about that. I still didn't get to reading that book yet, but when she spoke about it, because of course people asked her about that, and she was like, no, I never wanted to be president. But look how effective Pelosi has been. Like, can you imagine AOC putting in that time and seasoning to become as feral and impactful as a Pelosi? Like, man.
I mean, she can't even be a chair of the media, and I think that she should just move to the Senate because she'd be more effective there. They are haters. Like, there's too many people in the House that have been in longer, and I feel like it would be easier for her as a senator to chair some committees and shit like that, or co-chair some committees. Just because if you think about it, there are less folks there, and she has, in my opinion, more of like a quote specialty that is not being really utilized in the Senate. Like, there are not as many progressive senators there at all. There are more progressive Congress people, if you will, than progressive senators. So,
do you feel like I know we're talking about pushing all these 36 years old to the forefront. Do you think that that's just a major overall push for voters to try to get out a bunch of these old ass good old boys to get them out?
Yeah, they want them gone. I mean, the gerotoxicity has to end. We have to get some of these people. There are retirement homes for a reason. Some of these people need to go fill them. And it's, you're wasting good building space. There's room for you at the retirement home. Clyburn's 90. He's 88. Why are you running for re-election? Why are you even considered? You need to retire. What's her name? Miss. Oh, my brain. Forget her name. There's so many of them. 80s, like mid 80s. Like we had 3 or 4 die in the last year after 24. We had special elections because of all of the deaths. That should show you you should be retiring. But
yes.
It's just kind of stupid. There are a lot of them that are retiring, so I'll give them that. There should be more, though. There should be.
Regular people, they count their motherfuckers down to the month, day, where that you have to retire. This is your retirement date. Why don't they do that with Congress?
Everyone, these people want to stay in forever because they're making money, and we really do need term limits. I think that the House, 4 terms, and I think the Senate, 3 terms. That's, 18 years for the Senate? It's more than enough fucking time. We shouldn't be in there. We shouldn't be having 5-term senators like fucking John Cornyn and fucking Chuck Grassley, who is 93, talking about I'm considering running for re-election in 28. Bro, you need to consider getting on a fucking defibrillator and shutting the fuck up.
No, I agree. I think that honestly it should be 70. We make most Americans wait until that age. It's kind of like we give them a corporation's pass to remove them from working. So why not the same for these individuals? I'm Gen X and I don't have a problem with that. If someone's 75 years old, I can't remember shit now. And I'm like, how the fuck did they? This is a lot of shit that they have to deal with. There's no way in hell. Come on, go rest, play with the grandkids. Come on now.
Well, we have so why is that for Senate? To run for Senate in the United States, you have to be 30 years old. At minimum 30 years old. Why is we should have a maximum? We have minimum.
I agree.
That's fair. Why is 30 some technical number where your brain is, fully fucking formed enough to run for office? You don't have to be 30 to be someone in Congress, but for Senate you do. That's just weird, and so 70's cool. I actually would prefer 75, just because you do have some folks. I think this is now me playing politics. Some folks who are in certain states where I don't know if success is going to be yet. But I would be down for it only if we also got rid of Citizens United and made everyone run grassroots campaigns and there were no more super PACs. Then I'd be cool with you making yourself. Then it would be easier for Dems to win, and also you need to have an anti-gerrymander federally to where they can't fuck our states' lines up anymore, so that it can be just truly competitive. So that would be my opinion on that. If we're doing an age limit, ceiling, you would need to also have a couple of things in place. It's like when people try to say stuff like, actually, I'm not going to go there. I'm going to go on.
We also need more representatives. They stopped increasing the amount of representatives in, I think, 1929.
Yes.
And that when you have that happen and the way that they represent so many people now, it actually breeds polarization.
Exactly. You need more. I love that, Michael. You do need more representatives. And then we're just going to go now into Project 2029. And we need to go ahead and mix Puerto Rico, D.C., Virgin Islands, and Guam states, adding about 7 different Congress folks and 8 different senators. That's true democracy. Why are we having territories? And why do these senators, why do these, Congress people, these delegates have no power? Why is that? That's not democracy. They can't vote on laws? Like, what's going on?
I could see our country breaking up into different territories or countries before I see them giving statehood to DC, Puerto Rico, and the islands, honestly. And they've been dragging that carrot for years, baby.
Here's the path to that. This is actually not hard to do at all. In 28, elect a Democrat. Make sure we have the Senate and the House. They get rid of the filibuster, and then Republicans never win office again. I'm not even saying this to be like fucking just like it's not. No, it's legitimately that easy. They need to just get rid of the filibuster. Boom. As soon as you do that, statehood, you have the majority. Statehood to those 4 places. Republicans can never win the Senate in my lifetime again. I already did the math when I was at the end. I looked at all of the data regarding this. I'm factually correct. They will not win the Senate again. And in the House, all they have to do, I'll say this, all they have to do is pass a law that prevents gerrymandering. The House, at large now, actually, like with no gerrymandering, favors the Democratic Party. We would be favored to win the House every time, unless we have a huge wave year for Republicans. So guess what you also do? You also pack the Supreme Court immediately, so that none of this will be reversed by the draconian court that is fucking dumbasses, right? Trumps. And in addition to that, you also are adding new representatives to the House. What I also think would make sense, they need to go and reinforce, the VRA. They need to go look at some of these decisions in like 2013, what was it, 2015. There were certain decisions they made that weakened the VRA. You just have to go back in and get cases decided by this new court that strengthen it again, right? It's actually not difficult to do, and it actually could be done within 1 term of a Democrat's presidency. Like whoever wins in 28 could legitimately do it immediately. If they had to vote to kill the filibuster, they could pass all of this legislation. They could pass Medicare for all or Medicare for all who want it first, and then get into Medicare for all after a 5 to 10 year period. They could do universal child care, the child care tax credit. They could do affordable housing. They could do all the stuff that we talk about. Literally, get rid of the filibuster. I'm not even kidding. You can fuck the Republicans out of the Senate, literally, by getting rid of the filibuster and giving statehood. It's a majority vote to give Puerto Rico, DC, Virgin Islands, and Guam statehood. It is a majority. They have
DC's not that way though.
I looked it up. In order for DC as well.
No, in order for DC to be a state, you'd have to either have a constitutional amendment or give the president 3 electoral votes for themselves.
I think that they can figure that out, but I did look it up. It said there is a path for them to do it still with the majority, but you're presenting an argument regarding the constitutional amendment. That would be something the Supreme Court have to argue over, but there is a debate on that. I don't really care. I think that a majority vote could probably at least get them in first. And they can argue about that in court. I don't really care. But specifically, getting a majority in the Senate so Dems stay in power is not that difficult to do. Because not only would you have, like I said, the Senate, but you would arguably have also the House, unless you're in a bad year for Dems. Obviously a midterm could be brutal, but this will probably soften the blow of most midterms in the future for a Democrat. It's just stupid that we haven't just gotten rid of the filibuster. It's not something we have to keep at all. It's stupid. It's procedure, and it's not something that we should even. Why do we as a democracy have that? If majority rules, why can't the majority govern? Why? Matt's mindset is exactly. My mindset is actually fair. So if we have a law that prevents gerrymandering, why would that? Because it would favor Democrats, because there are more Dems in these populous metros. Why is that a problem for Republicans? Just be more competitive, right? Dems have to be more competitive. Dems have to spend more money. Why shouldn't you have to spend more money and figure out how to get your people in, just like we're doing now, in places that favor you?
I have a question though, because the idea down below that we're a democratic republic, so the things that you're talking about are so undemocratic, and yet their president that they voted for is literally threatening his Senate to get rid of the filibuster so they can pass his Save the Americas or whatever little fuck ass Save America Act that he has. Like, everybody picking and choosing when this is a democratic republic and when we should be doing the right thing as our forefathers, the founders, would want. It's very like funny, and not funny, haha, funny weird. I mean, but y'all do, but the Republicans do it too, Matt. Cool. I don't like all of this. Oh my God, y'all do all this bad shit, and y'all do it too. It's not everybody's hands are not clean. Get over it. Stop whining. Either be competitive or lose. It's that simple.
Michael, I just looked it up, so I found the article I read. Basically, it said that yes, constitutional amendment would be obviously necessary to grant DC itself statehood, but the plan Democrats have is to create a new state called Washington Douglas Commonwealth, and basically the remaining District of Columbia would be really, really tiny, and the rest of it, like the more populous areas, would be the new state. So you would keep the White House and the Capitol in DC, District of Columbia, but New Columbia, or whatever they're calling the Washington, Douglas Commonwealth, that would be the state. So that's the one. You don't need a Commonwealth.
So the reason a constitutional amendment is needed is because without a constitutional amendment, if you do that, if you make that state and leave the actual DC, then the only person who lives in DC would be the president, and so the president would get 3 electoral votes to themselves to decide what to do with those 3 electoral votes.
Well, this is also talking about leaving certain parts of it so where people do live, not only the Capitol and only the White House. They're talking about people who also live in like I don't know. I mean, they broke it all down in the article. I can send it to you, but that's their work on it. It would not be a lot of people living there, but there would be a few.
Could you see a scenario where this is to you, Maggie, where let's say the Democrats were able to get rid of the filibuster, but then they overstep, and now the Republicans are in where that backfires? Or do you think that would be the end of Republicans?
Wait, say this one more time.
Like, do you see a scenario where it could backfire if either party does that?
No. No, because you just do so basically you would just do a referendum in each of those territories. Puerto Rico's done it twice already, and they all want to be a state. DC wants to be a state. Guam and Virgin Islands want to be states. I mean, literally, let them be states. Let them do another referendum, clean. Let it pass. I'm sure it will. And then you say, cool, referendum's been done. We're going to vote on statehood. It's not hard. You can do it in the fall. You can do the referendum within the spring, summer, in each of those 4 territories. Obviously, we'll see what happens if they pass or not. After the summer, they come back in the fall and they pass it after they've broken the filibuster. I think the first order of business is breaking the filibuster and packing the Supreme Court. That way you're backing up everything you're about to do with a court that makes sense. You would spend the spring basically, putting up those nominees and trying to get them confirmed by the current Senate that would be controlled by Democrats. So those folks would be confirmed and appointed, but you'd wait till the summer's over, and then you would proceed in, after cool, referendums all passed, everyone wants to be a state, we're voting on it, boom, they're in, they're states, and then obviously when there's a new Congress the following January, everyone's coming in. I mean, you immediately trigger elections. I was looking up how they would do it. They would immediately be triggering, elections, probably either for the spring or the fall. They'd be specials, obviously. But yeah, it's an interesting path, but it's not something that we've never done. Like, that's how certain states became states anyway. So, just stupid. And who would be mad at Democrats for giving territories we control and benefit from the ability to have representation? But why is that not democratic? Why?
Now, aren't they still looking at expanding the Supreme Court justices as well?
That's a part of, quote, Project 2029, which I hope we don't keep that name. I want a different name. But that is a part of the plan. The plan is to, this is not my thing. The pussy plan is, 18-year term limits. No. What we really need to do is 100% pack the court. And people are too afraid to say that because that comes off as you made the court political. The court's already been political. So the argument against it is stupid. Like, you are already dealing with individuals who paid for the Supreme Court anyway. So you coming in and saying, yes, I'm packing the Supreme Court. What individuals who don't approve of Trump would say, oh, that's a bad thing? Why would you not want this to be over? This reality we're currently living in. Yeah, I think it's something we should explore. I think that it should be a part of our little mandate list of if you're not open to changing the Supreme Court at least, you should not be someone we even talk about as a candidate for president for a Democrat. You know? And the filibuster is a little easier. A lot of people are open to reading the filibuster and talking about it. Yeah, the filibuster has to go. Like, it's getting in the way of either party being able to run on and pass what they promised. You know what I mean? Get rid of it. I don't know. My whole plan is that get in, kill the filibuster, obviously pack the Supreme Court, filibuster's gone, put a referendum up in these other 4 territories for statehood while that's happening, pass other meaningful legislation, border security, DACA, stuff, the stuff that makes sense, stuff that's easy, stuff that you can easily pass with a, Senate majority. Wait till those referendums happen. Wait till you have new senators and representatives who are delegates that become actual, members of Congress. Wait for that to be sworn in potentially in January or in the spring, and then proceed. You have your, padded majority, and then you're headed into your next midterm, probably quite confident because you passed a lot of stuff with your, simple majority, and now you've padded your majority. I don't know why that would be a problem. I just don't even understand why that would be a problem.
Can you share that link?
And
Can you share that link? Would that be possible, Matt?
What?
The link to the article.
Oh, I already went away from it. I can find it. Yeah, I have to go back and look.
But
getting rid of it. Oh, sorry.
I'm sorry. I was gonna say expanding the court was something that FDR actually wanted to do.
Yeah,
I believe so. Like every judge over 70, you would get like one more justice. So it was definitely something. So it's not necessarily a new concept.
No, we just expanded the court. What was it like earlier part of the 20th century?
Yeah, and getting rid of the filibuster, like we've seen in some states like Michigan and Minnesota, we've seen what happens when you get a trifecta, the kind of laws that you can pass, the kind of progress you can make.
Isn't that crazy? I mean, what is the state? Is it Massachusetts has universal health care, and it's been proven to work? Like they just put stuff like that.
That was the original framework.
Correct.
FCA, right?
Correct.
Well, people bitch about that. Mitt Romney had that locked down.
Yes.
You know a little fact about Mitt Romney? His dad was actually the governor of Michigan back in the day.
So he's like a borderline Republican. But still, I mean, it was a good plan. It worked. It worked for the state. They just saved it up when they went federal and then added all these addendums and whatnot to it. It's crazy. I think that for that to work, Matt, you would have a lot of old ass Democrats that would have to hold their nose and vote because they're all we're the party of fair play. It would be massively illegal at first. You get a lot of shit about stacking the courts. But I think that's what would have to happen. You'd have to have a lot of people willing to nose and just do it.
Yeah, and I think comes to, I don't know, for me it's just like, I mean, even if let's just take DC out of the equation for now, not to find the article again, sorry to from it, but even if you're just focused on Guam, Virgin Islands, and Puerto Rico, Republicans are fucked. Republicans are fucked. I mean, all DC would do is get you one member of the House, and yes, 2 senators, but I don't know. I just think it's stupid. Why would you not want universal health care? It's popular. Like, everyone's support. Like, when these things have been polled, that is popular. The United States citizens want it. They want meaningful gun legislation. They want background checks. They want the boyfriend loophole gone. They want red flag laws. They've said they want it. Even people in red states have said that they want those basic things. They want the gun lobby fucked. They want all of these stupid lobbies, all of these dumbass fuckers that can exist because of Citizens United, all these super PACs and all this dark money. They want it out of politics. So just do it. Just, do it. And the court would allow you to do that because guess what? Who controls the court, unfortunately, controls the land of the country, and that's pretty much what we've been seeing in recent years. So yeah, get rid of the filibuster, pack the court. I don't know why it would even be something it's to me saying I want to pack the Supreme Court should not even be like some leftist position. That should be the centrist position because why would you not want to reverse all of the damage a Republican presidency has done to the country? Like a MAGA why is that, quote, leftist or progressive? That's just basic. You should want to get rid of this fucking this current Supreme Court. You should want to. And I'm even down with, getting rid of lifetime appointments, making sure it's 18 years. So if you've been on the court 18 years, the following year you have to retire.
I don't think you wouldn't get rid of the court. You would just be adding new members.
No, I actually believe in addition to doing that, you need to also say, I do want a limit of how long it can be on the court. The current position is they want to say, like Biden, it should be 18 years. That should be how long someone can be on the court. Cool, you can do that in addition to packing the court.
But no term limits for Congress, though?
No, that is what. I'm talking about the Supreme Court. That's not Congress. So if we're talking about the Supreme Court,
no, I'm saying it should be
term limits. But when Congress as well. I think Congress is probably going to be a little different because you have individuals who have 2-year terms and individuals who have 6-year terms. You know what I mean? That's different. So
maybe age. Maybe you don't do term. Maybe age.
I think 20. I think like you said 18. I think 20 would be okay. Even maybe 25, but like the standard length of a generation is between 20 and 30 years. So like one generation, that should be enough. Like once you've been in office for a generation, then you're done.
I agree. And I've been taught to use 30 years, like for estate planning as a generation. So I absolutely agree with that because it's just, and it's not like out of disrespect or anything. It's just that you're probably no longer in touch. And this is with the advent of, look at how things are changing and look at how much is going on. Like, I still remember that infamous, scene where George Bush was in the grocery store. Did the OGs remember that? And he was fascinated with how they were ringing up the groceries. And I remember looking at that like, your ass need to step down, bro.
Well, and you've got politicians like those in California that banned the Linux operating system, and the Linux operating system runs the entire internet of the world.
Well, I've been swayed from the position I used to hold against old people in office. I mean, if we're being fair, the reason we can't do that is because old people vote the most. So we can't keep saying we have this like Democratic stronghold of older Democratic voters that vote for politicians we like, but then not want them in office. I mean, if we look at like the age demographics of the people who vote the way, like at least people in this room would want people to vote. That is the demographic of people who also don't want it office.
But the people that don't vote, there's a reason they don't vote. Like it's not just they don't vote because they don't vote.
No. I mean, so look, people don't just not vote because there's old people in office.
No, I'm saying they don't vote because they don't feel like their voices are heard. And
they don't like the establishment. And that's
if they passed a bunch of stuff like Matt's talking about, there'd be so much more reinvigoration in the voting base.
So like they're voting.
But the largest kind of modern Democratic poll of younger voters we saw was with a man that was 80. That's what I'm saying. Like, it's really age really matters, right? We saw how Bernie had the young whites out. Hello, they felt heard even though he was 85.
But he was pushing policies that no one else in their 80s is.
But that's my point. It's actually not about the age. So then what happens when we get all the dumbass 20-year-olds that just voted for Trump when they start becoming the politicians? We're going to ban them. We're going to have a young dummy ban. That's what I'm saying. It's really the age has no effect. That's what I'm saying.
So just that to me doesn't make sense because the problem is these folks are disillusioned because of the 80-year-olds and 70-year-olds that are in office not allowing anything to be done, keeping the filibuster another stupid policy. Finally, had one of them who said, "Let's get rid of that so we can make legislation." That doesn't mean now all of them are get passed and we should keep more 80-year-olds in office. That doesn't even make any sense.
No, that's my point.
Let me finish. Also, the problem is the boomers. They vote for Republicans. So I don't care if they're the old people vote the most. They're voting for Republicans. Like boomers, the old folks that are on their way out here, they're not voting at large or by large or whatever for Democrats. They're not. They voted for Trump. He won the old vote, just like he won before. So sure, I don't want all of them gone. I'm just saying there should be an age limit for sure. Like 75 is what I pitched. I don't think there's anything wrong with that.
No, so what I'm saying is to make it consistent. Because you guys were talking about people who are voting don't see themselves reflected in their politicians. So then you all would also want to cap on once you're 75, you can't vote anymore.
No, I didn't say that, and that doesn't make sense. You should be able to run for an office. No, like you can vote. You can vote as an 18-year-old. You can't run for Senate until you're 30. That doesn't make sense. It's the same thing.
I understand that, but the reasons why you can't run until you're 30, you know the reasons why. There's experience requirements implied in that.
But that doesn't matter. 30-year-olds who are bartenders can run for Senate. That doesn't make any sense. That doesn't mean.
I'm not understanding what the age cap does. That's
my doesn't say that some people are out of touch.
That doesn't mean that. I think out of touch has nothing to do with age. That's the argument. That's my pushback to you all. So again, we can find people who are in their 30s who are quote unquote out of touch, and we can find people who are 85 that are out of touch. The age has nothing to do with it. So if we find that the age is not the link to you being out of touch or not, why are we still saying the age should be the factor?
They're dying in office, and we're forced to have special elections. Do you not know how many fucking special elections we just had? Because 70-year-olds died in office for Democrats last year and the year before. Do you not know how many we had?
Yes, I do know that.
Why is it that we need to continue with that then?
I think so. Now, but we also know that Gen Z is starting to die at increasingly higher rates.
Gen Z is not the voting bloc I'm talking about.
You don't know what I'm saying. You don't know what I'm saying. You don't know what I'm saying yet. So now we know that Gen Z has a crisis where we're dying more in our 20s and 30s. So if a bunch of the 30-year-old politicians start dying, then what? That's what I'm saying. Age has nothing to do with it. So if you're putting it to death.
I think it's less about age and more about the fact that we need term limits, and we're deciding that a generation is enough for term limits. Like you got to decide 12 years, 15 years. You have to pick a number, and I think that a generation is a number of years that you've been in office. That means like if you go into office at 30. Then after 30 years you're 50, then you're done. We're not saying you're old at 50. We're just saying that you've been in office for 30 years. Let's have some new people in there.
Yeah, that's a different argument than saying there should be an age cap. That's what I'm saying.
Well, it's also a problem because then then a 70-year-old should be a freshman senator and be able to be the.
I mean, it could happen, but I think that you're changing. Once you have term limits in place, I think that might happen less. Like you'd have less 70-year-olds running for office.
I would hope so. That would be something that you would hope would happen. Unfortunately, that's just. I mean, all these things are connected to each other. Like you would want dark money out of politics. You would want Citizens United to be able to turn. You would want all of these things to happen. If you would want, I mean, part of the age issue is the establishment issue, which a lot of you, I don't know why y'all are not thinking about this, like this whole thing, and not just one part to win an argument. Why are you not connecting age with establishment? That's literally part of why we're talking about this. A lot of these old-ass people are very much establishment figures, corporate Republicans, basically controlled by corporations. They are part of the problem and why. Guess what? Having an age limit, yes, would force some of them to go sit their ass down. Yes, separately another conversation. Having a term limit would force some of them to be able to go sit their ass down and potentially not be as corrupt. So our politics, quote unquote, would be a little cleaner and not as dark or dirty. It's a conversation we should be having in whole, not just in part, to sound smart on Clubhouse.
No, correct. That's exactly why I'm saying what I'm saying. To me, it's not smart, and I can also post some research that me and Dan talked about. Political scientists who did research on how term limits actually would increase corruption because people are incentivized to do more things for money towards the end of their term limits. It doesn't actually end corruption in politics at all. Studies show it actually could increase corruption in politics and electoral politics. But also, besides that fact, you're talking about age equals establishment. That sounds oversimplified to me. When we know that the Republican Party is doing an amazing job right now of realigning their core evangelical establishment to younger Republicans.
But they're doing that with establishment figures who've been in the party forever. That's also how they're doing it. Certain consultants have been in the Kentucky business. Like, these are older people.
Okay, guys, sorry. There was a
And my
request.
point is that you don't target one of them, you target all of those things.
There was a request from the group for one person at a time to speak because the old people are listening to y'all's conversation. So y'all, we are old. Can y'all speak one at a time so that we can listen to y'all? Thank you.
I'm just saying it's not holistic to say it's the age cap, age equals establishment, when we see what the Republicans are doing. So if we played it out that way and said, oh, if we had an age cap, it would limit the corruption in the establishment politicians. The Republicans are already showing us they flipped that on its head. So if they had an age cap right now, it would do nothing because they're already ushering in a new generation of establishment Republicans.
That actually doesn't make any. You pause. I'm jumping. That does not make sense. Yes, establishment, unfortunately, does equal corruption. You're seeing the individuals who ushered in, quote unquote, younger evangelicals are the establishment Republican figures that have been in Congress, right? That's a fact. I don't know what country y'all are living in, but that is literally what happened. I don't know what's going on. We know how these individuals are ushering in and trying to manipulate Gen Z to being more evangelical and vote for more Republicans, and how Charlie Kirk rose up and how they manipulated and used him and his group of idiots just to, of course, win elections and stay in power. Like, the establishment, unfortunately, they're older people. They've been there for quite a while. And yes, you do have new figures who come up and rise. Sure. They have their own motivation. Sure. But as I fight isn't just for age limits. It would be for term limits. It would be for ending Citizens United, ending super PACs, dark money in politics. So your study makes no sense because my point is not to just do one. It would be to do all of those things. Guess what? More influence in dark money, and they're going to have more of a desire to do awful things in office. Cool. Well, my point is not to just do one thing. It would be to stop dark money, stop super PACs. So you would not have it as a problem. But y'all not listening to the whole conversation. Y'all coming in the room here and part of the conversation.
No, I am listening. Having pushback for one part of the conversation doesn't mean I'm not listening.
But it just pointing out as part of the conversation. That was not the only part of the conversation we were having. We were talking about several things. Coming up to argue about one point is stupid.
I don't understand why challenging one point is stupid.
The entirety of the conversation was centered around one thing being done.
Nobody said
around several things being done.
Nobody said it was. Again, challenging one point of the conversation doesn't mean I said the combo is trash, y'all are dumb as fuck. I didn't say that. I challenged 2 points of the conversation.
Challenging, there's no point to challenge something when the entire point that was actually being made is all of these things need to be done to fix what's going on. And they go, well, if you do that one thing, no, that's not going to solve all of it. I didn't say that. You're not listening.
No, I am listening. I just disagree with you. It doesn't mean I'm not listening.
Oh well, conversation's over.
Another thing that you can do when you get rid of the filibusters, the number of representatives we have is not set in the Constitution. It's set by law. So you could just pass a law increasing representatives, and the original framers, you can go off what they intended or not. They intended about 30,000 people for one representative. If we went by those numbers, we'd need like 11,000 representatives in the U.S. We might not go that high, but even anything above 435 that we have right now is going to be an improvement. So, I mean, that can be one of the legs of this many-leg stool that we need to prop up our democracy.
I think that, if you do all of those things at one time, yes, you're going to have a cascade effect, but I do wonder, how would you get rid of gerrymandering? I mean, ideally, yes, you could do it, but in practice, how would you go about that?
Independent commissions. A lot of states have that.
What did she say?
I'm asking how you would, in theory, getting rid of gerrymandering sounds great, but how would you?
How do you get rid of it?
No, I know about the filibuster. I'm talking about gerrymandering in itself, because that is an insidious practice. I don't know how you would stop that from happening.
Federally, you can get rid of it by doing an independent commission, but that would only affect you as congressional seats. In order to get rid of it for state legislatures, you have to actually, honestly, reinforce the VRA. And by doing that, unfortunately, you do have to pass the Supreme Court. You're not going to get cases brought back to the court for them to redecide, right, come to a new decision breaking precedent, unless you have a court that reflects liberals, right, or that is quote unquote more fair to us or to democracy, you would have to get rid of the filibuster. I mean, I don't know anything, so obviously this is probably all wrong information. But you have to break the filibuster, get rid of the filibuster, nuke it. You would absolutely have to pack the Supreme Court. You have to probably spend an entire season or session to do that. And then you have your summer, and then you'd be doing all your confirmations. But the Democrat that would be doing this would have to be prepared. They would already have to have their fucking short list. They would have to know who they're wanting for real to push toward the court. They would have to already floated a lot of these names past the Democrat-controlled Senate. It would have to be done quite swiftly. And then guess what? Once that's done and those folks are confirmed, then you would proceed in doing more than likely a federal anti-gerrymander, which would force independent commissions. And then you would have to have a lot of these organizations, a lot of these organizations that we fuck with, right, ACLU, etc., sue on behalf of probably every single state that has a quote unquote red state gerrymander, like what we saw happen in Indiana that started a lot of this. And then guess what? Then the new court would have to decide on this. Hopefully they pick the case up, but it'd be a process. But it would have to be something a Dem would have to start by getting rid of the filibuster, attacking the Supreme Court. It's not possible otherwise. There's not going to be another constitutional amendment written that is going to pass 38 states. It would never happen as an amendment. You would have to just reinforce the VRA by packing the court.
I mean, I just wanted to point out, because I love y'all's back and forth, and at the risk of sounding like the old person in the room, I just feel like we're in good hands because y'all really debate and you're super informed, and yay, I know I'm the old person in the room. But what I will say for Dr. Library Card's point is that I see what she's saying, because we don't want to remove that ability to vote with that demographic, because there's that old joke, right? When the old person is driving and that old person is driving to the polls, that's what they always say. They're driving really slow, but they're driving to the polls. But my thing is, maybe if we put some sort of restrictions, it would enable younger people to be able to get into the political spectrum more, because look at the young guy in Baltimore. Isn't that the young mayor?
Brandon, yeah.
And he just got reelected, right? He won his term.
I think our point's being missed, which to me is sad, because I'm
Matt.
No. I'm going to present this counter argument.
Can I finish?
Well, I already know where you're going. To me, it's very asinine because you're very smart, and I just think this is.
No, what I'm saying is let me just put it out there for shits and giggles. I want there to be a platform where, like, people like yourself or like Dr. Library Card or like Britt or even like, Kim would really, or even Pearl or whatever her name is today, would, really like be encouraged and welcome to throw their hat in the ring versus like when AOC ran. I really felt like she was age shamed, right? They brought up her college pictures. Like nobody brought up Biden's college pictures, right? Like nobody. Right, like they brought exactly.
Well,
that's
like because
they
Biden
brought up
went to school when Harvard was founded.
Yeah. Well, see, that's what I'm saying. Like she was age shamed quite a bit. They brought up the fact that she was a bartender, and I was like, she was a kid in school. Like, I didn't really like that. You know what I'm saying? So that's the only thing I wanted to say. Like, what I know that there needs to be a solution. I don't know what it is. I do agree with the term limits based on like. A lifetime, right? Or age, not a lifetime, but like 30 years max and you're out.
Term limits.
Period. Term limits, right. But I guess I just want something to where it's just not going to be as, maybe the reason that we only have these old people to vote for is because they're the only old ones that are supported right now. And I did just want to mention, in a few decades, women, for the first time in our modern history, first time in history ever, 70% of the trillions of dollars that, probably more in white families, to be sure, but it is going to be in the hands of women. I think we are going to see a different type of candidate that is going to be, so imagine if we had more Mackenzie Bezos's than we did, Miriam Adelson's that are, over all of these billions of dollars. That's all I'm saying. So I think it's going to change the landscape as well.
I mean, we have one trying to back. She was the one that backed Jasmine's run for Senate that unfortunately was a flop. But Carl Jurgensen. But anyway, back to my point. What's been missed, because yes, we were going back and forth and I was interrupting because I'm just irritated with stupid shit like this, but I already explained what my point in the conversation was. It wasn't one specific small thing stated. It was the entirety that needs to be done. The retardation in this conversation is this. 18-year-olds still vote. I don't care if it's as much or not. They still vote. 19, 20, 21, 25, all of them still vote. You can't run for Senate until you're 30. It's stupid to say all these things that have been said about, oh, well, they don't have experience, so it makes sense why they should be 30. No, it doesn't make sense. If you're a legal adult, you should be able to run for whatever office you want to run for. Obviously, president is 35. We have Senate as 30. We have all of these things. There should be a cap. If we have a floor, there should be a ceiling. That's what's fair. Young people do still vote. And I don't care if old people are the biggest, fuckers that vote. They vote for Republicans. So why would I give a fuck about them being able to be mad they're capped when we're capped? I don't care. Sorry, I don't. Young people do vote. If you're stating they do not vote, you're retarded. They do vote. Young people go out and they do vote. People who are under 30 do go out and vote. I know multiple people who are young who are not in politics at all. I've known them in California. I've known them in Kentucky. I've known them in Florida. I've known them in Illinois. And they go vote. And I'm 33. I've known them for my life. As I've been eligible to vote, I know so many people who've been going out and voting. So it is actually a lie, a direct lie, to say they don't vote at all. They don't vote as much as old people. Sure, that isn't also the conversation, because we're talking about points, right? And points that are being missed. The point I'm making is they do vote. I didn't have a conversation about how much. They're important. They're the, quote, future. So guess what? They take their asses out and vote, and they can't run for these offices until they're 30. The argument that these individuals who, they're old, they're going to be upset that we said that you can't run after 75. They're still going to vote. They're still going to vote as well. And they vote for Republicans anyway. I don't care. That is the point I'm making. And I know you circled back here reform. I don't care to continue the conversation because I know I'm right. So we can move on. Hello. Damn. Girls, it's Clubhouse. You gotta let it breathe. Sometimes.
Oh no, it's just like did the Matrix follow them? I'm blind. I can't see what's going on my screen, so sometimes I gotta look at. So my coworker today was telling me that gas was insane. She had to go to the other side of town just to get a decent gas price. I think ours is it's $4 a gallon here in Reno. You gotta go to fucking Carson to get it under $4 right now. Sorry, babe. So what y'all was talking about? My son acting crazy.
People just want us to argue about stupid shit when the whole point of conversations are we need a lot to change this country, like sleeping legislation, things that will affect, I think, a lot of us. I was explaining, Patty, one of the things I think Dem should focus on is, one, getting rid of the filibuster when we have a new president that's a Democrat and they have a trifecta, right? I think that's 2028. I think arguably Jeff Jackson will probably run in North Carolina. I'm sure Josh Call will run in Wisconsin. I'm sure we'll flip those two states. And we'll probably have a majority, even if we only get to 49 seats this fall, right? Even if we only flip Maine and North Carolina with Cooper and Mills/Blattner, right? We're getting more than that. But I think the way we can pad our majority is by is by killing the filibuster immediately, giving statehood to Puerto Rico, we can talk about DC later, Puerto Rico, Guam, and the Virgin Islands, allowing them to have referendums. They've all, I know for sure Puerto Rico's had referendums already, voting as a, territory thing. They want statehood. Let them vote on that in the summer. And while we let that happen as a referendum, right, we pack the Supreme Court so that we ensure the VRA is protected. The VRA can the VRA can be something that still stands, and that new cases through the ACLU and other organizations can be, trickled on down through the legal system, suing these red states who did the Red Map Project, right, how we talked about that in Indiana, getting these things back in front of the court to redecide on, and allow them to strengthen the VRA, this new liberal court, right? In addition to that, passing a law banning partisan and racial gerrymandering, forcing an independent commission to draw every single state's seats, and you resolved a lot of these problems. I was mentioning one other thing that could be great to ensure we have democracy, because Amari had talked about term limits and age limits and stuff. We said, well, yeah, I do think you would probably need term limits for the Supreme Court. I don't know about age limits. I've thought about that. But term limits, I think, these 18-year term limits that folks like Biden and other, centrist Dems have floated, sure, but I don't think that's the end of the story. Especially also as we talk about the Senate and House. I think if we have a minimum age limit, 30, to run for Senate, then you should have a maximum age limit to run for a seat in the Senate as well. And I think you should probably have term limits. I think we need to, in addition to that, get rid of Citizens United, the decision that the stupid-ass Bush-controlled Supreme Court made that allowed this dark money, these super PACs, to flood politics, to flood and destroy all of our confidence that our vote ever fucking mattered in the first place, that made these young people not want to vote as much, even though they do vote, and that has made so many individuals who are fucking in their 30s also disillusioned, right? That have eroded us, right? Those are things I talked about as I was getting on my stump and talking. And one point I made was taken and challenged when the whole point I was making was we need to make sure there's fairness and that all of us have a voice at the table, and we need to fix this broken system. But I guess one of these small points is more important than all the other things I said, which unfortunately actually all do make sense.
It's just a conversation where people can challenge points they disagree with. I don't understand why we're emotional about it.
Well, I'm not emotional. I'm actually quite monotone. But my point is that when it comes to younger voters who are 18, who are out here voting, as someone in the chat said, their child's 18 and soon, and they're going to vote. They're excited. Great. Their votes, their opinions, all the things that make them then matter, they still will be at the ballot box, even though legally they can't run for office until they're 30. An old person on the edge of death who is in their 80s, I'm sure is going to be so upset, even though they spent their whole life voting, that they're now not going to vote because we said 75-year-olds can no longer run for fucking federal offices. I'm sure it's going to disrupt everything because dark money will allow them to be so convinced while they're 60 and they ran. That, I got here at 75, so let me make sure I destroy the country on my way out of here and pad my fucking, I'm gonna get all that insider trade. When my whole point is we can get rid of all that shit with this support, with the new liberal Supreme Court. We can redecide on the Citizens United case. We can go through and do all those things. So my solution actually evaporates this argument, but people don't listen constantly.
I'm listening. You're saying your solution evaporates everything. It sounds like a magic wand. Your solution
it's actually what I just referred to as Project 2029 that a lot of Dems, progressives, and others have talked about. That
no, that's amazing.
You don't like it because you're wrong.
Can I finish the sentence?
No.
Or no?
Y'all are crazy.
I just can't argue with these Gen Z people who don't know what the fuck they're talking about.
Now I'm a Gen Z person that doesn't know what I'm talking about because I disagree with you. That doesn't mean
because you didn't listen to the entire conversation. This is what Gen Z does a lot of. They listen to a part of the conversation and don't think they do know the entire
disagree with you.
Where the entire conversation is actually
disagree with you.
Your small
people
point
are going to disagree with
sense.
You told me that my research doesn't make sense.
It doesn't because what I was explaining evaporates.
This is not a conversation. This is like
would be a problem.
Wait, can we let her finish? Y'all, Matt, we want to hear a conversation about
dummy hour tonight. I'm not.
Nobody's dumb. This is what I'm saying. It's roid rage. It's like anger for
not on roids, honey. I'm natural. I'm sorry I'm natty and you're mad about it.
He's spoiled.
He is.
No, wait, this is I coddle his ass, but it's fine.
I don't get coddled. I get dropped in food all the time. So I'm sorry. I know more about what I'm talking about, and that the actual substance of what I'm referring to evaporates the quote unquote hole you think you're finding. You're referencing research that shows that when older people are banned from being able to run tax with a certain age, that suddenly when they're in office they become more corrupt. Guess what?
Not what I said.
Is getting rid of dark money because of the Citizens United case, which I know you don't know anything about. 24 years old. So guess what? Getting rid of Citizens United, banning stock trading, that will resolve the problem. And what I'm talking about from Project 2029 actually talks about all these things, but you aren't listening to the entire conversation, which Gen Z never does. And that this is how it goes. I don't give a fuck. I should be kind or nice or smart or whatever to people when it's like journalism conversation. I explain this conversation. You still want to come and say, well, let's go to the point when I'm explaining what the point is. I'm not going to continue going back and forth.
But you keep going back and forth.
I was asked by Patty what happened, and I explained what happened. See, we're not listening.
Wait, is this a Gen Z versus millennial?
Sure is.
Oh, Lord. That's why I'm so confused by this. Like, just no data, just millennial vibes.
No.
Just going.
No, I mean, I explained everything. I don't care if the
nobody else can speak because Matt is spoiled.
Matt's spoiled. Be good, Matt. Let Library speak, please.
Or Dr. Library card. She can never get her full thought out. It's called I know. Ain't I a woman? I was gonna say something, but I just stuck the Girl Scout cookie in my mouth and I wanted to. Marshall! Get your little white Republican magazation butt up here and tell us some Texas news. Marshall?
You're not trying to please, thank you.
Oh, God.
Don't call me a crackhead. Thank you.
Concrete, you up too late.
You said red bone today.
Well, anyway, I could have said something else.
Well, it's going to be crackhead for life.
I could have said big thighs. I could have said that, but I didn't.
I would like to hear what Marshall's take is on these young.
Oh, my thighs are getting bigger, y'all.
Ain't nobody talking to you, Patty. I'm not talking to you.
Girl, I just saw that TikTok. You about as tiny as Kalisha. I did not realize you were that tiny, Patty. How you even holding big ass guns? I know your ass be about to fall the fuck over.
Oh my God.
Girl, half a Snicker bar. Hush.
Wait, you said
Patty look like a dancer. Wait, where's Marshall?
You said you saw Patty on.
Patty, you trying to get thick? Patty, what's going on?
Did Marshall leave? Marshall.
I want to be fat, but.
Man, you better stay the way you are.
Oh, did Marshall run off? Damn.
Marshall is not going to vote for Tallarico, Jeremy. He said that he would only vote for Tallarico if Paxton voted me. So we have about May 26th. I want to say 26th. When we have the runoff and we see who wins, I mean, if there is a runoff, if Ken Paxton doesn't drop out, we'll know who, we'll know who's gonna go for it. If Cornyn is the nominee for Republicans, he's voting for Cornyn. If Paxton is the nominee, he's voting for Tallarico. So that's where Marshall is.
I thought you would have some Texas Republican intel.
Well, Monica De La Cruz is about to lose, so he needs to get a new job. He works for her campaign, so I already know who's about to lose. Monica De La Cruz, who I know nothing about because I'm spoiled and dumb, but she's running for Texas 15, running for election against Bobby Pulido. She actually has a war of +5. She outruns Trump in the district. But her district is Trump +15. One thought it was a reach seat, but Pulido is a Tejano singer, and everyone loves him, so he'll probably be fine. And he's also, all about the machismo basura, as a Latino man. So the Latino men love him. He posted a bunch of very, 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 very misogynistic stuff about women. He actually, I ain't gonna go into what he said because it's pretty crazy.
Oh, but they love that shit. Like,
they do.
I don't want to stereotype a group, but I'm just saying, there's a group that want to stay at home and take care of the kids and
He posted
so well. I don't want to do that shit either, by the way.
Posted some very ignorant shit in Spanish about them that no one who only reads and speaks English understood, but a lot of Latinos understood what he said. And I saw the tweet. I mean, I follow him on social media, and I was like, oh wow, that's fucked up. But it was a scandal that was a nothing burger because he obviously won the primary outright, and yeah, we'll see him probably beat Monica de la Cruz. He's a Henry Cuellar in the making, in my opinion. Who is border, I have to say it like Trent, border Democrat, pro-life, and a piece of shit, to be honest. Voted to fund ICE. I mean, he's made a lot of terrible votes. He voted against the War Powers Resolution. One of the only, him, Golden, the fucker in San Diego. Like, it's pretty fucking awful, but he also won outright, so I think Polito's going to do great in Texas. Yeah.
Wait, Matt, isn't what they run the risk, what you described kind of with Marshall, what Talrico really runs the risk of is like these people who, white moderates who are like, oh, they like Talrico, this and that, but, I'm going to go vote for Cornyn.
Wait, repeat that. You're saying, say it one more time, sir?
That, like, people like Marshall, like, do you think he represents, like, a greater voter in Texas that's like, oh, I'm a moderate Republican, I don't like what the Republican Party's doing, this and that. I like Talrico, but then it's like, oh, well, but if I'll only vote for him if Paxton wins, but if not, if Cornyn wins, then I'll vote for Cornyn. Like,
yeah. He, as much as Marshall, and I love Marshall though, as much as Marshall wants to be moderate, which he's moderate, he's an anti-Trump Republican. And I think that's different than the normie Republican. Does that make sense? Like, yeah, that's just my thing. I think that there's sometimes it's splitting hairs, but there are a lot of things I look at and I've learned when I try to brand for someone as a normie Republican, and then I realize, okay, you're more of an anti-Trump Republican because, but Marshall, yeah, I mean, he does represent a decent number of folks there. I don't necessarily know if he represents the group that's going to go for Talrico, if it's Paxton in whole and full, and if that's just exactly how they think. But because the reason I say that is because new polling today showed if it's Cornyn or Talrico's still winning. Does that make sense why I'm saying that?
Yeah. When I hear someone like Marshall say that, I'm kind of like, oh, okay. And then when you say, oh, he's sort of a never Trumper, I'm like, okay, so the never Trumpers, like you can argue that was sort of the segment that like Kamala was trying to get in 2024, and that if it's kind of like, oh, if he's on the fence, then this idea of like getting greater Republicans to cross over just kind of feels like it's dead on arrival. But
I feel like, well, what it is that I see, Marshall's a little tougher. He's a tougher audience because
he hang out with black people.
Oh God. Certain Republicans who vote for Trump, and certain independents who lean conservative, and certain normie conservatives, so normie Republicans, are voting Talrico. So it's like, yeah and no that he represents that soul group. I don't know, like because I don't understand why he's still going to go for. To me, it's this. If you're a never Trump Republican voting for any Republicans right now, you should be doing Adam Kinzinger, voting for all Democrats up and down the ballot, no matter who it is. Because a never Trump Republican doesn't want Republicans to have power because they know that means
I'm a never Trumper.
Right. That's reform. No reform.
No more Republican ever again in my life, ever.
Yeah, like
no more Republicans or
already going up in 2030 plus because she's not going to consider voting for a Republican in the Trump era because she is intelligent. And I'm not shading Marshall as not being intelligent, but I'm saying she is black first also and understands, like, honey, if I vote for Republicans in Congress at all, I'm just giving Trump more power. What Republicans right now, aside from Rand Paul and any of these others who aren't running for re-election, are actually challenging Trump?
Massive.
Yeah, like, so Marshall to me was a real, like, ever Trump Republican. I don't know. He's like it's hard to pin because if he was a never Trump Republican, he'd be on that type of time that Nikki's on. You know what I'm saying? He's giving me more like, I don't know, kind of normie Republican vibes because it's like, why are you still voting for the establishment Republican 75-year-old piece of shit who's going to continue voting for Trump and who's literally aligned with Trump and is begging for Trump's endorsement? Like, why are you still doing that if you don't like Trump? I don't know if I'm making sense, but that's just kind of where I land.
And there are a lot of never Trumpers, by the way. And even so, I'll give an example. When Donald Trump got the nomination, I have someone that I trained and has become a very good friend and a colleague, a mentee that I actually travel with. She's a trust fund baby. Family's from Louisiana, very conservative. We sat down. We were at Grand Lux, the Galleria, and I just looked so nervous. And she looked at me and she said, "Of course I'm not voting for Donald Trump." And I was like, oh my God, thank you, Jesus, y'all, because I was shaking because her family, good family, they were just Republican, didn't give much thought to it, just decent people, church on Sunday, whatever. I know. But that to me, because if she was still voting for Donald Trump, no, she never lit. But you know what I'm saying? If that kind of person that I knew her family, her mom, whatever, if they voted, if she voted for Donald Trump, I was like, oh, fuck this, we're screwed. Like, I might as well go Mississippi burning. I am so serious. I was ready to just be like, fuck it. But she was like, I'm not voting for Hillary, though. And I said, okay, that's fine, but you're not voting for Donald Trump. Well, the second election, she was like, I'm fucking voting for Biden. And I should have voted for Hillary. Fuck this. Her dad was still the Republican Trump. Her mom just went along with dad. We know this, right? That's how they are.
That's how
early 70s. Right. High income, whatever. But the second election, dad didn't falter, but mom did. So now we go to the third election. So get this, y'all. Dad didn't vote for Trump either. So it's like it takes progression with these motherfuckers. You know what I'm saying?
They gotta start hurting, unfortunately, to see the
light. They would never claim that they're Democrat. They're not Democrats.
Yeah.
But they're never gonna vote. They're not gonna vote for Donald Trump because they're like, oh hell no, this is a lot. Trump. But those are rhinos. They were a family of rhinos. So I think that Marshall is kind of like my friend that was more like his age. She's probably like mid-30s, and when she was like, oh no, I'm not, hell no, I'm not voting for Donald Trump in good faith, I couldn't, I can't.
I think if Marshall
she's like,
well, I think if Marshall had a different, I don't know if he had, maybe if it was a disability or something, like he might, or like maybe he was black or Latino or maybe then he would be like, all right, and I'm gonna vote for Tallarico either way, because maybe I just don't understand like what's holding him back from just fully saying I'm just going to support Tallarico. I'm not supporting either of them, because literally a vote for Cornyn is a vote for Trump.
Exactly.
A vote for Trump. Like at this point, it's unnecessarily actually splitting hairs because you're just saying they're not at all alike when they're the same thing. I mean, this man's going to vote for Trump 100% of the time. Both of them will. So what is the point of you voting for either candidate? Yeah, but I don't know anything. I am a dumb ass spoiled brat who gets spoiled things in this room, so I don't know.
Yeah, Matt and Reform, like that's when I saw like when I went and canvassed for Kamala, like the people who were like not voting for Trump, like they were more like they were going to vote third party or they were voting at all. Like I didn't hear much of like, hey, it came to the light and I'm going to go vote for Kamala. It was more the latter of the two of like they'll just say I'm not voting for Trump, or some are just thinking of sitting at home. So like that's the other thing. That's why I sort of, when people are like, oh, they may cross over, I'm like, maybe you should just hope these people sit at home. Like there was on Native Land podcast, there was one evangelical pastor, and he was talking about how he helped with the whole like moral majority movement and all that, and like he saw the light and he's trying to like reform and sort of correct what he's done. He was talking about like his friends and colleagues, like he hasn't gotten them around to like especially after the shooting in Minnesota, like they haven't come around to like, oh, I vote for a Democrat. He's like, the best thing I can hope for them is that they'll just sit at home.
And that's kind of where we have to unfortunately place some people. Joe was like, fine, if you want to vote for the Democrat, just don't vote at all then. And I know that no vote is a vote for Trump. I still do agree with that, but I think that voting for the Republican is still worse than not voting at all, even though I know that that still kind of does benefit the Republican in certain battleground districts and battleground states. You know what I mean? But I guess like what Miki says is it's like it's really, you know, baby steps with a lot of these people. Well, Anthony, why are you in the chat talking shit about us? Why don't you come on stage? Like,
I know. I've had this conversation with y'all over and over again. Everybody knows my background. Y'all are MAGA. Y'all are different. Like Chat. Chat is actually a black Republican. She's a black conservative. That's just her military, whatever. I mean, but at least they have a reason. All we ever hear from y'all is Donald Trump, Donald Trump, Donald Trump, Donald Trump. Donald Trump is not even fiscally conservative. That's why I make fun of y'all. Y'all are first generation $5 MAGA. Like it doesn't even fit. Y'all don't even go there.
What do you call us? Fifth generation?
No, not fifth generation, sweetie. First generation $5 MAGA. You're the first person in your family. You're probably the first person with a college degree. You're probably the first person to make six figures. You're probably the first person to be in a 2-parent household. I'm sorry, but hey. And you're a first generation $5 MAGA. So you feel something.
Where did you get that from?
I love it.
Have y'all listened to yourselves on this app for 5 years? Did I lie though? Am I lying?
Yeah, because both of my parents made way over 6 figures.
Conservative. You did not, but your wife isn't black, so you still fit the bill, Omari. I'm sorry, you made me go there. I'm just saying. You didn't grow up in you don't extol black excellence, and I don't know why y'all trying to make
my
me feel
family
bad.
is super pro black. What's going on?
Can I say real quick?
Omari, don't make me choke.
That's what she said.
Miki, one of the things that I do thank Trump for, because he's retarded, but he's actually, what he's done to a lot of these now former MAGA or never MAGA people, is he's actually shown them, and I'm not trying to be a Democratic shield, that Democrats actually do govern better than Republicans. The Democrats actually are better for tax code than Republicans, that Democrats have not caused the recessions, that the last 8 recessions were caused all by Republicans, and that we've actually ended up in this shithole country, economically speaking, because of Republicans. And it's the consistent cycle of elect a Republican, they destroy the country, fuck up the tax code, bomb the Middle East, we get mad at them, elect a Democrat to fix it, get mad about how slowly they fixed it, then we elected a Republican and gave them all the credit, the things that the Democrats did, and then we let them destroy the country again, and then it's the same cycle. These are retarded people. This is why boomers are still retarded MAGA Republican voters, and I do want an age ban on how old they can be to run, because I don't give a fuck about our elders. I give a fuck about my fucking life. Yours is almost over, elder. Mine's still beginning. So I do give a fuck that your 75-year-old ass is voting for fucking MAGAs, and I don't care if you're mad that a 75-year-old cannot run for Senate anymore. You've had your time. It's mine now. So anyway, back to my point. We need to understand that Trump exposed a real, he exposed what we knew as a myth that Democrats have always talked about. But now these nonpartisans, these independents, these, disillusioned and lost voters, or whatever you want to call these people who were once MAGA or once part of the GOP, they're now like realizing it. And I have so many TikToks I've watched, just random like Gen Z or millennial kids who talk to their boomer or Gen X parents, and it's so funny to see them. These are lifelong Republicans, definitely, voted for everything Republican up and down the ballot their whole life, who realize they were lied to their whole lives, and they're like, "What the fuck?"
Do they really believe that? Like,
oh, no,
are they really acknowledging it?
They're on social media now. Like, they're like, political influencers now, which I want me to be. They're now on there talking about it, and they're convincing their friends, like they're white. I'm talking about white people, to be honest with you. They're white women and white men leaving MAGA. I follow all the pages, y'all. I know what I'm talking about. All y'all got to do is follow these people, listen to them, and listen to how they started. And you're like, oh shit, they were legit, like, they're part of the Grand Old Party of pedophiles. And now, they're like, I didn't realize my whole life I was lied to. About how this country actually is run, about the policies these presidents passed that were Republican, Reaganomics being a myth, the trickle-down economics lie. Oh, they're gonna hire more people. No, bitch, they're investing. They're gonna buy more stock in their own fucking company. That's what data and history showed us. They just never believed it when people told them before.
And what they got to put in their ass finally.
Yes, Joe.
So Matt,
Matt, I was gonna say, you maybe want to do the video, the Instagram says, I want to go to the YMCA, and it shows like where they at right now. You should totally do something like that, like show you the MAGA hat on, and then show you like now.
Yeah, I mean, Omar, it's actually insane though when you look at it, because all you gotta do is look up Leaving MAGA or former Trump, former Republican. These people are like, I didn't know my whole life.
It's on my Pen X.
Yeah, they all friends. Especially the ones that lost their government jobs. So those are just delicious. Great.
The myth was Republicans are good for the economy and taxes and for business, and it's not true at all. It's literally not. It's never been true. So it's like these people are now realizing it, and that's why they're like, I'm kind of happy Trump came around, because now I'm the veil has been removed. I now get.
But I think you put a lot of faith. Maybe you had this conversation, man. I think you put a lot of faith in the Democrats to come in and just be like killing it. I think you put a lot of faith in the Democratic Party that they're gonna come in and just kill it, right? And it's gonna be this great party, and people are gonna be like, yeah.
Faith in it. I have a plan that they should enact. So you have to remember, I was an independent up until last year. I joined the Democratic Party last year.
Oh, okay. I see what you're saying.
I'm just intelligent.
But are you distinguishing big business, military-industrial complex from small business? Because I think, given the type of spending that the Republicans do, they are good for big business.
They're not. They spend more than everybody else and have inflated the deficit more than any other president. So I'm not. But here's the thing. I know Contrarian Concrete wants to do that. I'm not actually going to. I'm not actually going to bring it on stage because hold on. I'm not. I don't. I just went back and forth with Dr. Weber. I'm not going back and forth with you on dumb shit.
I'm not Dr. Weber, brother. Let's just.
I'm going to move on and allow myself to continue talking to my good homegirl Nikki. It's my girl, my homegirl. And the others on stage, Joe and Omari, who I was having this conversation because I'm not going to play the game of now I got to get into arguing. Now I got to get into discussion. I'm not doing that, bro. It's not the daytime. I'm not going to go. I know you get high up doing that shit. It's the evening. I already just got done dragging a Gen Z person that everybody on stage loves because I'm a spoiled dumb brat faggot that gets loved everything in this room. So guess what? I'm not doing it with you. You go to Chillism. I don't know if they're up, if they have a room open. Go argue with them. I'm not interested. Anyway, back to our conversation. We all, it's interesting to see people have learned more about this party. Yes, the Democratic Party is not perfect. I drag the Democratic Party fucking daily on Twitter. Y'all don't follow me on Twitter. I drag them every day. I drag Schumer every day. I hope Gillibrand falls off a cliff. I have my things I say. I have my critiques, and I will never stop critiquing them. So, Omari, to answer your question, no, I don't think the Democratic Party will walk in guns blazing and they're going to just fix everything. I hope they will. I have a plan for them, should they choose to actually follow the plan, that would allow them to come in and keep their majority, probably for the rest of my lifetime. But will they enact? Will they jump in? Will they have the faith to fight for, quote, Project 2029? The project I was talking about before I was told, we should not have age limits for old people. Yeah, that plan, should they pass that, we would probably be good.
Wait, isn't that what
we have too many APAC, super PAC retards like Gavin Newsom and Josh Shapiro to worry about, who won't govern the way I hope, the way we need. And yes, I am a progressive. But anyway, go ahead.
No, I was going to say, Matt, two things. I was going to quickly say two things, Matt. Like, I think that's third way Dems. They're the ones I think are trying to push the whole, like, yeah, exactly. Also, I don't get the whole idea of where people keep bringing up Shapiro like he's a viable candidate. Like, do people not see, like, how much he's going to open the can of worms about, like, Israel, Gaza, and, like, how people feel? Like,
yeah, he's a fucking idiot. I mean, Shapiro's gonna win. Here's what
and people in this party don't like him in the state.
We hate him. We hate the man. And here's the thing: he's about to win by probably 20 points, bro. Like, have you seen his polling against Stacey Garuti? I know Matt Cool doesn't know who that is. Anthony doesn't know who she is. Who else is in the chat? Where are the retards in the group?
I'm gonna be honest. I don't know who she is either. Can you tell me?
Well, don't say you don't admit to retardation or.
Well, because it's a name I never heard of. I'm sorry.
She's the state treasurer of Pennsylvania, and she won statewide when Shapiro won by what was it, 15 points, y'all, in 2022. And everyone was like, oh my fucking God. Not 2022. Yeah, it was 2022. It was when he won his first term. And everyone was shocked. It's the same year that Ogre, remember the Ogre from Witcher? He looks like that thing off of Monsters, Inc. You remember him? Fetter fuck? That's when he also won. Former mayor, former lieutenant governor. Yeah. Shapiro was AG of PA. And yeah, had the mandate from heaven, guys. He won by 15 points. So you would think someone that's that popular would want to use that popularity for good. No. Shapiro has said, guys, that even though Democrats are more than likely going to win a trifecta in Pennsylvania, he won't fight back and actually correct the gerrymandering that was done to Pennsylvania.
Oh, wow.
That he's a bitch. But anyway, I don't know anything about politics. I'm a spoiled dumbass who gets away with whatever I want in this room. I don't know anything. All my plans are wrong. All the things I know about everything is wrong. And I just don't like to argue because I sound dumb and I'm wrong, even though I'm right on everything. I fuck.
No matter. I'm not that energy in this room. I need some sage.
Wait, no, we're good. Matt, you know what? The first person I thought about.
Sorry.
The first person I thought about when you mentioned the differences between the children and the parents was Claudia Conway. She turned her mama every way but loose.
So do you know besides California and Fiona Ahmad, do you know all the STEM treasures? Because why? I'm just trying to figure out, why would you know the treasurers?
I know the comptrollers, I know the treasurers, I know the AGs, I know what state has lieutenant governor, what doesn't. I know Maine is not lieutenant governor. You appoint the president of the Senate is pretty much a lieutenant governor, and if for some reason the governor has to step down, the lieutenant governor doesn't exist. The Senate president or majority leader becomes the governor in your place. I know all of it. I've looked at all the laws. I know what I'm talking about. My dad worked for the Department of Justice for 26 years of my life. He is friends with Obama. Obama was at my dad's wedding. My dad was at Obama's wedding, and their friend Abel's wedding. I've known everything about politics since I've been born. I've been arguing with a lawyer since I've been born. I'm from Chicago, so when I argue,
so you baby Yoda of politics.
Yeah, I've been doing this since I've been born. So arguing with people who've been alive less than me is a joke to me, and arguing with people who think they know what they're talking about is also hilarious, especially when they're Gen Z, the generation that has been unfortunately studied and shown. They're dumber than millennial.
No. So why don't you tap out when I try to talk to you?
Sorry.
Why did you tap out when I talk?
Also, Matt, the comments from Jesse Jackson, beyond the three presidents,
he needs to shut up. Yeah, he needs to shut his ass up.
So that was just about him not getting a pardon, basically.
Yeah, that's what I think it is, because it's like, bro, you already knew that we're going to say things about politics. They're going to make it political. They're fucking politicians. You shouldn't have asked them to fucking speak. Like, of course they're going to talk about Trump and where we're at. Like, him doing that is exactly what you're referring to, Joe. It's just, it's ignorant. Being mad about nothing.
Do you think it was a way for him to get into the news cycle?
Oh, absolutely. But all of this is pathetic. Democrats love doing this stupid revenge tour bullshit. Example, Robin fucking Kelly in Illinois. What are you fucking doing? You're that comfortable with another fucking corporate centrist crypto Democrat shill being in the fucking Senate that you're gonna fuck Juliana Stratton, a real progressive who was anti-APAC, anti-super fucking PAC, anti-all that shit. You're gonna, why do these Democrats do this shit? So, Amari, I drag Democrats. I do.
Oh, was that the one Clyburn's going to help?
Absolutely. They're doing the rally in a couple fucking days, and I'm pissed. My dad is going. He said he's going to go there and heckle.
You do drag Democrats. I give you that.
I wish Dad was done with them. Absolutely.
I would say, who drags Democrats? I would say Haitian drags Democrats. You drag Democrats.
Yeah, I'm an Aquarius. I'm an equal opportunity hater. I don't care, and I like being hated. That's why I'm disrespectful.
Hattie's a Democrat through and through, but we love her, so she gets a pass. Reform, I still think reform is kind of confused. Reform's in a purgatory of politics.
Why would I be in purgatory? What are you talking about? First of all, Maury, I've always voted Democrat in local politics because I understand that Democrats actually are better for individuals who don't itemize their taxes, right? So half of the time when you hear the Republicans talk about these great tax cuts, they only benefit, a lot of them are only for individuals who itemize their taxes. That's not a large percentage. So that's what I'm saying. If you want stronger communities, which is what I was always taught, and that's the only reason I had this is this, which I still love my relationship with the Lord, hallelujah. But I'm not in my little glass bubble anymore. Like when I hear my sister tell me, my 40-year-old sister who grew up completely differently than I did here in Houston, exposed to different things, and we have this conversation with my mom, who was just completely like a rock and not really willing to understand anything we try to conceptualize to her. It makes me proud when she's like, yeah, Miki, you were pretty fucked up. Because she's right. I was just indoctrinated to a certain thing. I was taught a certain way. Yeah. Thank you. Because I'm still learning. But she used to help get me together. And I credit her. I credit y'all. I credit Pearl. Because but I made that decision all on my little lonesome. Like, oh, fuck Donald Trump. He's weird. He makes jokes about his daughter. He talks about his penis on stage. Like, what the fuck? I was like, oh, hell no. Something is wrong with him. He's not presidential. He's not. He's the antithesis to Barack Obama, and I recognized that the first time that his little goofy ass decided to run. Had he been any other time in history, even 4 years before, if he would have run against Obama, most Republicans would have laughed his ass off the fucking stage. He wouldn't have even gotten around the corner, much less to the primary. So that's why I was like, oh, this is this hypocritical shit, right? I can recognize that as a black person because I am black first. This is that double standard white privilege shit. And you know what? To you, black MAGA, I'll be damned if I sit up here and support the fucking epitome of white privilege and then all that other shit that came out about him, and y'all still fucking support him even though they would have hauled y'all's black ass and your kids' black ass and your mama black ass for even doing 1% of what it did? Oh, hell
so
no.
you're like Tara Sotomayor.
I'm not like anybody but myself, Omari. You can't even articulate why you support Donald Trump since you always want to. I can
articulate how I don't support him.
No, I can substantiate the Republican platform better than you can even today.
That's fine.
You're just a Trump dick rider, and there's a difference.
Hold on.
Don't compare yourself to me. You're a Trump dick rider.
That wasn't a dig at you. Wait a minute. Hold on. Let's take 10 steps back. Because I think.
Well, that's how I feel
at you. No.
You said I was like Tommy Sotomayor.
No, Sotomayor.
She's the blonde biracial girlie from CNN. She was on The View for a bit before Jedediah Bila and all that. She was on during that.
Yeah, do you know who she is? Before? She's a never Trumper. She's an independent. She's an independent now. She hates.
Oh, my bad. Sorry.
Yeah, that's all good. I take strays sometimes because of my communication style. That's why I wanted to clarify. So
get up here with your little bullshit. But y'all love to be like, Miki was everything, like you're doing some sort of gotcha. Everyone knows we've been arguing that shit for like 5 years. Jesus.
I just need to clear something up in the chat. Democrats own MAG is what Anthony said. Hey, how do Democrats own me? I just joined the party last year. How? And how am I a leftist? Because I want a progressive party. So first of all, y'all don't even know the difference between being a progressive and a leftist. You don't know the difference. You're dumb. That's actually what you are. I'm a pragmatic progressive. I agree with progressive politics, but guess what? I want them implemented in a way that's very pragmatic. I do understand things are going to take time. Leftists do not. Leftists want it now, today, yesterday. They hate anyone who's ever voted against any fucking thing that they didn't like. Do you understand leftists hate Mary Peltola? I call her the fish queen, you dumb, bald, milk dud, Mr. Clean nigga. What are you talking like? I support a blue dog Democrat. Do you know that she was the co-chair of the Blue Dog Democrat Caucus? You nigger? How about that? I'm going to call you that, actually. That'll really piss you off. Do you know that? Retard? Do you know that? Why would I, a leftist, why would I support a Blue Dog Democrat? Matter of fact, why would I look at Iowa, even though you're retarded and I know you don't know who these people are, why would I not be supporting Zach Walls, who has lesbian mothers, who's a progressive, leftist, all the things? Why am I not supporting him, but I'm supporting Josh Turek, the prairie populist moderate? How am I a fucking leftist? I don't believe in the hoghead movement. I didn't believe in getting rid of Valerie Fouché. Do you know who she is? Right. I mean, guess what? I have a lot of problems with Graham Plattner. The fucking tattoo, a lot of stuff that he said I think is extremely fucking problematic. And I said on here, I think it should be Mills. I hate Mills stuff. She's a centrist. But guess what? To me, even though she's unfortunately trailing in some polls, she's, to me, a better candidate because the tattoo thing, I think, could come back to really haunt Plattner. Even though he's seemingly overcome it right now. I don't know, right? I support Mallory McMurrow in Tianjin State, Michigan. She's not a fucking leftist progressive politician. She's not someone that makes sense, that would make sense for my, quote, politics. No, she's more of a, quote, moderate or centrist. She's very middle of the road when it comes to a lot of the things she wants. She doesn't want Medicare for all. Did you know she does not agree with Medicare for all? Do you know that? I should be supporting Abdul El Said, who actually follows me on social media, Twitter and Instagram. But I'm supporting the redhead fire crotch, the carpetbagger from New Jersey, who's running in Michigan, right? I'm not a fucking leftist, dude. You don't know what you're talking about. You don't understand politics. You don't even understand political ideologies. You're a fucking retard. Stop trying to peg me because you don't like me. I don't want your pegs. You'll get pegged by your wife. Anyway.
Oh, Matt, why did you support Fouché? Because I know you're just railing against AIPAC and she was taking money.
Fouché, I think she's a great congresswoman. I didn't rail against her. I supported her. I didn't want.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, why do you support her? Yeah, but sorry.
Oh, why I support? She's great. I mean, she's first of all, she's a fucking figure in North Carolina politics. She's done a lot when it comes to fucking, obviously the segregation of schools, like her family had. I don't understand why people were so against it. She promised she'd stop taking the AIPAC money, and they still said, "Fuck you, it's not enough." Well, what do you mean, my fucking firstborn child? And so this is the problem with the leftists. You cannot make a mistake. You cannot say I was wrong. You cannot come back from it, and you cannot say I will no longer support that. Because you're dead the moment you did. That's why I hate leftists. I think the leftists should be fucking thrown across the fucking bridge. Just like MAGA. They're a waste of time. They're why Jill Stein got as much support as she did. I hate leftists. I do. I do like progressive policies. I do like certain progressive politicians. But I am pragmatic and intelligent enough to understand down ballot, how that's affected by, guess what, someone of her caliber. If she primaried, if she did a primary